My name is Neil Patel, and I help companies generate more revenue through digital marketing. Entrepreneur Magazine said I was the #1 marketer in the world, and they also said I created one of the 100 most brilliant companies. I started my first website at the age of 16. I took all the money that I earned from working at an amusement park, and I paid a marketing firm. The marketing firm provided no results, and I quickly learned that I wasn't alone. Out of my frustration and from being broke, I had no choice but to learn marketing. My first client was a power supply manufacturer. I helped them generate another $25 million in sales, and from that point, I realized the power of marketing. I helped everyone that I could, and I built my reputation by being honest and over-delivering. I've helped companies like Google, NBC, Viacom, General Motors, eBay, but nothing's more satisfying than helping small business owners succeed. I founded 4 multi-million-dollar companies, and I've learned all the mistakes that you should avoid. I've written about them on Forbes, Entrepreneur, Inc., Fast Company, and even on my own blogs. It's so awesome to know that colleges from all around the world are teaching my material in their classroom. Over the years, I've received awards from the President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the United Nations. People believe marketing is expensive and difficult. Fortunately, that's not true. There is a formula. Even if you don't have a technical bone in your body, you can get results. And my mission is to share this formula with you.
So the topic for today is the importance of a coherent storytelling in the digital era. So for a very historical and traditional brand, it's key to find the right balance between heritage and future. I'm Marco Piantanida. I'm CEO and Managing Director for Haribo for the Italian subsidiaries in 2019. I have quite a long experience in marketing and sales and international marketing in different fast-moving consumer goods companies. My last one was Lindt. And if you want to see more on my profile, it's better to look at LinkedIn, but because I would like to focus on the business, talking about my company and the brand I'm proud to represent. So Haribo, long history from 1920 when Hans Riegel founds Haribo in Bonn. So Haribo means Hans Riegel Bonn. Just 2 years after the ancestor or gold bear started to be commercialized. So we celebrated the 100-year anniversary in 2020 for the company, and 2 years ago, the same anniversary for our key product. In a very dynamic and fast-moving consumer good, let's say, sector, we are proud to have one product, which is our icon with such a long history. The product started 1 century ago, but we had some refurbishment about packaging, much less about the product, which is very similar to the original one. But you see here the packaging evolution. So one of the key points for the brand is be consistent and not to change following the fashion of the moment. We started also very early to communicate. So having a very high quality product and be able to communicate it is not a recent history, but we started in 1930s and then we evolved our kind of communication through the different decades. We have very clear brand asset. The logo is very recognizable. It's very easy for consumers to associate with our brand. The candy, not just a gold bear, but also Rotella for the Italian market and many others. The mascot, so the gold bear, is associated to Haribo very easily. We have quite, let's say, unique brand according to consumer reactions, and having the transparent window, which is very complex in terms of production, allow the consumer to see the product, which is extremely important for us being impulse category and the impulse brand. And the jingle that you probably remember, familiar with, which is this is the same all across the globe, and we started to use it about 50 years ago. Talking about candies, we have candies for all tastes. Despite the fact we have just gummy candies because it's a decision of the owners to stay in our main market, not, let's say, trying to expand in other families and category, because we want to be the best in our own market. But we have different products for different tastes. We have quite an ambitious vision. We want to be the synonym of gummy candies worldwide. We know that it's very hard, but a vision must be very hard to be achieved. But also the mission to make children and adults happy. That is extremely important, especially nowadays with all the issues and problems we are facing on a global scale. 6 key values. Quality first. We produce candies. We want to be the best in terms of quality, in terms of safety, and in terms of consumer reaction. Independence. So it's 2 levels of independency. The first, we are a family-owned company. We want to remain independent from the other multinational, but the independence is very clear also on the actions we can do at local level. So the subsidiaries are not depending from the global headquarters. We can decide our own communication, our, let's say, products we want to launch in the marketplace, and how to build up the go-to-market. Focus. We are in the gummy candy market. We want to stay on that market. Trust. So the high level of trust between the global headquarters and the subsidiaries, and it's important to have this kind of clear relationship, and moreover, pragmatism. So no discussions, no useless discussion and meetings, but let's decide and let's go for it. Last but not least, childlike happiness, which is also our essence. We are expanding on a global scale. We are opening factories not just in Europe, even if we are expanding factories in Germany. We announced we are building a new factory in Germany, doubling a factory in Turkey. We opened a factory in Brazil, and we recently opened our first North American Haribo factory. So we have huge space to expand on a global scale, despite the fact that the penetration is different in the different countries. We have United States, where the penetration of gummy candies is quite good, but we have space and room for improvement. In the northern countries of Europe, the penetration is very high. We are very strong in the southern European countries. We have a lot of room of improvement, considering the penetration in the gummy candies is much lower than the average. Talking about consumer and shoppers, we have 2 kinds of targets. So the main target is family with children. We are over-penetrated in that segment, and this is our core target in terms of communication. But we have a very important secondary target, which is the entry point for the gummy candy category, that is young adults between 19 and 35 years old. So we need to find the best way to communicate for both targets, remaining mass market products. So we need to adapt to the new technologies. We need to adapt to the new vehicles of communication, remaining in our main area of distribution channel. For the category, we have 4 key consumer needs that represent the entry point, the playfulness, because, well, our candies are based on color, shapes, and is impulse sharing, so not to be used alone, but with friends, with the family, as a rewards, especially for young children and for private needs. So we have two growth platform we will see in a while. Why do people love candy so much? We have different reasons. They're funny, so they recall where we were a child. It's shareable, so it's very difficult. It's not you don't let's say have the consumption act alone. It's a reward, as just mentioned, to celebrate and also to relieve pains, especially for children. And it's an anti-stress because it's an alternative to other vehicles, especially when you are studying or you are working. So, talking about channels, we want to be everywhere, wherever is possible to sell candies. So not just supermarkets and hypermarkets and a gas station. We talked about bar tobacconists, but also this, let's say, vending machine. But you can find us also in a bit more strange places like toy centers or even in drugstores where they sell home and personal care, but in a cash counter, being impulse for them is a great vehicle to increase the basket size and earn money. Let's go in the marketing section, and we talk about Italy in this case, and we talk about, say, penetration. So we are the most penetrated brand in the market. We represent in the modern trade roughly half of the gummy candy market. Italian market is a bit peculiar because having Perfetti, Van Melle, which is a global player, in Italy they have their regional headquarters. They are very strong with many brands in the hard-boiled candies. So it's a different category which is very strong and very big in Italy, while in other countries like Germany, for example, is very, very small. So we are not playing just in our segment, but we need to play in a much wider market, which is the snacking and the chocolate market. So we are seventh in terms of penetration in the overall, let's say, snacking market. We want to become one of the top 5 brands. We have great brands and big companies such as Kinder, which is Ferrero, Lindt, Pavesi and Perugina that belongs to Nestle. So we know that we have giants against us, but we are sure that we have a very strong brand, we can do it. About marketing strategy, we have a long-term strategy which is based in 2 main buckets. The first is innovation. We are impulse, so bring innovation to the marketplace, stimulate the impulse purchase, because try new candies, try new products is key for consumers. But the second big bucket is about communication. We have the peculiarity to be we have the same name of the company and the brand, so we need to communicate at brand and corporate level. Innovation. So we need to analyze, which is nothing new, emerging consumer trend to drive the penetration. As mentioned, for Italy especially, the penetration in gummy candies is much lower than the rest of Europe, so we have space and room for improvement. In this moment, the key vehicle is represented by Frizzy line, which is sour in English, so having explosive taste is something new that attract the secondary target, so young adults, but also convenience. So having multi-pack with small portions, which is also very important and used in the parties, but also for on-to-go consumption. Talking about communication, we have 97% brand awareness in Italy, so we are present in consumer mind totally. So consumer saw us in a point of sale, but also in TV commercials. So we don't need to work on that side, but just maintain this great level. But we need to be more considered. So to increase the penetration, we need to be considered by them. So we are working on events, sponsoring, social ad, but also licensing. So having the Haribo brand also in other categories such fashion, because we are considered a love brand in the Italian market, because the final goal is to be purchased upon the sale. So the decision stage, it's also very important. In this case, we are working on promotion, but also in influencer and also in the online, and we've seen a while. We communicate in all possible vehicles. This is nothing new. In the fast-moving consumer goods, then it depends how to do it. And so we need to use the right vehicles to contact and to convince families, and we are working on TV advertising, supermarkets, and advertising on social media, depending on the target. But we need to touch also young people, and then we need to use other vehicles, other media, such online advertising, banner videos, and other kind of, let's say, vehicle in order to be known also by them. So primary target, core brand, family with children. So we have a very strong support in advertising. The platform is called Kid Voices, so adults that speaks with kid voices to represent the regression to the childhood, but also via specific events. Halloween, especially in Italy, is a very strong event that are developing year after year, and where we want to own this moment in terms of candies. We are already very strong in Epiphany, that for Italy is very important. But also, as mentioned, having a strong presence also in the licensing in order to be remembered by consumers in different moments. But Frizzy range, so the sour, is the key segment to attract new consumers. So we talk to young adults. In this case, we need to talk their language. So social and events. In this case, we just run an event on the music in order to involve them and to create a deeper contact between the brand and this generation. Corporate communication. So I told you that having the same name, we cannot talk just about brand communication, but also corporate communication is extremely important. We have 3 different legs for our, let's say, in our strategy. The role of corporate communication is to develop and deliver childlike happiness in a challenging world. There are 3 legs, so economic responsibility, social responsibility, and environmental responsibility, with specific targets. So when we talk about economic responsibility, the bucket is about stability and future. Social, which is something that for us, for the Italian subsidiary, is extremely important to talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, is diversity and society, while about environmental responsibility and quality and sustainability. Be more precise, we have a lot of challenges for the future, and when we talk about economic responsibility, we have 2 main buckets to work on: corporate authority and employer branding. So the company need to talk a modern language to attract new generation, because have the key talents is extremely important to be sustainable and to perform in the medium long term. For social, we have a very strong CSR program where the name is Childlike Happiness for Everyone. So we are touching different generations, and we have a specific program about diversity, equity, and inclusion also among our employees. About environmental responsibility, grant to future generation a planet to play on. So we have a global sustainability. Something is related to the law, especially in the European Union, but this is something regulated by others. We have our own internal sustainability program. About future developments and issues, or in my opinion, every issue is also an opportunity. The competition is quite intense. We are worldwide in the gummy candy, the market leader. We are in Italy in the modern trade, half of the market. So we are dominating, even if the word is quite tricky in terms of, let's say, antitrust, but this is a fact. We want to continue to be predominant in the marketplace. So tackle competition. In this case, communication will play a very key role, but also the point of sales is extremely important, considering the important that is the last moment of truth, and being an impulse brand and in an impulse category is key to be visible and to be appealing for consumer also at the point of sale level. A second very important is the e-commerce shift. So in fast moving, then grocery is not like electronic devices and that is sector where e-commerce is already a reality. But I think it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when this channel will be extremely important also for our categories. So we need to build an impulse purchase flow also in e-commerce and translate our shelf into the digital, not just with the pool players, but also often in the hybrids. So the brands, the retailers that have not just the point of sales, but also the e-commerce with their brand. We are traditional, right? But we need to talk the language of our consumers. So influencer marketing is quite tricky, especially in this moment and especially in Italy. So we need to pay attention. But this is the language spoken by our targets. So we need to reach them, and we want to spread a smile with every share. So trends and follow trends. It's also important, and to adapt to new generation. It's also extremely is key to be successful in the medium long term, because our, let's say, objective is to be sustainable to the next century and to be successful for the next century. So we are expanding at global level, despite the fact that we want to be localized. So we are launching products for the local markets, adapting to the local tastes, because we want to be successful not just on a global scale, but in every single country, and to adapt to the consumers of every single country. So next challenge is also related to technology and to the lifestyle, what's going on in the marketplace, the new trends. And one of the key trends in this moment is related to artificial intelligence and new digital tools. So we are also working on that area. We are sitting in the fast moving, so we are not a pioneer in this technology, but we cannot avoid it, because if you go back, I started to work 25 years ago, and maybe email were considered by the senior manager at the time not very useful. Fax was enough. So even if you don't like, technology is progressing. So you need to be on the right page and not just avoid and think that you can be successful playing as 20 years ago. So few provocations. We will have a good help in the near future also from artificial intelligence about social, about personalization, and it is something which is already a reality, to have newsletters or personalized emails to our consumers. We can amplify with influencer based on artificial intelligence. We can optimize also their research, and we can also create videos and that video dominance, having the artificial intelligence as creator of potential content. This is something in progress. Is a key challenge for us, being successful over a century, to be the first mover, but I think it's something we must do, and this is also for Italy, but at global scale, the challenge for the next 3 to 5 years. So the future is sweet, and I think Haribo will be present in the competition and dominate the market also in the next year. And I hope you are also our consumers. So please continue. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice conference.
Are you loving the advice and insights you're getting? Well, the first 2 days of our summit are only the tip of the iceberg. This year, we decided to offer a third day of actionable tips and strategies with sessions on SEO, email marketing, paid media, international growth, data privacy, and much more. You can get access to all this great content when you upgrade your ticket now to a lifetime pass. This means you're not only going to be joining us on day 3 of the summit, you'll also unlock more than 150 hours worth of content in our members area. And this access never expires. So you can watch every session from this year's summit and our previous summits as often as you want. One innovative idea can transform your business, so you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to soak up as much knowledge as possible. Our members area also includes slide decks, templates, checklists, cheat sheets, and other exclusive content that you can use to guide your own marketing efforts. While our summit this year is all about AI and the future of marketing, our past summits provide a deep dive into SEO and content marketing, give you growth and traffic hacks, and explore marketing and sales strategies specifically for small businesses. And if that's not enough for you, there's even more marketing wisdom in the more than 50 bonus sessions we've added just for our lifetime member community. The internet is flooded with information, but how much of it comes from credible sources? How many times have you been led astray by unknown, unverified advice? No matter where you are in your growth journey, you're going to find valuable information to move your business forward among the more than 150 sessions in our exclusive members area, a place where information is not just abundant, but also trustworthy. If you want to future-proof your business, this is the place to start. Upgrade your Summit Pass now before the price increases soon. We're totally confident you're going to love the Summit Members platform and all the valuable content inside. But if for any reason at all you don't, we'll refund you in full. No hassle, no questions asked, no stress. We'll take care of you. Act now, benefit forever. It's like having a personal library of expert knowledge at your disposal. So, get your lifetime access now, and we'll see you on day 3 and inside the members area.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to AI-Powered SEO, 5 Principles for Cutting-Edge Content Production. My name is Nikki Lamb. I'm a seasoned SEO who's had a full career of helping enterprise brands elevate their online presence through SEO and content marketing. And I'm currently the VP Head of SEO at NP Digital. Excited to be here with you today. What we're going to cover today is a few different things, starting with whether or not AI content is safe for an SEO program. We'll talk about the benefits of using AI for an SEO content program, and then I'll walk you through my 5 guiding principles for cutting-edge content production. Let's get started. Let's address a big question that a lot of people have and that a lot of people have asked me. Can AI content also be Google friendly? Well, my first question is, what do we have to be scared of with leveraging AI for our content production processes? Google manual actions, of course, are a real fear if you are using AI in a spammy way. Similarly, algorithm updates can also hit you if you're not properly weaving AI into your content production processes. And then, of course, user and public perception is important, especially if you're a big brand. You want to make sure that your AI usage isn't going to hurt your style, your tone, and your voice. But what I want to make sure is clear today is that from Google's perspective, they have come out and said that they have long believed in the power of AI to deliver helpful information. Not only that, but their helpful content system documentation was updated recently, where it used to say that helpful content is content written by people. They've changed that now to say that helpful content is created for people. So, yes, you absolutely can and should be using AI for your SEO content production processes. And if you follow all the principles that I give you today, you really don't have to worry about algorithm updates and manual actions and embarrassing your brand through the use of AI. So let's talk a little bit before we get into the guiding principles, just about some of the benefits of leveraging AI in your SEO content production program. And that starts with time saving. With effective prompting, I've seen upwards of 50 to 75% time savings when it comes to content production. And with how competitive everything is today, it's really important to save time where you can, of course, without impacting quality. So if you're not already looking into ways to leverage AI to speed up all of your processes, to be honest, you're already behind the ball. And with all that time savings, you can get, an overall increase in efficiency. And that unlocks time to focus on things that are really important. Things like higher level strategy and planning, EEAT optimizations for your content and your website, or maybe even other channels or business priorities that you have. Whatever it is that you invest your time savings into, increasing your efficiency is crucial because guaranteed your competitors and leaders in the industry are probably all doing this and using AI to get ahead, and you really don't want to be left behind. Leveraging AI is huge for scalability, and an effective use of AI can give you the ability to handle much larger volumes of content creation, which is really critical if you have a new or growing content strategy program, or if you're just a business that needs to do more with less, which in my experience seems to be most businesses post-COVID. And AI is only one of the many ways that you could be doing programmatic SEO. But in my opinion, AI is a total game changer when it comes to programmatic and scalable SEO and content marketing. Now, despite what you might think, when used correctly, you can actually leverage AI to help ensure consistency across your content with things like style, tone, and voice. And then thinking about consistency from, a slightly different perspective, consistency is huge when it comes to SEO success. And whether it's a consistent cadence to update and refresh, older content on your website, or consistently creating and posting new content, or even just consistently doing an SEO analysis to understand, what's changing in your vertical. We all know that SEO is not set it and forget it. And if you're like a lot of businesses out there who are strapped for budget, short on time, being consistent with contributing to your SEO program can be tough. So all of this to say that AI is definitely in your corner when it comes to opening up time for you to work on your SEO program consistency overall. And in today's online world, saturated by content, especially with the adoption of AI, a lot of which is generic and low quality, customization and personalization is really important. And despite what I've heard some people think, when AI is integrated into your content production strategy in the right way, everything can be tailored to your preferences and your needs. So if you're not using AI right now because you fear that you can't get your content to be the right level of custom for your audience or your needs, then you're in the right place. If you stick with me today and follow the tips that I'm going to share, you'll be pleasantly surprised in what you can do. And last but not least, really important to touch on is just innovation in general. AI can help inspire new ideas, fresh angles, and help you innovate on your current processes, push you to find new or better ways of doing things. AI is absolutely here to stay, and it's really important to get on board or else you will be left behind. All right, so let's jump into the 5 guiding principles for AI-powered SEO content production. The first principle is to know your desired outcome and your audience. Whether your content is AI or human drafted, the content creation process should always begin with an understanding of why it's being created. What outcome are you hoping for? And which audience are you trying to reach? And only once you've defined that do you work on the actual ideation and creation process. Now, this is especially critical if you're using AI. Why? Well, I know I'm not alone in the fact that I've encountered a wealth of useless, low-quality content that has clearly been produced without a real end goal, with no connection back to a brand's, overall marketing objectives. And with the rapid adoption of AI, the number of brands and content marketers mass producing this useless, low quality content is only growing. I see brands adopting poor practices, shooting for quantity over quality, and using AI to simply produce, large volumes of content that have no outline purpose or connection back to their business and their target audience. But more content isn't always the answer if there's no goal tied to that content, even if you can pump it out easier than ever using AI. Different forms of content have different goals, and each and every piece, whether streamlined with AI or not, should serve a purpose and have a supporting strategy behind it. I have seen so many times in my career where a team decides that, they need to produce a certain number of blogs within a year. Maybe it's, 30 blogs a quarter or 1,000 pieces of content this year, for example. And when asked for the strategy behind that number, sadly, there isn't always a strategic answer. Sometimes it's more of an arbitrary goal. And that's a shame, especially when people think that using AI is going to help them meet that goal. Now, blogs are probably where I've seen the most amount of brands go wrong with using AI, scaling blog content that has no tie back to their brand, no tie back to their goals, and clearly no thought on, who they're aiming to reach and speak to. But I will say I've also seen landing page copy gone terribly wrong with AI as well, where maybe it's taken on, some sort of weird, whimsical and comical style that the AI has decided to output, even though it has no, tie back to that brand's actual voice. And if you do a quick Google search, you'll also see a wealth of Amazon product copy gone wrong using AI as well. So at the beginning of this presentation, I said, when done right, you don't need to worry about manual actions. Google algorithm updates and public perception, these shouldn't be concerns if you're using AI properly. But be warned, creating large volumes of content with no goal, no tie back to your audience, that's where it's risky. And in today's search landscape, it also means, risking wasted time and effort, a missed opportunity to speak to your audience properly. And yes, Google manual actions, getting hit by algorithm updates, and, maybe posting something that's just straight up embarrassing for your brand. So think critically when it comes to the content you're producing. Think about which audience you're speaking to, and don't fall into the trap of pumping out content just because you can faster than ever with AI. I've mentioned audience a few times now. Your AI content creation process should lean very heavily on audience research and knowledge. Just as it's critical to know why you're creating content, it's just as important to think about who you're creating it for so that you can ensure you're feeding this audience information into your AI content production process. Now, this comes down to who you're speaking to, what they need, what they can get from your brand, and how you can help them along in their journey. A lot of big brands that we work with at NP Digital have, very well established journey maps and personas. If you don't, though, you can gather data from a bunch of different areas and actually create a customer persona that will help you so much with your AI content. Now, remember that generative AI platforms are designed to comb through large amounts of data. So if you don't already have personas mapped out, this is another opportunity for you to leverage AI. And you might have more of what you need at your fingertips than you realized. Pull data from places like your CRM, your analytics data, your social data. You could even post some sort of survey on your website to collect data. And then feed this data into an AI platform and ask it to help you identify who your core audience is. Ultimately, the goal is to create a detailed description of a persona that embodies your ideal customer. And then you use that information to fuel your AI content production. Which leads me to my second principle today, which is to make sure that you're using a paid account and custom GPTs. Now, at a high level, paid accounts are critical for security and privacy, and custom GPTs are only able to be created with a paid account, but those are critical for getting more strategic, more custom, more personalized results back from your AI prompts. Now, I'm no expert in all things, privacy, security, and operations. So take it from NP Digital's, senior VP of operations. Privacy and security should be a major consideration for anyone looking to incorporate AI into their day-to-day. Now, this is especially true for content creators who want to leverage AI because, as I mentioned, knowing your audience and leveraging your own proprietary data from your CRM, from your analytics, this is really critical to your AI-generated content quality and performance. But if you don't have a paid plan, then what you're inputting into your AI tool of choice could potentially be leveraged as training data and potentially be made public. Now, you can get around this by signing up for a plan such as ChatGPT Team. That's what we use here at NP Digital. Costs around $25 a month, and it ensures that your inputs won't be used as training data and made public. This also allows for other things like some admin controls, workspace management, which are really helpful for larger organizations. But the lesson here is really just don't let yourself be the one who feeds some sort of personal or sensitive data into AI that ends up public. You don't want to be that person. Now, once you've set up a paid account, you'll then want to create custom GPTs. Or in Claude, it's called, I think, a project. Either way, your persona information is going to be directly tied into your AI platform through the creation of a custom GPT to help ensure that the output you're getting is less generic. It's more closely tied to the actual persona that you're trying to reach. So what you're looking at on the screen here is just a quick snapshot of a prompt that you can use to create a custom GPT for content production. Once you create these, they can be saved, you can reuse them, you can share them with other people on your team if you're all working on, content production projects. Now, creators have a lot of choices these days, and at NP Digital, we've tested various platforms and found different strengths with each that change over time. So it's really important that you are consistently looking to test, one platform against another, create a custom GPT or, project in Claude, and look at what gives you the best results over time, knowing that things could change, month to month, year to year. You don't want to just settle on one tool. You really want to make sure you're testing and seeing what works best for you. And I did want to share some of the various learnings that we have at NP Digital, starting with the fact that different platforms and models have a huge impact on the output length. When we first started testing out custom GPTs using GPT-3, we were struggling to get more than 500 words in our outputs. Once we started testing GPT-4, we were actually able to get more like 800 words. So depending on the type of content or SEO project you're working on, if length is going to be important to you, make sure you're testing different platforms, working with the latest models and figuring out how to get the output that you need. Now, ChatGPT paired with SERP data is a game changer when it comes to content clustering. So we've been finding that ChatGPT is best for automating, things like SEO titles and descriptions, FAQs, headings for content. What we do is we take a large amount of SERP data that we've pulled through an API and feed that into a custom GPT in order to get out these SEO elements. And we've had incredible success shaving time off from that SEO work using ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is definitely only best for certain types of projects. So again, remember that different platforms have different strengths and weaknesses. ChatGPT is definitely stronger when it comes to shorter, drier, more factual content, or things like data analysis. On the flip side, if you are looking for longer form, more creative, or maybe informational content, our content team definitely favors Claude there. Interestingly, I mentioned that ChatGPT is better for data analysis. We've had some negative experiences with Claude producing more numerical errors. So again, you might want to figure out a plan where you use ChatGPT for some projects, Claude for other projects, and maybe Gemini for other projects. We've found that Gemini is great at pulling from the web and incorporating insights from things like Reddit data, which is really helpful because you can get real reviews, actual phrases that people have used to describe your brand or your products and your services. And that can be really helpful for things like metadata or even producing things like social media copy. So make sure that you're testing like all the pros, all the cons, find what platform works for you depending on the project that you have. All right, now let's jump into my third principle, and that is don't expect to find a silver bullet. AI works with and alongside your writers and copy editors. Don't think of them as full-on replacements because contrary to a very common belief, there usually isn't one, holy grail of a prompt that's going to get AI to start outputting all of your SEO content perfectly. For the best SEO results, your team is going to need to continuously prompt throughout each stage of your content production process. So think of AI tools as something that you can adapt your current SEO processes to. Your AI is really going to work alongside humans to enhance the workflows, not replace humans in entire workflows. And unfortunately, I've heard of some, horror stories where, leaders across some brands and some agencies have just overnight decided to let go of entire content teams and have said, oh, just go replace everything with AI. But again, AI works with your writers and with your copy editors, not completely in place of them. And I mentioned that you'll need to prompt, throughout each stage of your process and your content journey. So the help that AI provides might look a little bit different at each stage of your process, right? So for example, you can use AI prompts for content to inform your research during the ideation stage and during the outlining process. These platforms can help with research, such as like giving you keyword lists or suggesting headings and subheadings that might perform well in the SERPs. And AI is going to probably save you the most amount of time when it comes to drafting your actual content. Again, you're going to want to start with a very detailed prompt using your custom GPT, where you've already input your customer and persona data. And you're going to need to break up your prompting potentially for different sections of your long form blog content. Like I mentioned, a lot of these AI platforms have limitations on how much content that they're going to output. And you don't want to limit the length of your content simply based on what these platforms will output. So that's why you see on the screen here that you might want to start by drafting, your blog intro and your key points, and then draft a few paragraphs at a time, just to make sure that you're getting a healthy amount of content back to review, instead of being limited by what the platforms will output. Now, regardless, just know that AI is not perfect. Everything you get back, you should be thinking of as a foundation to work off from. And what if you're not generating new content? AI can still be incredibly helpful. We've seen at NP Digital that oftentimes, yes, new content creation can be helpful, but strengthening and refining existing content that you've already invested in the past can be a huge way to generate new traffic. So if you need to edit and refresh your existing content, you can and should still use AI. The right prompts can help you, trim out the fluff. There was a time when everyone was creating like 8,000 to 10,000 word blogs and trying to make 10x guides and really long form content. And in today's world, users are looking for the TLDR. They want key bullet points. They want easily scannable and digestible content, and they want you to get more to the point. So leveraging AI, you can ask it to identify redundancies in your content, areas that don't really add value, fluff that can be trimmed out. And overall, you can just use AI to help bring more clarity to your content and see where it can be strengthened. Because again, new content might be critical to some SEO campaigns, but in other cases, refreshing what you already have is a great way to give a facelift to the content you already have, and help use that to drive new traffic. All right, on to my fourth principle, which is making sure that you enhance your AI content for EEAT. Now, I know at this point, EEAT seems just like an SEO content marketing buzzword, but it's true. Google wants to reward content from websites who have and demonstrate, firsthand subject matter expertise and experience. A lot of people in the SEO community have even hypothesized that Google added this second E for experience specifically to help combat the wave of, low quality AI content that's here because of the rapid adoption of AI. And, many companies are already using generative AI platforms to mass produce content, like I said. So EEAT is more important than ever because you want to help your content stand out from that wave of AI produced content that is out there. And so when you think about how you've been saving time and becoming more efficient as you've used AI to scale your content program, think about reinvesting that saved time to go back and make sure that you're optimizing your website and your content for EEAT. And I'll walk you through a few different ways that you can think about doing that. So leveraging and hiring an experienced, credentialed bench of authors is a great way to set your content apart, and to provide just a better experience compared to your competitors who either aren't doing this or maybe they're mass producing content with AI. And so you really want to find experienced authors who have a right to be seen as an authority in your space, who you would feel proud to have, as listed as actual authors on your blog. if you can't find or budget to hire actual expert writers, you can also just hire them to review your content. I'm sure you've probably seen this. Sometimes you see an author bio on a website. Sometimes you just see a reviewer bio on a website. If you work for an agency right now, this could be as simple as asking your client to provide a dedicated, subject matter expert to formally review your content or to byline it. Or, if you work in-house, you can just ask around to see who has the depth and experience needed to weigh in on whatever subject, you're covering. LinkedIn is also a great platform to identify and reach out to experts within certain fields. It's really just making sure that as you create and post content, that you've got people, who really have the credentials to stand behind that content. Now, if you can't find or afford credentialed authors to be, fully set up as authors or reviewers on your website, you can still strengthen your content and optimize for EEAT by weaving subject matter expert quotes into your content. Now, this could be, getting a quote from somebody who's an expert in the field, asking them to, provide an insight on something that's happening, asking them to react to a new statistic or something like that, and weaving that into your content. And if you can't get into direct contact with a SME, either with your client or somebody, if you're in-house, maybe a colleague, there are other ways that you can gain insights and quotes from industry experts. Think about using a site like Connectively, which used to be, Help a Reporter Out, or respondent.io. There you can kind of get the questions that you want answered by an industry expert. Make sure you verify their credentials, but it can be, a pretty quick and low cost way to add some depth and subject matter expertise to your content. Something else that we've been able to do at NP Digital for our clients is kind of mine some quotes from their existing content, whether it's, YouTube content that they own and have posted, or if they, own or host a podcast. You can look through that content, find commentary relevant to, the blogs that you're creating, and weave those quotes into the blog content to help enhance it as well. And lastly, you can also leverage custom or proprietary data to give your content that EEAT unique angle and give it something that nobody else has. Now, your own unique data isn't just helpful for Google, right, and enhancing for EEAT for Google, but it's also something that your readers will value. So if you're struggling to make sense of your own proprietary data, maybe that's what's in your CRM or your analytics or something like that, you can also do something like a Pollfish, which is a company that helps you conduct a survey. You basically just brainstorm, a list of questions, get those answered, by people who are relevant to your industry through a questionnaire, and then you can use that data to kind of shed light on certain topics within your industry. So whether you use, subject matter expert quotes, whether you even proprietary data, or whether you choose to, hire, credentialed authors to contribute, just make sure that you're reinvesting some of those AI time savings into EEAT enhancements of your content. All right, my fifth principle is one of the most important aspects of my presentation today. From my experience, AI can get you, maybe 60 to 70% of the way there, but a human touch remains essential throughout the process. Yes, AI technology is advancing every day. It's getting better and better, but a human touch is critical for producing high quality content that's going to perform well over time on Google. So your aim should really be to use AI to set your piece up for success, enhance your content, save yourself some time, but it's really critical to ensure that you have the proper staff to finalize everything, because AI is not perfect. It takes a human hand to oversee all of your content and ensure that it hits all the major benchmarks, for SEO and content marketing purposes. Now, fact checking is one of the most important. Review your content that AI produces with a healthy dose of skepticism. Make sure you fact check everything, because trust me, AI is not perfect, and you can be made a fool if you take everything AI spits out at face value. It does still hallucinate. Now, plagiarism is also really important to have a handle on. AI outputs frequently are flagged for plagiarism, so you want to have a tool in place to make sure that you're QAing your content. We really like Copyscape here at NP Digital, but there's a bunch of tools out there on the market. Just make sure that you do a check, because plagiarism is definitely a huge concern when it comes to leveraging AI. And then you also want to make sure, even if you've used a custom GPT and you've kind of trained that GPT up on your brand style, tone, and voice and guidelines, you of course want to make sure that you are still getting that consistent, tone, style, voice, that you're not putting something out there that just doesn't look and feel like your brand normally does. And then of course, this goes without saying, but even with AI, it's not perfect. You want to make sure that everything is, locked and loaded with spelling and basic grammar. Now, you also want to make sure that your copy is well optimized for the terms that you want to rank for, right? If you're creating your custom GPT correctly, you're going to be inputting a lot of things that will help it achieve a certain level of optimization. But you want to make sure that it's optimized for your keywords, your variations, that it hasn't gone overboard and kind of stuffed keywords in there, and that you're tackling the basics such as, internal linking and stuff like that. All right, so in summary, make sure that as you look to use AI to create your SEO content, that you are always starting with an outcome. Don't fall into the trap of mass producing, SEO content just because you can with the adoption of AI. And also make sure that you're gathering and feeding AI those audience insights that are going to be critical to making sure that you are consistently speaking to your actual target audience. But don't do any of that, of course, without a paid plan, which not only is essential if you want to create and use the custom GPTs that I've mentioned, but it's also important to protect yourself, protect any of the data that you're putting in there so that it doesn't become public. Remember, there is no silver bullet. You're not going to be able to replace your entire, SEO or content marketing team with some prompts, at least not right now. So make sure that you're prompting at each stage of the journey and don't expect to find one prompt that's going to do it all for you. With that, also, again, I know it seems like an SEO buzzword, but you really want to make sure that you're taking a step back to enhance your content for experience, expertise, authority, and trust, because with the massive wave of content that's going to be out there, with the mass adoption of AI, you really want to do what you can to set your content apart. And last but not least, remember, AI requires a human touch. It's not perfect. It's far from it. Make sure you're doing quality control on everything you produce with AI. If you like what you heard here today, feel free to find me on Search Engine Land. I'm an ongoing contributor on LinkedIn. I'd be happy to connect, or look at my and my team's awesome work, all posted on npdigital.com. Thank you so much.
When you use Omnisend, promoting your online store is that easy. So here you are, minutes away from adventure with a to-do list longer than your pretzel recipe. No worries though, Omnisend's got your back. Building emails? Fast and easy. Texting customers? Quick and smooth. Push notifications? 1, 2, send. And done. Sign up with Omnisend today and get 30% off for the first 3 months.
Are you feeling energized by all the tips and strategies you're getting from our summit? Do you want to dive right into your business and start implementing all the things you've learned so far? That's great. With so much value shared by our speakers, it's hard not to get inspired. There's just one little problem. Actually, it's a big problem. And it's a problem that will affect about 90% of the people who attended our summit. a problem that will keep your business from moving forward. See, everyone attends these kinds of conferences with the best intentions. Learn as much as possible, then implement all those learnings in your own business. That's the goal, right? But be honest, how many conferences have you left with the same intentions only to get caught up in your normal routine the moment you go back to your office? And all those plans you had for shaking things up, I bet you only remember them when you can't hit your goals, and that's too late. Don't worry, we're here to help you. The marketing specialists at MP Digital have worked with companies just like yours and dozens of other large and small brands around the globe. Our team members are trained by Neil Patel himself. So when you partner with us, it's like having Neil guide your business to success. In fact, you've already met many of our top experts at this conference. We love to share our knowledge to help others make it big. And when you work with us, you get to benefit from our thought leadership and digital marketing experience to drive change for your business. We work hand in hand with our clients to form a partnership where we listen to your needs and concerns and then do our part to deliver solutions that address them. Organic and technical SEO, content and social media marketing, search and display ads, conversion rate optimization, email campaigns, dashboard development. You've heard our experts speak about these topics at this very summit. Now you can hire them to help you implement their success strategies to grow your own brand. We've gathered dozens of awards over the years because our strategies work. Here's just one of the many success stories. When Waterdrop wanted to generate more traffic and sales on their website, they came to us for help. At the time, they were only ranking for branded keywords, and most of their sales came from Amazon rather than their own online store. Our team optimized their content and improved the user experience on their website. We also helped them build backlinks to give them more authority. After a year of working with us, Waterdrop's web traffic was up more than 2,000%, and their organic impressions went up by nearly 5,000%. With our new content marketing strategies in place, they saw huge gains in competitive keyword rankings and were able to attract more of the right customer base. Of course, we don't just work with small and medium-sized businesses. Our clients include international enterprise companies like Adobe and CNN. Through a mix of technical and on-page SEO strategies, content updates, and in-house workshops, we help CNN Brazil rise to the top 10 search positions in their home market and increase their organic page views by 91%. This translated into more than 1 billion page views in 2022. Results like this are possible for anyone, but that doesn't mean anyone can make them happen. If there's one thing you've learned at this summit, it's that the digital marketing landscape is constantly evolving. Search is evolving. Strategies that once worked quickly become outdated. Keeping up with all the changes is basically a full-time job. Google literally makes thousands of updates to its search algorithm every year. And when a major update rolls out, we often need to quickly pivot our approach. Now, you may think you can just hire a freelancer to help you out. But do you really think a freelancer who's running a one-person business has the time and resources to stay up to date with all of these new developments? And don't forget that SEO is only a small part of your digital marketing strategy. If you want to future-proof your business, you need an omni-channel strategy with SEO, paid media, email, etc., all working together and supporting each other. How many freelancers do you know who are experts in all these areas? And if you hired several different freelancers, there's no way you'd be getting a cohesive, integrated marketing approach. So, why don't you save yourself the headache and trouble and stop wasting money by trying to do things on the cheap? When you've got a business to run or deadlines to meet, it's hard to find the time and resources to explore new ways, not to mention the uncertainty of doing things on your own. Change is difficult in any organization. How are you going to explain to your boss when your current strategies aren't getting you the results that you expected? Sometimes it's just easier and safer to let someone else get their hands dirty. Someone who knows exactly what they're doing, while you focus on your core business and watch the profits stack up. So listen, when you're pumped about moving your business forward after this summit, do it right this time. You're obviously committed to growing your business, or you wouldn't have signed up for this conference. So rather than putting things off or giving it a cursory DIY attempt, save yourself the time and trouble and call in the experts. Now, you may be wondering, what's the cost of working with our professional team? I'll tell you one thing. It's a fraction of the ROI you can actually achieve. The reality is that sometimes you have to spend money to make money. It's better to do that when you know the strategies have been proven to work. We have been nominated and won over 50 industry awards because of that. That said, we only take on select clients who are ready to rise to the top. And I'll be perfectly honest, our capacity to take on new clients right now is a little limited. But here's the good news. Because you're part of this summit, you've already demonstrated the commitment to growing your business that we're looking for. That's why we're giving you an exclusive invite to connect with our team and see if your business qualifies to work with us. All you need to do is fill out the form on this page. We'll review your application and reach out to you with next steps. So be sure to check your email and answer your phone. When you're working with us, you'll receive a customized 6 to 12-month growth plan that's tailored specifically around your marketing needs. You get to decide how involved you want to be in your growth journey. Stay completely hands-off or follow our lead as we guide you towards success. It's whatever works for you. We know how to make growth happen because we went through it ourselves. NP Digital started in 2017 as a boutique agency, and now we're located in 20 countries and counting. No matter where you are in the world, you can get first-hand access to our proven strategies. Germany, Italy, Australia, India, Brazil, England, Canada, Japan. We are where you are, and we have in-country experts who speak your language and know your local market. So, what's it going to be for you after this summit? Are you going to take the familiar path, hoping you'll find the time to implement everything you've learned on your own? Or are you ready to join the big leagues? This is your opportunity to work with the best. But hurry, spots are limited, so make sure you snag one of them. Simply fill out our short questionnaire and we'll take it from there. Let's grow.
Hello and welcome everyone to the session. Here with me on the call is Rajesh Shivani. Jesh is the global head at the Media Center of Excellence at Lenovo. My name is Michael Messerschmidt. I'm your host and I'm the managing director at NP Digital in Germany. Jesh, it is our absolute pleasure having you. Why don't you give our audience a brief introduction to yourself?
Thanks for having me at this event, Michael. I'm super excited to participate and thank you for the kind introduction. I'm Jesh Sukwani. I am the Global Media Director at Lenovo, responsible for all in-housing data and partnerships across media, data, and technology at Lenovo, based in Milan.
Thank you, Jesh. We know each other for more than a decade, and given your responsibility, you have a global view in the industry and digital marketing. That is very exciting for us. I know that advertising has always been at the very heart of what you've been doing. Before we delve into current challenges or even speak about the future, what's the most memorable ad that you've seen this year, and why do you think it resonated with you as a consumer and as a marketer?
I will be a little bit biased here and say that it's one of our own ads, in fact, and the campaign was called CIO Island. CIO Island was a campaign targeted at chief information officers responsible for a lot of our B2B decision-making on our client sides that we work with. Being a global company, very active in the B2B space for infrastructure and services and hardware and server racks and systems globally. We wanted to have a new approach to how we are marketing and communicating our messages to CIOs. And we came up with this novel idea through our in-house creative agency of being able to connect the fact that a CIO on an island, completely on his own, is then connected with Lenovo through engagement on the beach itself. I don't want to say too much about the campaign. You need to go find it and Google it yourself, and maybe find it on the internet to see. But it was seriously an approach to break the ice from the usual display banner ads or any video ads, and we want to have a much more younger feel to it, appealing for the next generation of CIOs that are going to be taking over or going into their career, progressing into a career within the B2B industry. for systems and hardware. So yeah, I must say that was really truly one of my favorite ads this year.
Fantastic, Jesh. Thank you very much for your answer. It's always very interesting to see and to hear from people in the industry. We're looking at ads every day, and it's interesting to hear what captures our attention or even our heart. Now, let us move to something more operational, because we obviously like to hear about one thing that's probably most relevant for the people in our audience. And that's on the topic of managing and staying ahead of all the different channels that you have to manage. So when it comes to Lenovo, what are some of the challenges that you've been encountering when managing your entire digital marketing funnel or your entire marketing funnel from acquisition to retention? And how have you overcome those challenges?
Okay, great question. I'd like to answer those questions around the full funnel and the different stages, and share some best practices, what I believe should be adopted within my industry peer groups.
Sure.
First of all, really truly is to really understand what is the campaign objective that you're trying to do. As a brand, as an advertiser, what ultimately we're looking to do is to be able to increase and shift the perception of the brand needle. So whether it may be brand perception, whether it may be from a premiumness perspective, or whether it may be brand love, is really understand, the marketing activities, the advertising promotion budgets that we are investing. How can we best maximize use of that budget to shift that branding KPI? So that's number one that you have to really define. But secondly, also is to work very closely with your media agencies to define and strategize across a plan that will speak from a media mix perspective, but at the same time from an audience perspective, to be able to have the right media mix of whether it may be video ads, CTV, social media, online, offline, mix of media on a plan that is able to engage with the users in a unique way and speak to the audience. For that to happen, you need to also have data and insights. And for that data and insights to have, it's very important that you have done the appropriate research to be really understanding, where's the best engagement that you're getting from which select audiences, from which platforms, from which sites, and to be engaged through those channels with those audiences. We do not look at silos or programmatic, for example, which is a common question I'm asked. Do you do programmatic advertising? We don't look at programmatic advertising as a channel per se, but we look at it as a form of campaign execution. So for us, whether we are having a direct relationship with a media vendor, whether we provide with an IO or execute it through a programmatic campaign, a decision marketing execution, is really not the core factor here. Most important is to be able to understand, what is the appropriate media mix? Who is the audiences that you're looking at? Which channels and how are those audiences engaging with your brands? And then to apply that data and insights and analytics into optimizing campaign for eventual results.
All right. So it sounds like to me that data and analytics playing a major role in being successful with that. So give us a bit more insights on how you leverage data and analytics at Lenovo to create more effective campaigns, and which advice, and that's a very important part of that question, which advice could you give to someone who is standing at the very beginning of their data-driven media journey today?
Again, great question. Without a doubt, having measurement and analytics as a post-campaign analysis is critical. If you're not able to learn from the campaign metrics and how the campaign performed, and not taking those learnings into your next media plans and your future campaigns, then I think you as a marketer will be quite challenged to be able to justify and be able to optimize the return of investment or ROAS of your campaign, to really understand and ultimately be able to reduce the number of non-working media dollars, i.e. media loss, and increase the amount of spent into actual media itself. So it all really starts off by tagging and tracking your campaign. You need to have in place today a framework to be able to effectively manage tracking of your campaign, collect the insights of your consumer engagement, be able to attribute that back to your campaign KPIs, and then to be able to review those together with your media agency and your media partners, to be able to then come to a conclusion whether that media mix or that channel that you invested in was in fact a payoff or not. So really the emphasis I'm making here is you really need to take a step back even before you sign off on that media plan and execute campaigns. Since then, how are you actually measuring that campaign, and what metrics have you decided to be able to define what success is for that campaign?
All right. And considering that you have a global role, how do you overcome the technical challenges of that? Because I could imagine that a tech stack in the US would look substantially different from a tech stack in Europe or a tech stack in Asia. So how do you overcome those challenges, and how do you consolidate those data into one insightful measurement and overview?
Yeah. I would say that when I joined the company some 3.5 years ago, we were in our situation that we had a multi-tech stack approach. And very much so, we still do have that multi-tech stack approach. But the only difference is now is that through the in-housing journey and bringing in the contracts that we have through by setting up the Media Center of Excellence, is we've been able to actually define and work with our direct technology partners to help and set up a multi-stack approach, but a global approach to collecting our campaign insights. And by that, I would say that whilst we do use multiple technologies, at the same time, we do do a deployment globally. So in the 4 major geographies that we are active in, Asia Pacific, EMEA, North America, Latin America, we do bring in all the data and track our campaigns for insights through a multi-stack approach, but it's a global deployment. And we've been able to very successfully deploy that across the globe with a standardized tech stack, with training and education of our marketers, so they're aware of how they're able to use and leverage that transparency. And we're able to draw off then reports and better analysis of if the science of marketing has paid off for our campaigns or not.
All right. Yeah, it's very interesting. So I hear from you, and I would love you to confirm that, is that the direct relationship between you, tech vendors, and the tech stack is as important as the direct relationship to your agency. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. I would say any modern marketer today would be much more aware, much more conscious of having a full oversight and ownership of their data. And number 2 is to be able to have a closer working relationship with your most strategic partners, one of them being a media agency, the second being your tech partners and your media partners, to be able to stay ahead of the game. Adopting a culture of test and learn can only be possible if you have that relationship directly, and be able to understand what may be in the product pipeline, how you be able to innovate, and to basically future-proof your marketing organization.
And talking of test and learn, and also talking of innovation, Jesh, I know you are around on conferences quite a lot, and you speak on a lot of panels. And I think there has not been any conference or any panel in the recent past where people are not talking about AI. So let us also talk a bit about AI. And how do you see that role of AI evolving, particularly in the data part, in the analytics part, as well as in media planning and buying? And what impact does it have already to your strategies?
Okay, I'm very happy to say that a couple of weeks ago at the IFA in Berlin, Lenovo successfully launched with its partners Qualcomm and Microsoft our new generation of AI PCs named Aura. So go into a store and online and buy yourself one. I would encourage you. And the introduction of AI, or the impact of AI, on marketing and advertising is a game changer. As an analogy, I always refer back to the period when we were buying media primarily on an IO basis, so very manual, email-based Excel sheets, which still does happen to a certain extent, I'm afraid to say. But come around 2011, 2012, the era of programmatic changed the landscape of how media was bought and traded. And I would say that artificial intelligence and machine learning, AI and ML, and particularly ML, has been around for quite some time. It's a digestion of big data to be able to optimize a campaign output. But what the game changer is now, as it was in 2012 with programmatic, is that we're now able to make machines much more smarter, and as a result, be able to do a lot more prediction and also forecasting. Ultimately, be a lot more smarter in the decisions and the outcomes that we are driving. For that, you do need to have a human interaction. So I always call it, coin a phrase between a human-machine relationship, in that you need to be able to, as a human, to tell the machine what it should derive as an outcome. And then the machine learning will take the data, crunch it with the algorithms on artificial intelligence, and then create a prediction or an outcome, which is what the human is looking for. So the impact is big. I think we're just at the early days. Eventually, how a lot of the services that will be impacting us as consumers, whether it may be healthcare, whether it may be interactions with your mobile phone, will all have some level of artificial intelligence built into it. And that's not going to escape the marketing and advertising industry either. Media plans, the ingestion of years of data to be able to forecast, to make a forecast of how your performance is going to be driven based on the media mix that you have, is all going to be a lot more faster, a lot more precise than what we've ever experienced in the past.
Yeah, I also think AI is around in the industry basically since about 2 years. And if we imagine how that will evolve over the next 10 years, we can just be curious on where that's getting us personal as much as the industry. So, but it sounds to me like the media professionals have to adopt to the future of AI. In talking of the professionals that are working in that business, as a leader in that space, what skill do you consider essential for media professionals to succeed in today's ever fast evolving landscape?
I'll take one step back and just expand on to that before I come to answering your question. And I will highlight 2 points. Number one is there's been a lot of talk in the press and within the industry that AI will eradicate jobs. I'm not a believer of that. On the contrary, I would say that artificial intelligence and machine learning, the combination of the two, will require a new skill set. We will need to build new muscles and exercise those muscles to be experts in those areas. And I think instead of job eradication, there will be a certain period of job training and learning of how to build those new muscles to use artificial intelligence, machine learning, a more effective way of using data and collaborating with your partners across data. Again, I would say that it's the same process that what my experience has told me when back in 2012, I was meeting with media partners, and there would be 2 salespeople coming to the meeting when I was working on the agency side. And one salesperson will be there to sell me media on an IO basis. The other person will be the programmatic expert. And I was always confused as to why do I need to have 2 salespeople working with me on the same account? It's doubling my work, which I don't have the time for. At the same time, it's just confusing to have 2 different contracts. Because ultimately, I just want to be able to test and learn and work with the new pipes of programmatic advertising. But one was an expert and the other one had no clue about it. Finally, eventually, it took a few years. We did then see that the roles were merging and that there was just one sales team. And today, whenever you talk to any media house across the globe, you'll just speak to one salesperson who'll be equally as expert in programmatic advertising as normally as a manual process. And I think the same thing is going to be applied to artificial intelligence. That your media planners or your agency colleagues and the colleagues at partners at the media side will have to upskill their staff in the area of what large language models are. What are the enterprise solutions? How is privacy and data privacy and data protection guaranteed in the world of AI? Best practices, and that's only a matter of time. But I think it will happen, and I think the train has already left the station. It's something that you can't really stop it anymore.
Yeah, absolutely, Jess. I couldn't agree more. And then when we're looking at where we're at in the current status, do you think that the industry is taking enough effort to educate their people in this space? And I'm talking of the agency side as well as whatever is on the publisher side, and of course also the client side.
That's a great question, Michael. I think there are just so many different pillars within AI and machine learning that not everybody's going to be able to be familiar with all aspects. So if you're a developer, for example, you'll be more understanding of how Python works or any other coding language to be able to manage those huge big data crunching. If you are looking at from the industry perspective, a lot of the times that I've been speaking to my peer group on panel discussions, the attention tends to focus more around generative AI, which is, in my opinion, just a small piece of the bigger picture. You need to look at AI and machine learning from an enterprise perspective. In one stream, it is more around optimizing processes, making the machine smarter, being able to basically make your time much more productive. But on the other side of the enterprise solutions is also campaign optimization. So these are driving better outcomes through the ingestion of data to be much more smarter and clever, to be able to predict that. So on the one side, it's more about time efficiency, and the other side is more about revenue generation objectives.
Okay, so but I hear from you that AI and how capable the people are working with AI is something that's very important to Lenovo. And for me, it sounds like that the industry still has some room to improve, and that everyone needs to ensure sufficient education, especially with regards to the skill set of using AI, right?
Yeah. I totally agree with that. I think we as collective as an industry are just really at the beginning of the next digital era. The digital revolution began with the introduction of the internet, and then came mobile phones, and the introduction of iPhones, and the rest is all history. I think we're not at a revolution, but we're at the next digital revolution era. In the era of a new way of working with data and with digital pipes to be much more smarter and much more quicker.
Yeah, I also believe that AI will drive the development of digital marketing even faster forward. So we can just be curious about the time that's ahead of us. Jess, and looking ahead, and particularly on the use of AI, what would be the core values or principles that you believe should guide marketers in preparing for that particular future?
I think you need to work inside out rather than outside in. And by that, I mean that you will have to, first of all, and I can speak from a brand perspective, work with your legal and privacy teams, work with your data teams, your data science teams, work with your media teams to really understand how are you able to join the dots in being able to collaboratively then come to an outcome to drive an artificial intelligence machine learning agenda. Taking the different components that are required, starting with from the legal aspect, ensuring that the data is available to be ingested and enriched, to speaking with your data science teams to understand how accessible that data is, how much data you do have, how recent is your data, through to speaking about media, and from a marketing perspective, execution of how you be able to actually execute that data against the media investments that you do. Ultimately, you want to be able to drive better brand outcomes for the advertiser, for the brand.
Sure.
So it's really working out inside out. And once you've actually done that homework internally, then you're able to then exchange with and engage with external partners, whether it may be tech vendors or your agency partners to execute wonderful campaigns.
Yeah. So no, I believe that Lenovo is rather at the forefront of that game. But give us a bit more insights on how you integrate those pillars into your long-term marketing plans and how you prepare for that now. Because it's one thing looking at a marketing plan that has a annual goal or 2 years goal, but what do you see? Where is this moving in 5 years from now on?
Oh, 5 years from now, I really cannot imagine a world without.
I know it's a challenging question, Jesh. I'm very sorry for that.
It is a challenging question. Our industry, thankfully, is ever evolving. So you never know what might be across around the horizon in the next 3 years, let alone 5 years. But let me just say this: I think we will be in a significantly different landscape from a digital landscape in 2 to 3 years from now, where we are much more attuned. The adoption, the expansion of devices, the interconnectivity between devices, and also connecting and better analysis of media campaigns and outcomes will make us, on the one side, a lot more smarter, but also at the same time make the industry a lot more competitive.
Yeah.
It will be much more challenging to engage with audiences. I think consumer behavior will be drastically different, much more choosy and much more difficult to engage with. And those brands and marketers that are looking at from an innovation perspective, from an area where they'll be able to think from top of the funnel down to the bottom of the funnel, are the ones that will probably succeed in the future.
Yeah, I also think that something that has always shaped the culture in our industry, particularly in digital marketing, was the ability to adapt to current and future changes, right? Because there was no such thing as certainty on what's important next year or the year after. We both are long enough in the industry to have seen the growth of Google, the growth of the importance of social media, and now we're seeing the growth and importance of AI. And I'm curious, but in the same way, confident on what that future will bring, and that we'll be able to manage that. Jesh, to round up our conversation, if you're looking into the future, again, it's about the future. Is there any additional advice that you'd like to give to our audience to be more successful with their digital marketing, or what they can learn from things in the past that you've done? We'd really love to hear about that from you.
Yeah. My advice to an upcoming digital marketer or marketing per se would be the following. One, really work inside out. So take stock of what your systems and processes, your data, your teams internally are set up to do. Define a strategy, a vision of where you want to be over the next 2 to 3 years, and work then with your internal teams to realize that collaborative common goal. Number two is to better understand and take ownership of your data. There is a lot of it. You have multiple engagement points. Track them and understand how those audiences are engaging to make a much more better user experience for your audiences that are engaging with your brand. And last but not least is to be able to really evolve and don't be shy or fearful of testing and learning and failing. It's failing faster, testing as much as you can, learning as much as you can from what works and what doesn't work for your brand is the only way to success. So you can be able to future-proof your marketing organization. So those are the three things that I would ever say. Take stock of what's inside, be able to take full ownership and understanding of your data and your audience. And last but not least, test and learn as quick as you can, as fast as you can.
Jesh, what can I say? It was very insightful talking to you. I thank you very much for your time. As always, it's a pleasure. And we really appreciate that you've been sharing your knowledge. And of course, I would also like to thank our audience for watching this. I hope to see you all soon. Take care and bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Take care. Bye.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining NPD's The Future of Marketing Summit. Today's session is Keeping Up with Programmatic DSPs and Trends. My name is Dana Hines. I've been the programmatic director here at NP Digital since 2021 and have been in the digital space for over 14 years now. I actually started my career in digital sales, but have been working agency side and specializing in programmatic and site direct buys for 10 years now. I really love the diversity of clients we get to work with. I have experience in education, B2B, tourism, and even consumer personal care products. So really a wide range. But what all of these clients, industries, and myself have in common is the desire to learn more about programmatic and keep evolving our capabilities and offerings as programmatic advances. I'll pass it over to Madison to introduce herself.
Hello, everyone. I am Madison. I'm a manager of programmatic at NP Digital. I have a background in advertising for live entertainment, B2B, retail, and education, and I love diving into the data, helping clients optimize their campaigns to hit their goals, and I'm super excited to be here chatting with you all today. So let's jump into the agenda. First, we're going to walk through just a general understanding of what is programmatic advertising. Then Dana will discuss some areas that we focus on when we're evaluating different DSPs and provide a high level of a DSP evaluation that we did this summer. And then we'll wrap up our presentation by going over 5 different programmatic trends that we're seeing right now. So starting with just an understanding of what is programmatic advertising. So programmatic advertising is all about the automated buying and selling of digital ad space. At its core, programmatic advertising uses real-time bidding, or RTB, as an automated auction system that eliminates the need for the manual negotiations between buyers and sellers, something I'm sure that we're all familiar with. Let's dive into just a few key terms that you'll probably hear us reference throughout the rest of this presentation, just so we can make sure we're all on the same page. First, we have publishers. These are the website owners who have available ad space that needs to be filled, and essentially they're the ones that are offering the ad inventory. Then we have supply side platforms, or SSPs. These platforms help publishers manage and sell their ad space to advertisers. Then we have DSPs, or demand side platforms, and these are platforms where advertisers can purchase ad space. DSPs allow advertisers to navigate various ad exchanges in real time to find the best ad placement. So really where all this comes together is the ad exchange, which is the digital marketplace where the actual buying and selling takes place. Publishers list their available ad space through the SSP, and advertisers buy the ad space through the DSP. So a quick rundown of how this would look is first, when a user visits a website or an app, that ad space on the page loads, and this triggers an ad request that is sent to the ad exchange. The request could include details like the user's location, browsing history, and the ad space's characteristics. So like the format of the ad space. Then the ad exchange forwards this request to multiple DSPs, and each DSP assesses the opportunity based on the data that was provided from the ad request and see if it fits their advertisers' criteria. Advertisers, through their DSPs, submit bids in real time. They decide how much they're willing to pay for the ad space based on the user data and the value they place on reaching that particular audience. This ad exchange then conducts an auction where all of the different bids are evaluated, and the DSP that submits the highest bid wins the auction. The winning DSP's ad is then delivered and displayed to the user in the designated ad space. So that was a lot, and it's a lot of things happening, and all of that happens in milliseconds. So from the time that the person loads that website or that app, all of this is happening basically simultaneously. So now that we've talked about what programmatic advertising is, let's talk about what some of the benefits are of utilizing this automated buying and selling system. So there are a number of reasons why programmatic advertising is so great. But actually, you know what? I have jumped ahead, giving you a sneak peek of what's to come. I'm going to backtrack. Let's talk first about the programmatic inventory. So there's a number of different ways that real-time bidding, what we just talked about, can occur depending upon the type of inventory or the auction. So first, there's the open exchange. This is a public marketplace where multiple advertisers can bid on the available ad inventory in real time. It's really great for achieving wide reach and scale at a lower entry cost. However, it comes with less control over where your ads appear and doesn't guarantee ad placement. Then there's the private marketplace, or a PMP, which is an invite-only auction where premium publishers offer ad inventory to a select group of advertisers. An auction is still taking place, but there are less advertisers bidding on more premium inventory. Typically, PMPs come at a higher cost than bidding with the open exchange. And then finally, we have here programmatic guaranteed. This model involves a direct deal where advertisers purchase a fixed number of impressions at a pre-agreed price, guaranteeing delivery. So you're getting guaranteed delivery at that fixed price, but it may come with less flexibility, higher costs, and potentially longer lead times. So now that we understand kind of all the different components, now we can dive into the benefits of programmatic advertising. So there are a ton of benefits to advertising programmatically. Like I said, we've outlined a few here, starting with efficiency and automation. So we've already talked about how programmatic solutions can streamline the buying process, and this automation significantly speeds up campaign execution. In fact, according to a study with Google, agencies using programmatic guaranteed reported a 29% time savings compared to traditional reservation methods. Next, we have reach and frequency management. Programmatic advertising centralizes ad management, allowing for better control over how frequently users see your ads. According to that same Google study that I mentioned, advertisers that consolidated their campaigns using programmatic guaranteed saw an 11% improvement in reach efficiency, ensuring their ads reached more of the right audience without overexposure. And as I'm sure everyone that's on this call is aware, overexposure poses a huge risk to brands. In fact, a study by GWI and WARC said that overexposure to ads more negatively impacted a consumer's view of a brand than ads that were appearing next to questionable content. So being able to control ad exposure across as many marketing initiatives as possible is a huge benefit to consolidating your marketing efforts within a DSP. Finally, one of the other major benefits is targeting. Targeting is a huge advantage. Programmatic advertising allows you to target specific audiences based on some detailed attributes like demographics, interests, purchase behavior, and online activity, ensuring that your ads are seen by the most relevant users. This can be done by piping in your first-party data in a privacy-safe manner into a DSP, or by bidding on third-party data segments from data providers like Oracle, BlueKai, and Experian. So while all these different DSPs that we're going to chat through do share a lot of the same core functionality, There's also a lot of differences between them and different offerings that they can provide based on what your goals are, and Dana's going to dive into that in the coming slides.
Great, thanks, Madison. Now that we're all familiar with programmatic and some of the terminology, let's dive into evaluating DSPs. The number of programmatic DSPs varies as the digital advertising landscape evolves, new platforms emerge, and others consolidate or exit the market entirely, which can make staying on top of DSPs very challenging, along with evaluating them. As of the latest data, there are hundreds of DSPs available globally, catering to various needs and markets. These DSPs range from major, well-known platforms to niche or specialized DSPs. When selecting a DSP for your programmatic advertising, it's crucial to analyze different platforms based on your specific marketing goals. Each DSP offers unique strengths, targeting capabilities, and inventory access that can significantly impact the success of your campaigns. There are 5 key areas we recommend exploring when evaluating DSP platforms. The first being inventory. Do you want or need a DSP that offers special inventory types such as digital out of home or YouTube inventory? Is it important that the DSP has a large number of exchanges, or is it more important that the DSP owns its own inventory? Next, we recommend focusing on the audience availability. Does the DSP have access to ample audience segments and third-party providers so you can reach your core audience? Are you looking for a DSP that has their own first-party data or maybe a retailer's first-party data? And does the DSP have the capability to ingest your first-party data so you can target or suppress that list? Both are equally as important. Third, we have optimization, and this is all about user control. Does the platform allow for automated and manual optimizations? Do you have control over your bids and frequencies you set? Think about what your non-negotiables are in the sense of setup, reporting, and optimizations. Then we explore bid methods. Ask yourself, do you need flexibility in your bid strategies, such as bidding on a CPM, a cost per click, or a CPA to reach your goals? And lastly, fees. Is the DSP being transparent with the media versus audience versus platform versus tech fees? Because there is a lot of them out there. And be sure to explore the percentage of fee the DSP takes on your media to make sure you feel it's worth it. Once you have a good handle on all of these areas for each DSP you're evaluating, you can put together a side-by-side comparison to evaluate which platform is best for you. In a recent evaluation, we assessed 9 DSPs to understand their integrations, capabilities, and unique features. After narrowing the list from 9 to 4 DSPs that we felt were best suited for a few of our clients, that being DV360, Amazon's DSP, Mountain, and AdLib, we conducted a thorough head-to-head comparison that we'd like to share a high level with you. First up, we have DV360. DV360 has a unified campaign management and robust offerings. This platform offers display, video, audio, OTT, digital out of home, and has YouTube inventory. Recently, Disney's real-time ad exchange, Drax, was integrated into the platform, and the platform has access to over 80 exchanges and more than 35 third-party data providers, including Google's first-party audiences. Another great selling point for DV360 is that it's integrated with Google's ecosystem, including Google Ads, Analytics, Cloud, and their ad server, Campaign Manager 360. And lastly, the platform breaks out costs clearly. It's easy to pull reporting to understand where your dollars are going. Next, we have Amazon's DSP. The two biggest selling points for Amazon's DSP is their data and inventory. Amazon has rich first-party data, including shopping behaviors, demographics, and interests. Plus, their premium O&O properties like Twitch and Prime Video. While their data and inventory is hard to beat, Amazon's DSP has some limitations that are worth noting. They just recently launched native ads in April, but currently only have one native exchange partner. As a whole, they have 26 total exchanges on their DSP. And if you might remember, we mentioned DV360 has 80. And if you're looking to use more than Amazon's first-party data, they have two third-party data providers, LiveRamp and Oracle, which are very large data providers, but you are limited to the two. Next, we have Mountain. Mountain focuses on video advertising and specifically on CTV devices. Mountain offers video creative production tools and solutions, which can be a huge help for advertisers that are in need of creative. Recently, they launched Mountain Matched, a keyword-based audience builder for CTV, which is the first to the market. In summary, Mountain Match predicts what households want to buy next based on using AI scoring. Mountain also has a fun feature called multi-touch, which remarkets users or households that were exposed to your CTV ad with a display banner to help drive conversions, offering a more mid to lower funnel tactic. A few limitations we found are based on Mountain's video first initiative and their push to have an easy, user-friendly interface. First, they limit their ad formats to just video and display. The platform does not support private marketplaces or programmatic guaranteed deals that Madison went over earlier. And lastly, it doesn't offer manual bid optimizations or frequency capping currently. And then our last DSP we explored is called AdLib, which is actually a Meta DSP, not to be confused with Meta social platform. It's an ad tech platform that sits on top of existing DSPs, granting it access to audiences and inventory across all the DSP they are integrated with. This is a unique opportunity to have access to multiple DSPs without having to have a seat on all of them. When AdLib first launched, they only had access to MediaMass DSP, but since they've expanded into many other DSPs like DV360, Amazon, Beeswax, and many more. However, this unique platform has some limitations. They too, like Mountain, do not offer programmatic guaranteed deals, and if running a PMP, it require floor pricing. I'm hoping by going through a high-level DSP evaluation we've conducted with you, you were able to see some patterns and areas that we dive into and will help guide you through your next evaluation. So while we recently did that DSP evaluation, it's already outdated, as there have been many updates to those DSPs over just the last few months. DSPs are constantly evolving and coming out with new betas, features, and integrations, making regular DSP evaluations a must. Now, let's dive into some programmatic trends we've been seeing. First up, we're seeing that demand-side platforms and supply-side platforms are starting to blur lines. Madison recently explained the role of a DSP, which is to analyze ad requests and place bids in real time, and an SSP, which sells publishers ad space. But what would it look like if a DSP didn't need an SSP, or if an SSP didn't rely so heavily on a DSP? Amid a push for supply path optimization, which focuses on helping media buyers find and use the most relevant and effective connections to transact with supply sellers, DSPs are going directly to publishers, and in many cases, cutting out supply-side platforms in that process. Google has always taken this approach as they serve both sides of the advertising ecosystem, in addition to working with SSPs. The Trade Desk created OpenPath in 2022, which enables advertisers direct connection with premium publishers. And Yahoo did something similar when they developed Backstage in 2023, giving their DSP users direct access to the top 10% of publishers and excluded MFA sites. On the opposite side, we have the supply side platforms like Magnite and PubMatic creating solutions to bypass DSPs to purchase video and CTV inventory directly. So why are we suddenly seeing DSPs and SSPs blur the lines? For both sides, it has to do with increasing transparency, efficiency, and cost savings. It reduces fraud and increases their revenues. Over the recent years, DSPs started losing data signals, and this is a way for them to get more contextual data signals and additional click-through data. Alternatively, SSPs gain more client data when going direct instead of through the DSP and started having better understanding of clients' KPIs and therefore stronger performance. We recommend keeping an eye out for these opportunities and testing them whenever possible.
All right, next we have OTT. So we'll start off just by chatting through what is OTT. OTT is the delivery of video content over the internet instead of traditional means of video delivery like cable, satellite, and broadcast TV. A brief history that I'm sure we will all kind of remember as I chat through it. So streaming platforms initially emerged in the 90s and early 2000s as a way of offering on-demand access to older TV shows and movies, but as internet infrastructure improved, these platforms started adding their own original content, leading to the phenomenon of cord cutting, which is where people can choose to abandon traditional cable in favor of streaming. In many cases today, people choose to stack streaming services on top of their traditional cable. Within this ecosystem, we have what's called CTV, as Dana has brought up in her DSP evaluation. CTV is a television that can connect to the internet and access OTT content. I'm sure a lot of us have CTV devices in our homes. According to a recent study by LG, 93% of internet users are reachable by CTV. eMarketer notes that the average US adult spends 2 hours per day on their CTV device. So why does this matter? You need to meet your audience where they are. And while advertising on traditional broadcast TV is still incredibly impactful, if you're not part of your audience's streaming experience, you might be missing out on some valuable time and attention. In this chart by Nielsen that we have on the right here, you can see that streaming now accounts for a significant share of time spent using TV. In June of 2024, over 40% of total TV usage was spent on streaming services, with cable only claiming 27%. So now that we've established what OTT is, we'll walk through some different trends that we're seeing in the OTT space. The first one being collaboration between media giants and the expansion of programmatic offerings. This is a theme that you'll hear us kind of talk through throughout the rest of this presentation, this idea of collaboration between these big media companies. And OTT really is a case study in this. As you can see with all of these logos here on the screen, we'll walk through a few of the ones that we've seen recently. The first being Disney expanding their Drax ad exchange by partnering with Google's DV360 and the Trade Desk. This partnership will allow Google's DV360 and the Trade Desk to gain direct access to their premium ad inventory on Hulu and Disney+, which gives advertisers who utilize those DSPs the ability to reach those viewers on these really popular streaming services alongside their existing programmatic buys without having to conduct separate buys, with Disney directly. This goes back to that benefit we talked about of programmatic, of consolidating multimedia efforts into a single DSP, so you can really keep everything centralized in one place. In a similar move, Netflix is opening up its ad inventory to the Trade Desk and Google DV360 and Magnite. This is a big step in how advertisers can tap into Netflix audience and inventory, which has historically been pretty difficult to access. Meanwhile, Amazon Prime is expanding its video ad opportunities with programmatic guaranteed deals. As we talked through before, those allow self-service advertisers to purchase guaranteed premium inventory at a fixed CPM. And not to be left out of the push here, we have Walmart, and we're going to be chatting through some different things that Walmart's doing across the board. But one thing that they're doing right now is acquiring Vizio, which will allow the retailer to connect with online consumers through Vizio's smart TVs, which adds just another layer to Walmart's expanding digital footprint. We're seeing collaboration between media companies like Fox, ESPN, and Warner Bros., who are teaming up to launch a combined sports streaming service, which is a major move that could reshape the future of sports viewing and potentially some, opportunities for advertising there as well. Along with all of this collaboration comes some additional competition as well. So the competition is heating up to push, more directly into, with this streaming space, the ability to connect with viewers with interactive and shoppable ads. So that's going to be the next trend in OTT that we chat through. That's interactivity and shoppable. So as people spend more and more time on streaming, the platforms are really trying to capitalize on that by, adding more engagement to the ads and allowing, more interactivity. And so one of the ones that we're going to talk through first is in May, Amazon introduced 3 interactive shoppable ad units for select advertisers. This will likely be rolling out to more advertisers later this year. But this allows viewers to engage with products while they're watching the content. Similarly, Disney launched the Gateway Shop beta, which is a feature that lets viewers purchase products directly through their streaming experience without interrupting the content they're watching by receiving prompts to their phone via push notifications or email. Netflix, as well as partnering with Google via Shop with Google to bring shoppable ads to season 4 of their original show, very popular show, Emily in Paris. Using Google's Lens technology, users can use their mobile device to scan the looks worn by Emily and find similar items. And another thing that Netflix is doing to really interact more with their viewers has been to expand into the gaming space. They've already ventured into mobile and cloud stream games, and in August 2024, they made a big splash by announcing Squid Game Unleashed, which is a new game based on their hit show. This move really blurs those lines between gaming and traditional entertainment, which leads us perfectly into our next topic, which is gaming. So as we chat through gaming, we do have to say Netflix isn't the only one obviously paying attention to it. This chart here might be surprising. Some of these numbers were really surprising to me. But in the year 2023 in the US, gaming revenue surpassed the NFL, the domestic music industry, and domestic streaming. Now, those categories are things we often think about as key advertising opportunities, but how often do we really consider the impact of gaming advertising? Now, I know what you might be thinking, yeah, that's not really my audience, but that might not be as true as you think. So who are gamers? Well, 46% of gamers identify as female, and the average age is 32. If these numbers are a little different than what you expected, that is because there is more than one way to game. A large portion of the gaming industry is comprised of what's called casual gamers. These gamers play mobile games, often on short breaks or commutes, or just to pass the time. The casual gaming audience skews more female and over the age of 40. I don't know about you, but some of these stats were surprising to me. I'm not personally someone who plays mobile games, and so I had no idea how large of an industry it is. This is a stat that was shocking to me. eMarketer found that 69% of US consumers said they would rather give up social media or TV than lose their favorite mobile game. So if you've maybe overlooked gaming because you don't think that your audience is there or you don't have a personal familiarity or affinity for it, I want to encourage you to take another look because there may be an opportunity for your brand or your client in the gaming space that you maybe haven't tapped into yet. One of the things that makes gaming advertising really unique are some of the ad formats that are available. They're super engaging, and you can actually really offer your audience value in a way that other ad formats just simply can't or haven't done traditionally. So in the gaming space, one popular format is called the rewarded video. This is where users can opt to watch your ad in exchange for extended play, an extra life, or some other kind of reward in the game that they're playing. And not only do consumers find these ads less obtrusive, Google found that 50% of users reported that they would be less satisfied with their app experience if rewarded videos were removed. So what does this tell us? This means that not only are consumers okay with seeing your ads in this setting, they actually want to see your ads. As advertisers, how often do we get the chance to really say that? And another format that allows you to interact with your audience that's really unique to gaming is something called a playable ad. These are ads that are like mini games that are centered around your brand that seamlessly fit into the user's gaming experience. And although this, as it sounds, this ad format is a bit of a heavier lift to get up and running, there are a lot of different gaming partners that have gaming templates that your brand can utilize to really streamline this process. So once again, if gaming isn't on your current testing plan, we just encourage you to take another look. There might be an opportunity to engage with your audience in an innovative, playful, and impactful way. So that is our gaming trend topic here. And our next one is one I think you'll probably be maybe a little bit more familiar with, which is retail media. Maybe you have a box on your kitchen counter, just like me right now. I'm from one of the big retailers out there. We'll do a quick history here. So, it all started in 1982 with the Boston Computer Exchange, which holds the title for the world's first e-commerce company. In the 90s, we saw the first online bookstore as Bookstacks Unlimited, not Amazon like many people may think, but in that same era, we did see the big players like Amazon, eBay, and PayPal come on the scene, really helped kind of define the shopping experience online. A major turning point really occurred in 2010 with Cyber Monday sales in the US surpassing 1 billion for the first time. We also saw during this decade the rise of the ability to shop on social media with social media marketplaces, with ads on Instagram. And then, as we all know, COVID-19 hit and e-commerce really surged. So in 2020, we saw 43% growth year over year. And really from this point on, we've seen such a strong theme of retailers and advertising platforms, forming strategic alliances to capitalize on this surge in online shopping. One of the partnerships that we have as an example here is between Yahoo DSP and Planet Fitness, as well as Ripple, powered by Bridge. And this is a trend that we'll discuss here in the coming slides, all of these different partnerships and expansions. But first, we'll just chat through, what are some benefits of advertising with retail media networks? First, because retail media networks have such a plethora of rich first-party data coming from consumer purchase behavior and shopping behaviors, they aren't as reliant on third-party cookies. While cookie deprecation isn't as urgent of a concern as it once was, diversifying your targeting to include cookieless initiatives is still really important. And while retail media networks often do incorporate the ability to utilize third-party data segments in conjunction with their first-party data, that's not their bread and butter. Their bread and butter really is that consumer data that I mentioned. So RMNs have different audience insights and audience targeting capabilities that utilize things like consumer age, items that they look at, what they purchase, how often they shop, repeat purchase behavior, and much more, which allows for you to serve really highly personalized ads that are impactful for your consumer. And then finally, depending on the method of buying, sometimes there is the opportunity to advertise directly on some of these retail media sites. So Walmart will take as an example where, Walmart's first-party data is available now through the trade desk for approved advertisers. Or if you're an advertiser who sells products at Walmart or through their marketplaces, you can access on-site display placements through the Walmart Ad Center, which is the retailer's self-service ad platform. So lots of different opportunities depending on what your product is and really what you're looking to accomplish. And the same trend that we're seeing here that we saw in OTT as well is really going to be all of these different partnerships and collaborations. Really what we're seeing, as the next trend here is the partnership between retail media companies like Walmart and media giants like Disney, Roku, and social media companies like TikTok and Snapchat. So we'll continue the train of using Walmart as an example here. You can see them a few times on this screen. But Walmart audience data, like I said, is now available in the trade desk. Walmart audience data is also now available to be accessed via Disney advertising for approved advertisers. And then additionally, Walmart Connect has partnered with Roku, TikTok, Snapchat, and NBC Universal through what they call their Partner Lab to create omni-channel shopping journeys. So we'll take the example of NBC that we have here. NBC and Walmart partnering together will offer advertisers the ability to utilize the really rich first-party data that Walmart has to offer with streaming sports inventory. So you're seeing a lot of different crossovers here. And really, what we think is that what we're seeing here is just the beginning of all the different collaborations that will be taking place in the future. So something definitely to be keeping an eye on, to look at maybe what collaboration really could be perfect for your brand or for your clients.
Great. And then this takes us to our final trend, which is all about streaming audio. Streaming audio is one of the most untapped advertising spaces that reaches all age groups. It's reported that people spend 31% of their media time with audio, but brands are allocating less than 9% of their media budgets to audio or missing out on it all together. Audio is largely a free medium and has such diverse content that we're seeing more people listen to digital audio and listening for longer. The average daily time spent listening to digital audio has increased 15 minutes per day in just a few years. We also want to take a moment to talk about podcasts. Podcasting has matured in the sense that the year-over-year changes aren't as high as they used to be, but it has overtaken other forms of online audio. Let's take a look. It's estimated that there are over 500 million podcast listeners worldwide. And in the US, 33% consider podcasts their top audio platform. On average, people are spending nearly 8 hours a week listening to podcasts. And similar to our earlier comment, podcast reaches all age groups and genders because of its diverse content. The Joe Rogan Experience is the #1 podcast in the US, and Call Her Daddy is not far behind at number 7. Two very different podcasts, yet very popular. Kids podcasts are growing as younger listeners are some of the most loyal listeners, with 43% of 12 to 34-year-olds listening to a podcast last week. If we look at an even younger audience, 23% of kids 6 to 12 also listened to a podcast last week. But it's not just that younger age group. Of adults 35 to 54, 41% are listening to podcasts weekly, and so are 34% of adults 55 plus. Interestingly enough, the 55 plus age group is spending the most time listening to podcasts. Compared to the US population, podcast listeners are more likely to be educated, affluent, and employed, and that makes them highly desirable. Here's an interesting fact. Sports fans who watch sports video programs spend on average $185 on sports merchandise each year. But those who listen to sports podcasts spend on average $321 per year, nearly double. Tagging onto that desired audience stat, 46% of weekly podcast listeners have purchased a product or service as a result of hearing an ad on a podcast. And lastly, like streaming audio in general, podcast is one of the most untapped advertising spaces, as it makes up 5% of the US adults' daily digital media consumption time, but less than 1% of digital ad spend, which makes me think there's a huge amount of opportunity out there for us to tap into. It's clear that advertisers and marketers are somewhat cautious about digital audio, as reflected in the user consumption to media dollar statistics. This hesitation likely stems from audio's limited measurement and visibility. However, with advancements in audio advertising and increased trackability, we expect advertisers to grow more confident in investing their media dollars in digital audio. Some noteworthy advancements include pixel-based attribution, which now lets marketers know when someone downloads a podcast episode that, say, your client has a host-read ad in, and then matches it to users' website activities, giving audio the same attribution, visibility, and reporting as we digital marketers are so used to. Secondly, AI is being used to analyze podcast transcripts to ensure brand safety measurements are met before any ads are inserted into it. Additionally, audio is taking advantage of dynamically creative optimizations through AI to create hundreds of ads in minutes instead of what might used to take weeks or months. So advertisers can deliver the most relevant audio message to each consumer. And lastly, voice-activated ads. With the help of AI and smart speakers, listeners can interact with audio ads by telling their smart speaker, "Hey, add that product to my cart," which is opening audio up to lower funnel strategies. We hope during this time you learned a little bit more about programmatic advertising, how to evaluate DSPs if you're exploring a new partner or simply assessing your current partner, and programmatic trends to keep your eye on or start testing. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
Are you loving the advice and insights you're getting? Well, the first 2 days of our summit are only the tip of the iceberg. This year, we decided to offer a third day of actionable tips and strategies with sessions on SEO, email marketing, paid media, international growth, data privacy, and much more. You can get access to all this great content when you upgrade your ticket now to a lifetime pass. This means you're not only going to be joining us on day 3 of the summit, you'll also unlock more than 150 hours worth of content in our members area. And this access never expires. So you can watch every session from this year's summit and our previous summits as often as you want. One innovative idea can transform your business, so you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to soak up as much knowledge as possible. Our members area also includes slide decks, templates, checklists, cheat sheets, and other exclusive content that you can use to guide your own marketing efforts. While our summit this year is all about AI and the future of marketing, our past summits provide a deep dive into SEO and content marketing, give you growth and traffic hacks, and explore marketing and sales strategies specifically for small businesses. And if that's not enough for you, there's even more marketing wisdom in the more than 50 bonus sessions we've added just for our lifetime member community. The internet is flooded with information, but how much of it comes from credible sources? How many times have you been led astray by unknown, unverified advice? No matter where you are in your growth journey, you're going to find valuable information to move your business forward among the more than 150 sessions in our exclusive members area, a place where information is not just abundant, but also trustworthy. If you want to future-proof your business, this is the place to start. Upgrade your Summit Pass now before the price increases soon. We're totally confident you're going to love the Summit Members platform and all the valuable content inside. But if for any reason at all you don't, we'll refund you in full. No hassle, no questions asked, no stress. We'll take care of you. Act now, benefit forever. It's like having a personal library of expert knowledge at your disposal. So, get your lifetime access now, and we'll see you on day 3 and inside the members area.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Today, I have the pleasure to host you and talk about what does it mean to lead global brands in times of disruption. But before doing so, by a form of introduction, I am Barbara Scala. I am the Global Walls and the Cornetto brand lead. I'm the head of these two big global brands. I've been working in Unilever for more than 18 years and covered different roles in marketing, international and end-to-end. I'm really pleased to cover this topic with you today. And I hope whilst we breeze through the topic and we cannot go too much in details, that you find it very useful. But first of all, let me start with a quote that became a little bit controversial in the marketing industry, which is the quote from Scott Galloway about his point of view of why CMOs, chief marketing officers, are dead within 18 months. I think that by the time he said that, CMO should have been already dead, by the way. But I think there is something very interesting, as always, on his point of view about the future of marketing. He is basically mentioning about the future role of marketing, and whether you're a marketeer who is focusing more on product innovation, well, probably you may have still the chance to survive in this new age of disruption, but maybe your career might interestingly move from marketing to supply chain. However, if you are a traditional marketeer who have been focusing on positioning and communication and the magic of marketing, looking at the 6P, but with a focus on the storytelling in the traditional way with heavy TV focus, this might be challenging times ahead. And the reason why it's with the arrival of the technologies and the digital era. So let's make a step back. Quoting here Philip Kotler, a little bit the big waves of change of marketing throughout the years or the decades. Well, it all started with what we call the first phase. It's the production and product-oriented phase. It was actually the end of the 20th century. And in this part, this is where the companies were starting to familiarize with the concept of production and scale. Yeah, and therefore the focus was really about the packaged goods, the product. But then, fast forward, we have made a lot of progress, and we moved from what was a production into a more branding and positioning, which was starting from the 1950s and 1960s, to what has been a big wave from the 80s until the early 2000s, which it is called the FMCG expansion and the retailer expansion, where overall the focus of the narrative was really about developing a customer-centric strategy that could make the market grow and the customer grow. And then after the 2000, this is where we see the start of appearance of what we call the value marketing, yeah, or the more, I would say, either social responsible marketing or something that is really valuable for consumers. And probably here quoting in my current role in Unilever, the launch in 2006 with our former CEO of his mission of keep growing the business by significantly reducing the environmental impact. That was a little bit Unilever starting to signal how Unilever was seeing the future of the business, enhanced marketing. And then, Unilever is becoming really famous with a point of view about the role of values and the role of purpose, starting from categories like household cleaner, moving from just the mere product performance about reducing the amount of time on a chore into also the role of that chore in the family, for example, whether it was only the woman doing the chore, or whether, for example, could have been expanded to someone else. This is the type of evolution of marketing where you could finally kind of see how the emotional benefit, but beyond that, the purposeful benefit be part of the product. But then there has been another disruptor. We moved from what we call value-centric marketing into a really digital revolution. Now, why this is different? Because here it's really about how you reach consumer, how consumer experience the brand, which has been completely a change and a paradigm compared to the past. Before it was brand to consumer. With the digital, I'll call it revolution, it was consumer to brand, which was completely different paradigm. So all in all, which is the title of this presentation, I think it is important that whatever is your role covering, your marketing role that you're covering in your organizations, the important thing is have the mindset of be ready for transformation and change. Transformation and change has been inevitable throughout the years, but now the speed according to which the transformation and the change is required is faster and faster, and therefore it's key to be flexible and to adapt to this change. Let's start with one of the first agent of disruptors in the marketing. The first one, it's really about the culture. This is a terminology that I'm sure all of you are familiar with. There are other ways to show our target profile in audience, for example, to socio-demographic. But let's stick with the, I would say, more modern definition about our target audience with the arrival of the digital technologies. There are several subgroups from boomers, Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha is the youngest one. And these are different generations that have shared different values because they have lived their life with different type of interactions and readiness compared to each other different generation. Yeah, but what is it also quite interesting is that as we move on, we see how the role of Gen Z is increasingly taking a significant account in the context of being the global workforce, being our prospective buyers in FMCG companies. And Gen Z is a cluster or a set of group which has their own cultural value and their different life expectations, for example, from the previous group. And this has enormous implication also in the way when, from a marketing perspective, we interact with them. And interestingly, when you look at these different target groups, what you will see is that no matter the difference in age and profile, the culture is increasingly getting shaped by what we call the fruition of social media. Therefore, I think we are living at this point of time in what we call a little bit of a perfect storm, where we have different subgroup of age that are developing their own identity and their own value based on their lived and shared experience that increasingly it's becoming influenced by the arrival of the social media. And this also, it's reflected in what we see. It's a increasingly, and in the case of the US, it's already here, it's already a reality, but also in other markets we see, and also in some parts of Asia, how this has become a complete change in landscape. So consumers who are increasingly spending their time through social media or digital platform are now increasingly becoming even more familiar with what we call social buyers. So anything which is related to, for example, commerce. So in the US, it is expected to reach 100 billion in 2025. It is a reality. It's not something that we can forecast. It's not a forecast. It is happening now. And therefore, having the ability as a FMCG company to look at this landscape and adapt and pivot and be there with the tools that are necessary to reach this target audience is increasingly important. And as you can see, this is particularly relevant across all the age profiles. Yeah, it's more skewed towards the younger audience, but you would say that is predominantly shared across the audience. And as a consequence, we also know that 73% of consumers are using multiple channels before making a purchase decision. This is a big shift compared to what our shopping experience, for example, was 20 years ago. Our shopping experience was made offline. You had your shopping list, whether it was about the grocery, whether it was about purchasing something for your entertainment or some clothing, apparel. It was a pre-planned shop most of the time, or if it was an impulse purchase, it was happening offline. But what is happening today is that this division is no longer there. Everything is blurred. So you may have an offline purchase, you may go for an offline purchase, but the way and your decision tree to get to an offline purchase is very likely influenced by an online digital journey. Yeah, and as we've seen from the previous slide, actually in the US, that purchase is well likely to already be made online. And it is not only about whether they eventually implement or decide to have a purchase online or offline, whether they purchase the good offline or offline. But even when they purchase it online, what we see that now the level of sophistication in the decision making is influenced by new tools that have been increasingly be used recently. One example, this is one of the latest release by Google, which is we are all used to do some search based on words, but what is it increasingly known is that actually the visual search, so searching through visual is becoming something that is helping consumer to get through a more customized, personalized search that will help them take in the decision required. Similarly, and this is a new frontier, this is happening also with videos. So you could see how the evolution on search for purchase decision making in an online funnel is evolving throughout very quickly, especially in the latest year. And here an example of, for example, how Unilever is, having understood this trend, is trying to tap into it. Here is an example on beauty and well-being, where in the case of skincare, we are trying to mimic an experience that will happen in store, but is actually happening online with the help of augmented reality. This helps to identify, for example, which type of skincare products are actually suitable for your skin, and therefore will help you to complete a purchase, and therefore making a purchase decision online for the desired product. Yeah. Now, another disruptor that we have been noticing, obviously you will be very familiar with it, is the media landscape. The digital spending worldwide is increasingly. In the US, the digital spending has surpassed already the what we call TV spending and more traditional channel spending. Yeah, and this is why. This is because it enables to reach consumer where they are in the moment. And the important point there is that the way we reach consumer in the moment that matters, it's also important with the relevant message. So in this case, just taking an asset that we will use on TV, do a cut down and put it on a social media platform, for example, we know it will not do the right job. It needs the right proper storytelling to engage the right audience in that moment of time. Yeah. So at this point, I was already mentioning about how the US is already ahead in this model. And then how can't we talk about AI in the context of the role of disruption in marketing? AI has been increasingly been using in the segment, and there has been a lot of, let's say, hesitation at the beginning to really understand how how the AI tool could have been leveraged specifically in marketing. There are already some processes that have been leveraging AI since a long time, and predominantly the processes are aimed to freeing up time from a human point of view, so that all the automated tasks could have been performed by AI. And typically AI is used as an accelerator, of task, be it in a more, let's say, repetitive task, or even be it in a creative task, as the role of generative AI. And more we see in the area of marketing and advertising how AI is tapping into different type of functionalities, and more is, and I would say week by week, we see the changes of what AI could do. Now, probably you will be not surprised, I hope, to know that the majority of the big organizations have already implemented AI in some capacity to enable processes, to unlock new ideas, for example. And therefore, I assume you will be familiar with the concept of leveraging AI in marketing. I'll share with you here just a few examples of what was the use of AI in the past year. Yeah, but this is already the past, by the way. This was a campaign that it was designed by the Wolves team in Turkey. And it was a very interesting campaign where we will, the consumer journey was starting from social media in Instagram, and then was concluding in WhatsApp bot. And the whole point of the campaign was really to invite consumer to redeem a coupon and get free ice cream. But in the context of doing so, they were also engaging in a bot chat in WhatsApp, where they could also, of course, upon agreement, release data that then would be absolutely vital for us to create a customer profiling and consumer habit. Yeah. But we also leverage AI in terms of an activation platform. So on your right-hand side, what you see is an activation that we have partnered with the Midjourney, where we actually have asked consumer to create their own visual in reference to what does happiness, because ice cream and Wolves ice cream is highly associated with happiness. How would they design happiness for when they think about an ice cream? And therefore, consumer joined this community and a WhatsApp chatbot where they were sharing all their designs that they created with Midjourney. And then we have created a wallpaper, digital wallpaper in Turkey, where we can show in all the arts created by our consumer. So these are ways that we have started to experiment with the tools available that are widely available, are available to anyone. And then we started to observe, and this was news in the past year, probably was the last year already, how the rise of AI have arrived with a real game changer, which is the presence of a robot. This is an influencer. But the thing is, this influencer doesn't exist. This influencer is a robot. And at the time magazine quoted her like to be one of the most influential people on the internet. However, don't think this is something that is far away from the reality, because in some parts of the world, this is the reality. Today, in China, all the social commerce, not all the social commerce, but there is a good degree of social commerce where the sales representative is actually a AI, is a robot. Yeah, it is important to notice and to mention that it is known to consumer that this is a robot because it is highlighted in the screen. So all the buyers and the consumers are aware that they are going to interact with a robot. But this is also to say that this type of technology is increasingly becoming familiar to consumer and on an everyday basis, helping influencing to make shopping decisions. And now back to Unilever. This is one of the recent publications we made about how AI is transforming the way we deploy our business through smart cabinets. As we are selling ice cream in a cabinet, it is important for us to understand how and when we can optimize the stock management and replenish our freezers. And we have recently launched and announced the launch of a smart cabinet where with AI tools we can look at the data and we can already make a predictive model about the stock level and when a a freezer needs to be replenished. This has proven to already provide great results for us because it's really making sure that we are avoiding to run out of stock. But this is also another example of how, for example, we are, and it's not the only company, like we are leveraging AI in market research, in target audience profiling, in content optimization. These are all known widely tools. For example, understanding the effectiveness of future campaigns. There are already predictive tools where they can help you to understand whether an untested campaign could test in the future, and therefore leveraging it as a kind of a diagnostic tool to then make some changes and deciding whether to air it or whether to then test it properly. Again, all the data we have about our shopper, our target audience, it is AI is helping to create profiling and creating the subgroup that can help us make more informed decision about how to target our consumer. And the same goes for content optimization. We do have a big library in terms of learning of the type of content that works and how it can be optimized. Now, by leveraging AI and instructing the algorithm to execute the changes or calibrating and modifying the content according to the instant feedback that we get also from the testing or from a live testing. In this case, will be the users. All in all, this is to say that with AI, you can really cover the marketing supply chain. It can start from generating an idea, and it can go through by designing an idea. It can then evolve into creating an asset, and it can go through. It can evolve into optimize an asset, and it can also be helpful and used in the context of measuring the effectiveness of an asset. These are all tools that have been made available to the industry in the past, I would say 10 months. And believe me, things changes on a weekly basis. And therefore, if you haven't done so, my encouragement is to really start familiarizing with these tools that are available that can really help you throughout what we call the supply chain of marketing. But there are challenges, and we shouldn't be shying away from it, and we should be really, really careful about it and be clear. AI technology still faces unresolved IP. Therefore, if you are in an organization and working with AI, make sure you're working with your legal, and your legal is guiding you throughout the process to understand the implications, especially in the context of competition law, privacies, but also when it comes about human biases issues. And of course, this is a topic that will increasingly need to be, there is a need of governance to be taken in place between at company level, but also at governmental level. Yeah, and there is a need to keep on evolving the governance to make sure that we can use these tools in a very safe way. And probably my last message is, whilst we live in an age of disruption, and disruption can be scary, you also need to, first of all, don't let this hold you back. The second point is that technology is not just for the big companies. Actually, if you work in a small company, you do have the opportunity and to have the flexibility needed to innovate, compete at your own need and space. So don't assume that just because you may have a small business, that will not come to your rescue. It will. As said, my recommendation will be to work on and experiment with the technology. Always work with your creative agency partner. Yeah, it's not one or the other, it's both. And make sure to do it in a safe way, and therefore have your structure and your legal support around you to make sure to deliver an effective full campaign. And with that, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and speak soon. Bye-bye.
When you use Omnisend, promoting your online store is that easy. So here you are, minutes away from adventure with a to-do list longer than your pretzel recipe. No worries though, Omnisend's got your back. Building emails? Fast and easy. Texting customers? Quick and smooth. Push notifications? 1, 2, send. And done. Sign up with Omnisend today and get 30% off for the first 3 months.
Are you feeling energized by all the tips and strategies you're getting from our summit? Do you want to dive right into your business and start implementing all the things you've learned so far? That's great. With so much value shared by our speakers, it's hard not to get inspired. There's just one little problem. Actually, it's a big problem. And it's a problem that will affect about 90% of the people who attended our summit. A problem that will keep your business from moving forward. See, everyone attends these kinds of conferences with the best intentions. Learn as much as possible, then implement all those learnings in your own business. That's the goal, right? But be honest, how many conferences have you left with the same intentions only to get caught up in your normal routine the moment you go back to your office? And all those plans you had for shaking things up, I bet you only remember them when you can't hit your goals, and that's too late. Don't worry, we're here to help you. The marketing specialists at MP Digital have worked with companies just like yours and dozens of other large and small brands around the globe. Our team members are trained by Neil Patel himself. So when you partner with us, it's like having Neil guide your business to success. In fact, you've already met many of our top experts at this conference. We love to share our knowledge to help others make it big. And when you work with us, you get to benefit from our thought leadership and digital marketing experience to drive change for your business. We work hand in hand with our clients to form a partnership where we listen to your needs and concerns and then do our part to deliver solutions that address them. Organic and technical SEO, content and social media marketing, search and display ads, conversion rate optimization, email campaigns, dashboard development. You've heard our experts speak about these topics at this very summit. Now you can hire them to help you implement their success strategies to grow your own brand. We've gathered dozens of awards over the years because our strategies work. Here's just one of the many success stories. When Waterdrop wanted to generate more traffic and sales on their website, they came to us for help. At the time, they were only ranking for branded keywords, and most of their sales came from Amazon rather than their own online store. Our team optimized their content and improved the user experience on their website. We also helped them build backlinks to give them more authority. After a year of working with us, Waterdrop's web traffic was up more than 2,000%, and their organic impressions went up by nearly 5,000%. With our new content marketing strategies in place, they saw huge gains in competitive keyword rankings and were able to attract more of the right customer base. Of course, we don't just work with small and medium-sized businesses. Our clients include international enterprise companies like Adobe and CNN. Through a mix of technical and on-page SEO strategies, content updates, and in-house workshops, we help CNN Brazil rise to the top 10 search positions in their home market and increase their organic page views by 91%. This translated into more than 1 billion page views in 2022. Results like this are possible for anyone, but that doesn't mean anyone can make them happen. If there's one thing you've learned at this summit, it's that the digital marketing landscape is constantly evolving. Search is evolving. Strategies that once worked quickly become outdated. Keeping up with all the changes is basically a full-time job. Google literally makes thousands of updates to its search algorithm every year. And when a major update rolls out, we often need to quickly pivot our approach. Now, you may think you can just hire a freelancer to help you out. But do you really think a freelancer who's running a one-person business has the time and resources to stay up to date with all of these new developments? And don't forget that SEO is only a small part of your digital marketing strategy. If you want to future-proof your business, you need an omni-channel strategy with SEO, paid media, email, etc., all working together and supporting each other. How many freelancers do you know who are experts in all these areas? And if you hired several different freelancers, there's no way you'd be getting a cohesive, integrated marketing approach. So, why don't you save yourself the headache and trouble and stop wasting money by trying to do things on the cheap? When you've got a business to run or deadlines to meet, it's hard to find the time and resources to explore new ways, not to mention the uncertainty of doing things on your own. Change is difficult, in any organization. How are you going to explain to your boss when your current strategies aren't getting you the results that you expected? Sometimes it's just easier and safer to let someone else get their hands dirty. Someone who knows exactly what they're doing, while you focus on your core business and watch the profits stack up. So listen, when you're pumped about moving your business forward after this summit, do it right this time. You're obviously committed to growing your business, or you wouldn't have signed up for this conference. So rather than putting things off or giving it a cursory DIY attempt, save yourself the time and trouble and call in the experts. Now, you may be wondering, what's the cost of working with our professional team? I'll tell you one thing. It's a fraction of the ROI you can actually achieve. The reality is that sometimes you have to spend money to make money. It's better to do that when you know the strategies have been proven to work. We have been nominated and won over 50 industry awards because of that. That said, we only take on select clients who are ready to rise to the top. And I'll be perfectly honest, our capacity to take on new clients right now is a little limited. But here's the good news. Because you're part of this summit, you've already demonstrated the commitment to growing your business that we're looking for. That's why we're giving you an exclusive invite to connect with our team and see if your business qualifies to work with us. All you need to do is fill out the form on this page. We'll review your application and reach out to you with next steps. So be sure to check your email and answer your phone. When you're working with us, you'll receive a customized 6 to 12 month growth plan that's tailored specifically around your marketing needs. You get to decide how involved you want to be in your growth journey. Stay completely hands off or follow our lead as we guide you towards success. It's whatever works for you. We know how to make growth happen because we went through it ourselves. NP Digital started in 2017 as a boutique agency, and now we're located in 20 countries and counting. No matter where you are in the world, you can get firsthand access to our proven strategies. Germany, Italy, Australia, India, Brazil, England, Canada, Japan. We are where you are, and we have in-country experts who speak your language and know your local market. So, what's it going to be for you after this summit? Are you going to take the familiar path, hoping you'll find the time to implement everything you've learned on your own? Or are you ready to join the big leagues? This is your opportunity to work with the best. But hurry, spots are limited, so make sure you snag one of them. Simply fill out our short questionnaire and we'll take it from there. Let's grow.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome to Ditch the Guesswork, a data-centric approach to media planning and budgeting. We know you are all about to embark in fiscal year 25 planning coming up for next year. So this is a great opportunity to kind of showcase some insights on how we approach leveraging data and tools that can help you be more agile, be more precise, and more efficient when it comes to your budget decision making is going for next year. So let's jump into it. I'm going to introduce myself and Sherry Chen, who are going to kind of present to you today. I'm Chris Moreno. I oversee the paid media team here at NP Digital. That's all things paid search, paid social, programmatic media, media strategist, you name it, any sort of digital piece of media that we could buy happens on our fun, awesome team in which Sherry Chen also is a part of that team. I'll pass it over to her.
Thanks, Chris. Yes. So he mentioned paid media strategy as one of those sub-departments within the paid media team. And what that means is I work cross-channel with the paid social, paid search, and programmatic leads to put together comprehensive media plans and strategies for our clients in the best ways to achieve business results. So super excited to be talking with all of you today, as Chris said, and I'll kick off with our agenda for today. So looking at what we have presenting is we're going to talk about how to optimize your media planning and budgeting, like Chris said. We're really ditching the guesswork here and embracing a data-first approach. We're going to explore how you use data-driven tools to better understand your audience, allocate your budgets more effectively, and ultimately drive better performance from your media investments. So whether you're working with enterprise-level campaigns or managing in-house budgets, our key takeaway is this: data is essential for staying competitive. We'll cover everything from audience planning platforms to media mix modeling and attribution software, and we'll show you how these tools can provide actionable insights for your campaigns. So by the end of this session, you'll walk away with practical strategies and you can implement them to make your media planning more efficient, targeted, and results driven. So let's get started.
Awesome. Looking into it, we're going to dive into the challenging media landscape at its start, right? What's important to rethink the reliance on, thinking about intuition and how we start the media planning process. Intuition alone is simply recycling last year's media plan and last year's channel mix percentages. Just isn't going to cut it. Today's fast evolving world of media and advertising, gut instincts and past experiences can only take you so far. With the shifting consumer behaviors and new digital channels to consider, relying on past strategies becomes increasingly risky. So let's talk about what the landscape looks like and the limitations that we have to face. The media landscape, as you know, is evolving faster than ever. Just when you think you've mastered a platform of strategies, everything shifts from new technology, emerging platforms, changes in consumer behaviors that I mentioned. Take TikTok or streaming services like Netflix. Those have become essential to every media plan in just a few years. Consumer habits have also shifted, with people multitasking across devices, watching videos on their phones while scrolling through social media. This fragmentation makes it harder to maintain engagement. Media plans must adapt and shift with those sort of changes within the user behavior. And on top of that, privacy regulations on how we track these consumers across the web is pushing us to adapt to new strategies. In a fast-paced environment, staying adaptable and data-driven is a key to keeping your strategies relevant and effective. Not to mention, we also have to face the reality of rising advertising costs every year. So when we think about looking at last year's plan, comparing it to this year's plan for next year's plan, we have to assume the increase in pricing, right? Google CPCs went up 9% in 2023 compared to the previous year. And spend was up 17% year over year as of last quarter. As of Q4 2023. A recent WordStream 2024 digital benchmark report actually just came out today or yesterday, and it was published that CPC is already up 10% year over year this year, 2024, compared to last year. So do we anticipate another 10% increase going into 2025? This only causes more exploratory options for us to expand our media mix into other potential platforms. Also, consumers are no longer just seeing an ad, clicking an ad, and buying an ad. We have known this for a while, but still in some cases, the way budgets are aligned by senior executives or CFOs, they might just think what's the best bang for your buck, and a last click attribution is usually what indicates or influences where those dollars are invested. And that's just not the case anymore. The purchasing decision is messy and the journey is complex. People are no longer just, like I mentioned, sitting in front of their TVs or desktops just solely with one device. They're multitasking across multiple screens, watching Netflix, reading and scrolling through content on their phones while working on their laptops from home. This fragmented attention has made it much harder to capture and maintain consumer engagement and there's the attention span in general. So as media planners, we now have to think about how to reach people, maintain their attention, get them to stop scrolling. So thinking about the content and the creative in which they're going to get to stop scrolling, to see your ad, and then think about what devices they're on, what activations should we be planning for, what time, what context do we have to be planning around, in which the consumer knows that they're going to have a lot of interactions and it's going to take more than just one click or one impression or one exposure to drive that sale or conversion. But that makes it even more of a problem when it comes to attribution and how to give the credit where credit's due. For over a century, marketers have grappled with the question, is my advertising money well spent? While technology has advanced significantly, the challenge to accurately attribute sales to a specific campaign is very much top of mind and an issue as of today. We often find ourselves in situations where we're questioning our budgets constantly, from 50 upwards of 80% of our advertising budget seems to be wasted, right? There's constantly indications of ad fraud or inventory that's just not valuable to you as an advertiser. The discrepancy stems from limitations of current tracking and methods that rise from our entrust in some of this inventory, like I mentioned, through ad fraud, or other factors with click bots and click farms out there. So there's just things that we have to consider knowing where our dollar is going. But as digital marketers, we have to push into focusing on, we're forced into pushing to focusing on closed loop measurement, right? Always coming back to where the click came from, where the conversion came from, and we're overlooking the bigger picture sometimes. I read a post recently by Tom Goodwin who said, attributing every sale to a single ad is like trying to pinpoint the exact note or lyric that makes you love a song. So let that sink in. Like, it's really hard to think about what one note or what one sound made you love a song, right? What one lyric? It's not possible. Think about how many clicks or how many views of an ad or exposure to a brand that are being done in a given campaign flight that make a user consume, that consider converting, right? When planning budgets, we have to remember how strong brands are built, right? We have to think about not just chasing after an elusive attribution. We can't forget on the focus and importance of building a strong brand and cultivating lasting relationships with our customers. So it's always hard to fight for those dollars to fuel the top of funnel right around this time of year. And with strategies that thrive, we know those placements, that upper funnel inventory, that sort of reach and frequency buy is what drives a lot of this brand value, a lot of this brand introduction, a lot of this brand longevity. Tom also mentioned, if I spent more in the areas where brands are actually built and sales are actually generated, it would mostly be untrackable. And it definitely wouldn't occur today, tomorrow, or in the next 30 days, most likely 6 months or 10 years from now. And it definitely won't be on this month's QBR. So think about it that way. From thinking about how we're going to start having these conversations, we need to educate and align on expectations. Next slide. As marketers, we are constantly under pressure from senior leadership, and usually our clients, it's coming from their senior leadership or their CFOs. We need to justify the budgets and show the impact of every dollar spent. Without solid data to back up our strategies, we're vulnerable to cuts and inefficiencies and questioning within our line items and what our recommendations are. At the same time, sticking to what's familiar without data validation can cause us to miss out on emerging opportunities or shifts in consumer behaviors to jump on a new trend. It's crucial that we adapt and stay ahead of those trends to, stay ahead of the competition. So a strong relationship between the CFO and CMO is key. We typically, whether you're working in-house or in an agency, we work with our point of contacts who then report into the CMO, and they feed off the information that we need to then feed to the CFO to get that dollar line item expectations set. So working together is with aligned goals and clear communication. We can move sort of marketing from being a cost center to more of a growth driver. That's really our goal, what we need to provide them to have those conversations. And that's typically being agile in everything we do. A flexible approach to budgeting allows us to quickly respond to changing customer demands, but this requires expectation settings and KPI alignment, knowing what's going to happen with that dollar investment on what part of the funnel, on what part of the media mix, and what's going to be the output from it. Is it going to be an upper funnel buy that's going to drive sort of video views and engagement and introduction to the product versus a bottom funnel activation that's strictly going to drive performance and ROAS. So why that's important is setting those expectations and those KPI alignments, is leveraging the right data matters, right? But usually not all data is created equal, especially in media planning. And the key is knowing what data we should prioritize. First party data is going to be crucial. It's collected directly from your audience and gives you a unique insight into their behaviors and preferences. It typically shows exactly where the attribution of the conversion comes from on sort of the internal factors of things. So that's important for you to consider. With privacy regulations, that makes it even more important. Any and all first-party data or zero-party data that you can accompany into your planning is going to be more important as you go into next year. Historical campaign data is also valuable. That helps you understand what worked in the past, identify inefficiencies, and find opportunities for optimization. And then any sort of third-party tools that eventually Sherry's going to talk to you about how we can use insight platforms or expand our perspective on our audiences to test new segments or emerging trends. But the middle part here is very important. And this is going to help you have those conversations internally, whether it's with your stakeholders from a client side or internally to your leadership, is setting the expectations with KPIs and each media channel's role in the funnel. Measuring awareness campaigns with metrics like reach and video view completion rates, or consideration campaigns with website traffic signals and first time, users on site or average time on site. You want to set the expectations of what that media is going to do across the funnel. Finally, any sort of way you can kind of funnel this into a data-powered AI or predictive model becomes a game changer, allowing you to kind of forecast some outcomes and optimize campaigns before they even launch based on this historical data from these campaign segments. So combining first-party data, historical data, and predictive data should hopefully give you a full view into enabling smarter, data-driven sort of decision-making. And one pro tip when it comes to thinking about just where to allocate budget, Google provides a valuable insight into market level search. So some of you guys haven't tapped your Google reps or your Google team, and you're trying to find efficiencies and where you should put that exposure of brand dollars or where you need to capture demand. They have a report called the BDI CDI report, and it allows you to look at market level search trends by comparing searches for your brand to searches for non-brand related terms in your industry. We can identify areas where the highest interest in your category, but the lowest brand awareness. These yellow markets here can kind of show you, and they represent a prime opportunity to increase brand visibility and drive future sales. In contrast, the green markets demonstrate a strong interest in your brand and category, but there's necessarily a goal to ensure our target audiences are seeing our ads, particularly on the paid search side. The red and blue markets offer some potential. Their revenue driving opportunities are more limited. Therefore, we'll strategically focus, typically when we view these reports, on the yellow and green areas to maximize a return on investments and where we can shift dollars to those markets. Anything to add there, Sherry?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you always have to take these reports not as necessarily the full source of truth, but you yourself know what search demand is available for your market or for your products. So it's another great source that you can use in addition to Keyword Planner or whatever your existing budgets are, especially from a search perspective, to supplement that data that you already have. So it's always that measure of art and science of considering multiple data sources when reviewing and trying to make a decision. And speaking of reviewing multiple data sources, we've talked a lot about using the right data, using platform resources. Chris has mentioned, the BDI CDI report and some of the consumer research that I'll be doing a deeper dive on. So overall, we need to, as media planners, get over some of the personal biases and assumptions that we might make, and that could lead to suboptimal media planning decisions, especially given those challenges posed by the modern media landscape of fragmented attention, multiple platforms, multiple screen consumption, everything like that. So all of this requires a more strategic and data-driven approach. And in this section, I'm going to be talking about some of the tools that we use at MPD and how we can take media planning to the next level and achieve these performance results for our clients. So, with so much data available, the real question becomes, what tools can help you turn that data into actionable insights? And so there are a lot of tools specifically designed for media planning and budgeting, and that can give you a competitive edge by bringing clarity to complex data. So first, consumer insights platforms. These are tools that provide rich audience data through surveys, panel data, and behavioral tracking. So platforms like Nielsen, GWI, MRI Simmons, YouGov, these can all help you identify key audience segments, understand their preferences, and even predict future behavior. And this level of granularity allows you to craft more personalized, targeted campaigns, and they get your message in front of the right people at the right time. Next, we have media mix modeling, or MMM. MMM is a powerful way to determine how different marketing channels, whether it's TV or social or out of home, are contributing to your overall business results. So by analyzing the historical impact of each channel, MMM helps you figure out the most effective allocation of your marketing budget. And it gives you a better picture on where to invest more and where you might be overspending. And this is particularly useful for large, complex campaigns and enterprise companies that span multiple channels. And another essential tool is attribution software. With this customer journey becoming more and more nonlinear, more complex, it's critical to think about how each touch point influences conversions. So multi-touch attribution tools like Google Analytics or Adobe Analytics or dedicated platforms like Ruler Analytics can help you assign value to different interactions, whether that's a first click on an ad, a social media engagement, or a final purchase. So by understanding which channels and tactics are driving real results, you can optimize your budget and your strategy in real time. So the bottom line is these tools give you the data-driven insights you need to make smarter decisions, and they take the guesswork out of media planning, and it helps you allocate your budget more effectively, target your audience more precisely, and measure your campaign's true impact. So this is one of my personal favorite topics when it comes to media planning, consumer research. And one of the examples that I'll give, speaking earlier to shedding those biases that I was mentioning, is making sure that you're really backing up your decisions on what platforms that you're going to target and what channels you're going to include in your media mix based on data. And so this example goes back to a client that I worked with in making these audience personas and making assumptions on what social platforms they would spend time on, what YouTube video content that they'd be watching, all these other sorts of brand discovery topics. And when we actually did the research and put together a profile of their target audience and used a tool such as MRI Simmons or GWI, what we found was completely against what we initially thought. So by using these tools, we can help analyze how your audience interacts with brands online, what pages do they visit on your website, what content do they engage with on social media, and this can help you build out your actual targeted audience segments that reflects their interests, their motivations, and their online habits. As an example, you could segment your audience based on purchase intent and separate users who are just browsing to those who are actively comparing products and services and more in a higher intent mindset, ready to convert. You could also create segments based on life cycle stage, identifying new customers, returning customers, and lapsed users. And data can also help guide your targeting strategy. We all know we have limited marketing budgets and we can't spend in every single area that we want to. So you do want to make sure you're considering all those personas and where to reach users online, like the example I gave earlier. Insights into the audience media consumption and where audiences are spending time online can help craft your media plan to maximize your dollars and meet your audience where they are. All of this with consumer research can help result in increased efficiency and effectiveness. When your targeting is driven by data, you're not just throwing money at a wide audience and hoping for the best. You're putting your dollars where they're most likely to have an impact, reaching people who are most likely to engage, convert, and hopefully ultimately become loyal customers. So all of this definitely helps you stop guessing and starts executing with precision. And who knows, you might discover some unchallenged biases along the way and really help shape your idea of what that media plan could look like. And as I mentioned briefly earlier, an MMM, a media mix model, can help you measure incremental sales for individual marketing channels. And depending on your level of data granularity, you can sometimes optimize sub-channel level results as well, such as these client examples that we provided in the past using MMM data. Basically, this historical data that you input the model provides a clear picture of what has worked and what hasn't in previous campaigns. And it layers historical data that you feed against sales outcome and other factors such as seasonality or economic conditions. And it helps learn the patterns and relationships between marketing and sales and business results. So an MMM can help you understand the effectiveness of each channel and how they interact, whether that's CTV, social media, display, search. This analysis can reveal which channels are delivering the highest ROI and which might be underperforming. But it's important to also, as I mentioned previously, review this against your last click results, because in an MMM, there are certain channels that will be able to get more visibility beyond the last click, such as upper funnel, programmatic, YouTube. Meanwhile, search and social, which are predominantly last click based, or social rather, kind of spanning the mid funnel, there's a lot of different interpretations from an MMM and a last click perspective. And all of this means you have to consider all the data points and make an informed decision based on what you know about your business, buoyed by data, in order to then put together what that ideal allocation could be from a channel performance perspective. When it comes to selecting the right tools for your media planning and budgeting, it's definitely not a one-size-fits-all approach. So how do you decide which tools are the right fit? First, you need to start with evaluating the size and the scope of your marketing efforts. And so, as I mentioned before, for larger enterprises managing multiple channels and multiple touch points, more advanced tools like MMM and attribution software could be essential because it provides a macro view of how your different channels are interacting, and it helps you understand the overall impact of your campaigns and helps you allocate budget effectively. But if you're a smaller company or managing a more focused campaign, you may not need that level of complexity. So in that case, tools that specialize in audience insights or real-time performance tracking could provide more immediate value to you. Another factor to consider is your business objective. If your goal is to gain a deeper understanding of your audience, then a consumer insights platform like Global Web Index or Nielsen is going to be crucial. This will help you identify key segments and behavioral trends, and that will be particularly important if you're looking to refine your targeting. And then it's also important to think about integration. Your tools should work well within your existing marketing stack. For example, if you already have a CRM in place, make sure that your audience insights or attribution tools can integrate seamlessly and give you a unified view of consumer behavior. Because the last thing you want is to have a data silo and it forces you to manage multiple sources of truth. So look for tools that support existing integrations with your current systems, whether it's Google Analytics, Salesforce, or whatever your marketing automation platform is. And finally, don't forget to consider scalability. You want to invest in tools that can grow with your business. So even if you're starting small, think about where your business will be. Tools can scale as needs evolve. And allocating your media budget effectively is going to be one of the more critical decisions you make as a media planner, because we're not simply just spreading our budget across channels and hoping for the best. But it's also important to plan for flexibility, scale, and growth. Data is consistently evolving, so as performance metrics shift, you'll need the ability to reallocate budgets quickly. As an example, you might have seen strong performance from one social platform last year, but then an influx in advertisers and competition drove costs up. So rather than relying on what worked in the past, like Chris said earlier, relying on last year's plan, relying on last year's allocation, you have to consistently evaluate performance on a biweekly, on a monthly, on a quarterly basis to evaluate these shifts in your media plan. It's helpful, if you can, to set a portion of your budget aside for testing new channels or adjusting tactics as real-time performance data comes in. And this can help you optimize and increase your efficiency over the duration of your campaign. Data-driven budget allocation is about being proactive, not reactive. And so by continuously analyzing past performance, real-time metrics, audience insights, attribution data, all of these factors can help ensure your budget is working as efficiently as possible and driving the greatest impact for your business.
And prepare you for the times when they come to you and say, we have more budget to spend, or we have, sometimes it's rare, but we have to be ready for those instances if we're not the ones presenting those opportunities like we should to test new opportunities or new platforms or new sort of alphas and betas that our platforms are coming to us with to test. We should be ready for when those budget shifts need to happen and our clients or our senior leadership come to us for those recommendations. In most cases, here's just another quick pro tip. We typically think, hey, I have more budget. Where should I allocate it? Is an exercise I think Sherry sometimes gets with most of her clients. But in typical fashion, we immediately think of where can we shift at, where can we fight that extra budget? And we think of bottom funnel search campaigns because they're the highest rate of return or the quickest return. We want to show the output of that value. Well, Google provides a quick recommendation view on budget opportunities. And we only say this with a slight grain of salt. Truly click into these. There's a view within the recommendations tab where it shows you any sort of budgets that are limited by, campaigns that are limited by budget, and the opportunities in which you're missing out on auctions based on spend, right? Meaning you're exhausting your budget at 3:00 and there's still 6 hours left of the day in which you have opportunities to continue to enter those auctions. So it'll provide you with a model in which you can pinpoint exactly what budget is needed to capitalize on the rest of that day's or week's or month's campaign flight to not miss out on any additional conversions at that same exact cost. Or it'll give you an idea in which at this sort of diminishing return, you might be able to expect a 20% increase in conversions at maybe only a 5% increase in cost, in which you can present those opportunities back to your client on weighing out the options to make that investment in that campaign. So just a quick tip, as most strategists probably go there first before going to their paid search leads anyways, just to say, well, I know we're not maximizing, or I know we're not exhausting, we're exhausting all our funds, but this is one way to just kind of keep a tab or pulse check on the performance of specific campaigns that are high converting for you all. And as Sherry mentioned, the always be testing is never going to fail us. And in opportunities where they come to us and give us opportunities to test new vendors or partners or new campaigns or new ad products, if you can line item out a specific testing budget, that's going to be the most impactful for you all to ensure your media strategy and your media plans remain effective and efficient, because you'll always have those areas in which something might fail, or a campaign might immediately just flop after an algorithm update or a targeting update. We have to be ready and agile to shift those budgets, and we can't rely on previous performance from last year or last holiday season to do the same exact output as this year, as Sherry mentioned. So we should be ready to kind of rethink exercise of monthly budget adjustments based on real-time data and real-time test results that are happening continuously. So being able to shift and scale investments where needed when asked. So being proactive and probably thinking through, if you're not already asking for that money proactively, being ready for when they do come to the table to ask you, where should we make these shifts? Or if we have additional budgets, where can we make the investment? So having a constant testing regimen, extending beyond just creative, is going to be crucial. We always just think A/B testing is simply for creative. It's not. It's for other factors, other platforms, other opportunities, and other trends to stay ahead of. But also making sure you keep in line with those intended KPIs of that test, right? What is the expected outcome, or what are we measuring success on when it comes to that test? So we can be proactive in having that conversation with the results as to why we would put additional budget there should we have some moving forward. If you can, test, like I mentioned, any sort of predictive modeling tools to anticipate future shifts. So this is using your historical data, typically in similar fashion to an MMM, by leveraging scenario planning features as to what would happen should you shift budgets across different channels or different tactics. It might scenario plan different outcomes for you should you be an enterprise client with enough and sufficient data to be able to use models like them. You're on mute.
I went to unmute and I accidentally stopped sharing, but we're back just in time for the takeaways. Thanks, Chris. All right, so wrapping up our session, we wanted to revisit all of our takeaways for data-centric media planning and budgeting. So first, intuition, guesswork, that's all over. We need to use data and make informed strategic decisions to empower us to understand our audiences and segment them by demographics and behaviors and interests and where they are in the customer journey. And this will help craft more personalized, effective messaging that resonates with each group. Second, leveraging the right tools is key. Whether you're using consumer insights platforms, media mix modeling, or attribution tools, your tech stack should be tailored to your business goals and scalable to grow with your needs. Choosing the right tools and integrating them into your workflow helps you analyze performance more holistically and optimize your media spend. And next, your budget allocation should be driven by data. By analyzing past performance and real-time insights, you can allocate your budget to the channels, audiences, and tactics that are delivering the highest return. Flexibility is important here. Data allows you to adjust your spending as campaigns evolve, ensuring you're maximizing the impact of every dollar, much like the Google tool that Chris reviewed with regard to making sure we're not missing out on the day as well. Critically is the importance of ongoing testing and optimization. And the work doesn't stop once your campaigns are live. Through continuous A/B testing, creative experimentation, and performance tracking, you can refine your strategy over time and respond to what's working and making improvements where necessary. And constantly iterating on testing ensures that you're always moving towards more efficient and effective media plans. Lastly, it's important to remember that data gives you control. It allows you to anticipate changes in the media landscape, pivot where needed, and continuously improve your approach. By adopting a data-first mindset, you're setting yourself up for long-term success, not just in media planning, but in delivering tangible business outcomes. So in summary, we love data. It's the foundation of smart media planning and budgeting. It helps you understand your audience, choose the right tools, allocate budget effectively, and continuously optimize performance. And so hopefully by embracing some of the approaches that we talked about today, you can drive measurable, meaningful results for your business and ditch the guesswork.
Awesome. We appreciate your time today. And if you have any questions, looking forward to the QA and follow up should we need to. But thanks again for tuning in. Reach out to us if you have any questions, as we mentioned, at marketing@npexcel.com. And we're looking forward to what's next.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, and welcome to NP Digital's The Future of Marketing 2024 Virtual Summit. I hope you've been enjoying all of the sessions that we've had so far. Today, we are going to focus on email marketing. So my name is Kim Scopetta. We are focusing today's session on everything you need to know about email marketing from beginning to end. So we're going to start with the opportunity, right? What is email marketing? How does it fit within your digital marketing plan? From there, we'll talk about the logistics, how you set up the foundation that you need to even start sending emails to your marketing contacts. We'll build on it with more depth and go into your strategy piece, pivot into the creativity side, the copy and the design, and then ultimately the results, how you tell what you're doing is working, how you measure success, how you iterate and kind of rinse and repeat this process as you go. So first, a little background on me. Again, my name is Kim Scopetta. I am the Senior Director of Content here at NP Digital. I specifically focus on the small to medium business side, and I oversee both the content departments on the SEO side as well as the email marketing departments. And there's a lot of synergy between the two when it comes to understanding that art and science piece, right? Between the creativity and the strategy that has to go behind both content and email. And so we'll talk a little bit about that today and how it all plays together. So let's start with the opportunity, right? What is the potential of email marketing within your business? And there's 3 reasons I really love email marketing as a tactic. The first is that it's a direct conversion tracker. So you can send an email and directly see, okay, what are the open rates, the click rates, the revenue that I got from this email? There's no questions about it. You can see, okay, this email went out. Here are the analytics that I can understand what this email did and how it converted, which is a really powerful tool to then understand your audience and what you can pivot, because the digital marketing landscape is always changing, right? So it's about testing and iterating. Email marketing allows you to do that. It also allows you to have consistent, personalized relationships with your contacts. What's so interesting about email marketing compared to other digital marketing channels is you're talking to people who want to hear from you, right? So if we think about SEO content, so blog copy, web copy, all of that, you're working on SEO tactics to bring traffic to your site and hopefully get eyeballs on that content, right? Because you want people to engage with it. You want people to enjoy it. Versus email marketing, you have people coming to your site, signing up to get emails for you and literally saying, raising their hands, hey, I want to hear from you. I want to learn about your brand. I want to receive your messaging. I'm going to give you access to my private email inbox so I can learn about you, right? That's a really special, intimate relationship because you're gaining access to somebody's inbox and their personal data. So with email marketing, you have that group of people who are already interested in you and want to talk and hear from your brand. So you can send consistent messaging. We see about half of businesses send about 2 to 4 emails per month, right? So that sweet spot of maintaining that consistency without overwhelming. And you can also get very personalized. And I'm talking more than just the subject line having the first name or pre-header having the first name. And we'll talk more about personalization tactics. But you can start to track people and their user behavior on the site or what emails they react to and start to deliver them messages that make more sense for them, right? And that's really beneficial for you from the marketing side because you'll see a higher ROI. But also as the receiver, I feel more seen. I feel like I made the right decision by giving you my personal email address and allowing you into my inbox. So it's really cool to have that relationship with people with email marketing because you're directly talking from the brand to the end user. The third reason I love email marketing, and probably why you do or will too, is the ROI potential. So across all industries, the average ROI for email is about 36 to 1. So for every $1 you invest, you get about $36 back. That does vary by industry. So for example, e-commerce, I believe it's more about 45 to 1. But regardless of your industry, you can see phenomenal ROI. I know some of our clients have seen upwards of 4,000, 5,000% ROI month over month, quarter over quarter. And so there's a lot of opportunity there. And so my goal for you today in this session is to learn how to optimize that opportunity. That 36 to 1 doesn't just happen by sending out a sporadic email here or there. It comes from building a proper foundation, building a proper strategy, the creativity, the results that you look at, all of that have to come together so you can optimize and really achieve that 36 to 1 ROI that we all would love to see for our brands. So let's talk a little bit about how email marketing fits in, right? Because this is just one leg of the full omni-channel approach. I broke us down here into 4 pillars of digital marketing. So SEO, paid media, email, and CRO. SEO, the goal is to drive traffic to your site, right? That's your on-site content, that's your backlinking, your technical pieces. You're trying to get more people onto your site. They're searching on Google, they find your page based on keywords, and they come and visit your site. Paid media has a similar vibe when it comes to bringing more traffic to your site, but of course it's also there to drive sales. We can be talking about Meta here, Google, XYZ, right? And so the goal with paid media is posting ads, and you might click on that ad and you might purchase immediately, or you might click on that ad and just bop around the website a little bit. Either way, it's bringing traffic to your site. Email marketing, and this consists of forms, campaigns, workflows, and we'll dive a little deeper into each of those. The goal is to take the traffic coming to your sites, whether that's from paid media, SEO, whatever it is, and entice that traffic to form a long-term relationship with you. That comes in the way of forms, right? So having that site that says, hey, do you want 20% of your first order? Give us your email address and we'll send it to you. So traffic coming to your site using things like those forms allows you to start that intimate relationship with people that we talked about, so you can start to get into their inbox. So the goal for email marketing is to really harness that traffic coming to your site in a compliant way, create that relationship, and ultimately drive more sales. Lastly, we have CRO, your conversion rate optimization. This is your UX, your site optimization, making sure that your site is well set up for the user experience so that when people come to your site, whether it's from email, paid media, SEO, whatever it is, that they can very seamlessly get to that end goal. So the big thing I want to highlight here is that with email marketing, let's say you don't have a list of any emails right now and you're not really getting any traffic to your site. Email marketing probably won't do much for you right now because all of these things have to work together. If you don't have a list of email addresses and you have no traffic coming to your site, how are you going to gain email addresses, right? It's not just about starting email and somehow you're going to get to that 36 to 1 ROI. It's about all these pieces playing together. You have to have SEO going so traffic starts coming to your site. Same with paid media. Email then takes that traffic and starts to harness it, and you build those long-term relationships. So it all works together. I just want to call out, there's never a silver bullet, right? All these pieces work together in different ways to create that omni-channel approach and give you the best opportunity for achieving your ROI goals. In terms of who's a fit for email marketing, so a lot of times I hear clients or prospective clients being like, oh, well, I'm B2B, right? Email marketing isn't really for us. And I would argue that point. If you are a company that's trying to influence someone to take a particular action, email marketing is a fit for you. So for B2C, that action might be add something to your cart and check out, right? That's very straightforward. For B2B, it might be we're trying to get more people to request quotes, to get in contact with our sales associates, right? That's still an action. That's an action that email marketing can help you to support. The way that you track ROI for B2C and B2B might be a little bit different, and we'll get to that in the results section. But no matter what, whether you are B2C or B2B, any type of industry, if you're influencing someone to take a particular action, which typically any company is, email marketing can be a really good fit for you. So there's a lot of opportunity, right? We saw that 36 to 1 ROI goal. How do we set up the foundation so we can start growing towards that? So we're going to talk through the how you start with email marketing and the who of who you email. So how? With email marketing, the first piece of technology you need to have is your ESP, your email service provider. These are things like Klaviyo, OmniSend, ActiveCampaign, HubSpot, MailChimp. This is a centralized platform for managing your marketing emails. What I really want to highlight is this is not the same as your personal or your corporate Gmail or Outlook. Gmail and Outlook are what's called an ISP, an inbox service provider. That's where you receive emails. That's where you email people one-on-one. That is not where you do email marketing messaging. You need a separate ESP. So I have clients come to us sometimes be like, oh, yep, I have an ESP, I have Gmail. Your Gmail is your ISP, that's your inbox. If you want to send out marketing emails and manage your list and have designed emails and do it all in a compliant, legal way and ultimately analyze your results, you need that ESP, that email service provider. So that's going to be the backbone of your entire email marketing strategy going forward. There are two other main components to your tech stack that you really have to take into consideration when it comes to email marketing. Your first is your CMS, your content management system. So what is your website built on? WordPress, Wix, Magento, whatever it is. If you're in the B2C space, you really need to worry about your e-commerce store. So that's your Shopify, your WooCommerce, your BigCommerce, right? Where people go to put stuff in their cart and check out. What is your e-commerce platform? If you're on the B2B side, you want to worry about your CRM, your HubSpot, your Salesforce, your Zoho, where you're keeping the information about all the people you're engaging with. The reason these are so important is because they have to talk and natively integrate with each other to share information. Your email service provider, your ESP, that's where the emails get sent out from. But the data it receives on who to send and when to send has to come from that third party, your external source. So for example, let's say you want to send an abandoned cart email, right? So somebody put something in their cart, they didn't end up checking out, so you put them into a series of emails about, hey, you left your cart, come back and check out. There is no way for the ESP on its own to know that someone abandoned their cart. What you need is your e-commerce store, like your Shopify, being able to notify the ESP and say, hey, this person added something to their cart, but they didn't check out. Your ESP receives that information, and now they can put them into that abandoned cart workflow. Same thing on the B2B side. Let's say that you have a contact that one of your sales reps talks to, and they're a very hot lead, right? And so in Salesforce, you flip them to a very high lead. Salesforce can talk to your ESP and say, hey, this person's a very high lead. That's a trigger for a workflow that sends a series of emails to these really high touch leads, right? And so the ESP can't know that information without receiving it from these other places. So it's really important to have your full tech stack in mind, your ESP, your CMS, your e-com store on the B2C side, and your CRM on the B2B side. So B2C e-com, B2B CRM. And what's really key is having these different technologies natively integrate. That way they can talk to each other really seamlessly. And so I have here a table that shows some of the top ESPs and the CMSs, e-com stores, and CRMs that they natively integrate with. The reason it's so important that these platforms natively integrate is so that you don't run into limitations. If your platforms don't natively integrate, you're not going to be able to do the workflows and the different behavior-based things that we'll talk about later when we get to strategy, just because of the limitations of the platforms not being able to talk to each other. You could get a developer to try to force those connections. You could do something like a Zapier to try and have those connections work. But we found the easiest and most successful way is having a stack of technology that talks natively and has those plugins for each other, because then it's just a seamless data share. So if you're already on some of these platforms and maybe they don't natively integrate, that's okay. You can migrate and try to go to a different ESP that does fit into the tech stack. Or you figure out what the limitations are and you stay with your current tech stack and you work within those. You can find ways around it, but especially if you're starting fresh or you're looking at changing up your tech stack, reference this table. This is really going to help you get set up on the right foot. That way you make sure all of your different technologies can talk to each other, you can share that data and really have a strong strategy. So that was the how. The how do we send emails, right? It's from an ESP, it's not from your inbox, and we do it by connecting to all of these other platforms that you have within your arsenal. Going from the how to the who, I'm going to spend a good amount of time on this because this is really, really important. When you're sending email marketing messages, those are different than your transactional emails and from what we call outbound emails. So your transactional emails, that is someone placed an order and they get an automatic email saying, hey, thanks for placing an order, or your order has shipped, right? Those updates on their order processing. Then there's your outbound emails. That's where a company purchases a list and they send text-only emails that look like they're from a sales rep being like, hey, do you want to make more money for your business? Contact us today, blah, blah, blah. Outbound email marketing is its whole other beast. It uses different ESPs, things like Lemlist or Mailshake or SendGrid. They're usually only text-only emails. You still have to be careful about who you're emailing and when, but it's a whole different thing. So there's outbound, there's transactional, and then there's email marketing and promotional messages, which is what we're talking about. Those are the ones that come from your ESP. And those need to email people who are explicitly opted in with consent. So I talked earlier about how, there's a form on your site and, people fill it out and raise their hand and say they want to hear from you. If you're going to send someone email marketing messages, so again, not transactional, not update on your orders, not outbound, anything that is promotional, marketing focused, any of that, the people you're emailing must be opted in. And this isn't only a preference or how NP does things. This is a legal thing. So I'm sure you've heard of GDPR, CAN-SPAM, CASL. These are those regulations and guidelines that are in place to make sure that you're only emailing these people who want to hear from you. Like we mentioned earlier, email marketing is a very intimate relationship, right? People are giving you their personal email and allowing you into their personal inbox. And that's a data issue. So we need to make sure we take their privacy very seriously. And so GDPR, CAN-SPAM, and CASL are just some examples of different regulations out there to help protect that data privacy. The key thing I want to note here is, like you can see, it says GDPR is in the EU and CAN-SPAM is in the US. These regulations come into play not based on where your business is, but based on where the receiver is. So let's say I am in the US and I have a US-based company. So I might think, okay, only CAN-SPAM applies to me. But if I have people on my list who live in the EU, as soon as I send to them, GDPR now applies to me as well. So it's about who you're sending to, not where you're sending from. GDPR by far has the strictest regulations. And so here at MP, we tend to function by GDPR. I'll talk about what that means in just a second here. And likely GDPR will become more and more of the standard, again, because we're focusing so much on data privacy. So I would recommend for you as well, as you're getting your email marketing practices up and running, to really focus on the GDPR side. And with these regulations, it's really important to follow them because they're going to be really hefty ramifications. Like I believe it's with CASL, you can see up to $10 million in fines. Like we're talking astronomical numbers. It can also have personal ramifications. It can lead to private lawsuits and imprisonment if you break these rules, because again, we're trying to protect people in their privacy and not exploit the fact they're letting us into their personal inbox. So we can only email explicitly consented, opted in contacts. What the heck does that even mean? What that means is whenever somebody wants to hear from you, they need to fill out something like a form and check off a box saying, yes, I want to hear from you. So for example, if you have a form and it's asking for their first name and their email address, and then there's a little checkbox that says, by checking this box, you are agreeing to receiving email marketing communications by blah, 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 blah. You can opt out at any time or unsubscribe. Here's a link to our privacy policy. Then you are all good, because now your ESP can see that person put their information into that form, they checked off they wanted email from you, and you have a timestamp of when it happened. So you need that compliance language that covers the purpose of your emails, the fact that the user is voluntarily participating, the fact that they'll have an unsubscribe option and a link to your privacy policy. If you have that in your compliance language, you're all set. Anybody who hasn't opted in to your email marketing via that type of compliance language, you should not be emailing. Put them to the side, suppress them from your marketing contacts, and start to build up your list in a safer, compliant way, again, to protect yourself. And so outside of just protecting yourself and the legal ramifications, which is the main purpose here, there's also the marketing side. If you start gaining contacts from these different forms you have on your site, you can start to see, okay, this person opted in from this form on this page, so they're likely interested in this content. How can I use that to my advantage and make sure they're getting messages that make sense to them, right? So you want to make sure you're being careful with who you're sending email marketing messages to, but then you can also get crafty and start to apply that strategy piece of it. And that's what we're going to talk about next. So you have the foundation set, you have how you send email marketing messages, you have an understanding of who you can and cannot send it to. How do we take that foundation and now build the strategy on top? So again, you can get closer to that 36-to-1 ROI goal. So I want to talk through what an email marketing strategy is and is not. And like I said here, spoiler alert, it's more than just sending emails. So email marketing strategy is really intentional. It's planned. It's consistent sending. Ideally, you have something like an email calendar that lays out, here are all the emails that we're going to send for the next year. We're going to have 3 per month. This one's going to focus on a discount. You don't have to know the discount right now, but just that one's going to focus on a discount. This one is going to align with a typical user behavior that happens this time of year, right? You start to understand the timeliness of your emails, what's happening in your business, and you plan your email marketing around that. versus just sending emails inconsistently or on a whim. If you're coming in the morning saying, oh, hey, I feel like we should send an email today, let's get something out. Odds are you're not going to see the ROI that you could because it's not planned. It doesn't have the data and the thought behind it. Email marketing is also very personalized. We talked about this a little bit already, but to your segments and your users. So based off of user behaviors or certain tags related to subsets of your list, you try to get more personalized. That way, again, people see messaging that really relates to them and encourage them to take more action. You don't want to send to your whole list every time, right? If you just send out general emails to cast a wide net to your entire list, it's not really going to hit home with me. And I might end up unsubscribing because I'm not finding as much value from your emails anymore. And once someone unsubscribes, it's really hard to get them back because you've kind of broken that trust. So you want to make sure that you're sending emails sometimes to your whole list, but more often than not to these specialized segments. Your email marketing should also be a mix of informational and promotional. You should not be sending discounts in every single email, because then what happens is if I get one email from you a week and it's always a discount or promo, it now loses the urgency, right? So I might get an email this week that's 20% off and okay, I'll just wait till next week. I know there's another discount coming. And you get discount fatigue and you don't start to see the impact that discounts can have when they're more so sprinkled in. So your email marketing strategy should have a mix of that give and take, where I give some information. I also ask you to purchase from us, or I think like newsletters mixed in with maybe a BOGO sale. You want to have a mix of informational and promotional, not just throwing discounts at people all the time. You also really want your email marketing strategy to be behavior-based, right? What are people doing on your site? What actions are they taking? What you don't want to do is send the same email multiple times, because if people start seeing the same email from you over and over again, the same copy, the same design, again, you're not getting me value and I'm likely going to unsubscribe. So really key to keep in mind, there's a lot behind email marketing. It's not just sending the emails out from your ESP. The way that you build this strategy is with the 4 core elements. So there are your forms, your workflows, your campaigns, and then your SMS. Your forms, that's what converts the traffic from your site into leads. That's what we talked about earlier, right? You have your first name, your email address, you have that compliance language that you definitely need, and that's more of your top of funnel. So people are coming to your site from SEO, from paid media, and those forms help to capture that top of funnel in a compliant way, and then you build that relationship with them. Your workflows, those are your series of emails that are triggered by a specific action or a specific behavior on your site. So for example, someone abandons their cart. That triggers them into abandoned cart workflow. Or somebody fills out your form. That is a trigger to put them into their welcome series, right? So it tracks user behavior and it sends it accordingly. Workflows are phenomenal because you set them up and you should always come back and optimize them and iterate on them. For the most part, they're running in the background and making you money while you focus on other things. Because workflows are going to auto trigger based off whatever set you put at the beginning, right? So workflows are more so that bottom of funnel because they get triggered when someone does something on your site. So somebody's already on your site, they're bopping around, they're doing certain things, they're already pretty engaged. The goal of that workflow is to try to push them all the way to that final action you're trying to get them to take. You then have your campaigns. These are your consistent one-out sends, sometimes they're called email blasts, that help to keep you top of mind. These can still be very personalized and segmented, but they're not necessarily triggered the way workflows are. So your workflows run in the background. Your campaigns you send out on that weekly, monthly, bi-weekly, whatever it is, cadence, and it helps keep you top of mind even when people aren't actively on your website. So this is more that middle of the funnel, right? I haven't been on your website. I didn't force a workflow to trigger, but you're still showing up in my inbox, reminding me you're there, reminding me of the value that your emails bring to me. I then also mentioned SMS, which if you are collecting phone numbers from people on your compliance form, which then you also need to have additional language on the bottom of that, showing that you're agreeing to text people and the different data charges they could receive. But if you're collecting phone numbers as well, you can also sprinkle in SMS. That can help support your workflows and your campaigns. So you can engage with people on their mobile devices as well. So those are kind of your core 4 of how you start to build out an email marketing strategy. What I want to do now is apply that to a hypothetical scenario of how this would all come together, right? So let's pretend that I am an expecting mother and I am looking to purchase prenatal vitamins. So I go to my laptop, I Google best prenatal vitamins. The first result that shows up after the paid ads is a blog on how to choose your prenatal vitamin from a supplements company. This supplement company sells a variety of things, right? It sells stuff for active people, for expecting mothers, if you're having issues sleeping. But they had a blog that was SEO optimized and ranked well for best prenatal vitamins. And what I saw was how to choose your prenatal vitamin. Great, that applies. I'm trying to figure out how to pick one. I click on it. I'm reading this blog that's about prenatal vitamins. About halfway down the blog, a form pops up. This form has an image of an expecting mother, and the copy says, give us your email address and get 20% off your first order of prenatal vitamins. Think about what an impact that has, right? I'm already reading a blog about prenatal vitamins. That's what I'm interested in. So the form associated with that page is related to prenatal vitamins. It's showing a woman who's expecting a child, and it talks about 20% off, not just my first order of prenatal vitamins. So it's hitting me right where I'm at because it knows the page I'm on. It knows what I'm interested in as the user, right? So that form comes up. Yeah, of course, I want to try some prenatal vitamins. I want my 20% off, so I give you my information. Once I enter that form, I get put into the Welcome Series workflow. The first email in that Welcome Series workflow sends me my 20% off code that I was promised. I have that code, so I'm going to go purchase immediately and get my prenatal vitamins, right? So maybe it's been a few weeks, and I start to take those prenatals, and a few weeks later, I get a campaign, right? Because I haven't been on the site again, so I haven't triggered any other workflows, but I'm still on your email list because I filled out that original form. I get a campaign 2 weeks later that talks about how iron supplements are a complement to prenatals. And so again, by looking at the fact that my purchase behavior included prenatals, you send me something that's related to prenatals. The messaging is going to hit home. So, okay, cool. I got this campaign. I should look into iron supplements. It's a really good complement to what I'm already taking. I start to visit the website. I add the iron supplements to my cart, but it's the middle of the workday. I got distracted and I didn't end up checking out. I abandoned my cart. And so what that does is put me into that abandoned cart workflow. And at that initial form, when I filled out my email address, I also gave you my phone number. So now your abandoned cart workflow can start with a text message about 8 hours after I abandoned my cart saying, hey, the items you left in your cart are selling out fast. Now there's that sense of urgency. Oh no, if I don't go and buy these things right now that I was interested in, I might not get them. So from that text message, I immediately go back to my cart and I purchase, right? Now you can see on the back end that I purchased from your company twice. So I'm becoming a more loyal customer, and you can see that I'm interested in buying from you, right? So after that second purchase, I now enter a post-purchase workflow that has a referral program. If I refer a friend and that friend signs up for your emails, they'll get 20% off their first order, and I'll also get 20% off my next order, right? So I send it to my friend. My friend, maybe she's not looking for prenatals. Maybe she's interested in the health and wellness supplements, right? She signs up for your emails, she gets her 20% off, and she immediately goes and buys. From there, you just continue that maintenance, right? You continue sending me relevant messaging. Some are promotional, some are informational. Maybe there's newsletters or things to expect with prenatal vitamins. Some might be restock emails, where if I buy a 90-day supply, you can enter me into a workflow 70 days after purchase that says, hey, don't forget to restock before your 90 days runs out, right? So this kind of shows how campaigns, workflows, forms, text messages, all of that play together into a customer journey. This isn't linear, right? This is just a hypothetical example. There could be 18 different steps before the first purchase. But the important thing to keep in mind is how this all comes together and plays together to create that full, well-rounded customer journey, right? Everyone's customer journey is going to look different. It takes a lot of touch points with brands in order to make a purchase. But by leveraging things like workflows and campaigns and text messages, you can enhance your strategy, talk to people when they need to hear it, where they need to hear it, about the messages they need to hear, and see more of that return on investment. So let's talk a little bit more about how you do that. How do you get people the right messaging at the right time? And that's where segmentation dynamic modules really comes into play. So when I say segmentation, what I mean is taking your list and grouping it into smaller lists by a certain shared property. So something that they have in common. So this could be engagement level or time period. Let's say you have a list of people who haven't engaged in 365 days. You take that segment of unengaged people in 365 days and put them into a win-back workflow and be like, hey, we haven't heard from you in a while, come back and purchase or do XYZ. It could be based on site behavior, right? Like abandoned cart or browse abandoned. It could be based on shopping behavior, like the example I just gave earlier of you knew I shopped for prenatal vitamins, and so you take your entire list that has shopped for prenatal vitamins and now send them a follow-up email about iron supplements that has to do with prenatal vitamins. It can be based on geolocation, right? So let's say I am a disaster preparedness company and I want to email about preparing for upcoming hurricanes. I don't want to email people in Kansas about upcoming hurricanes. that doesn't make sense. So I can segment my list down into people who are in hurricane-prone areas and just send them emails about preparing for a hurricane. Makes a lot more sense, it's a lot more personalized. You're getting more value from the email. You can also email people based on volunteer preferences. So on those pop-up forms we talked about where you have, first name, email address, and your compliance language, you can also have a drop-down that asks people their preferences. So for example, if you are a body care company, right, and you sell both hair care and skin care, you can ask on that form, are you more interested in hair care or skin care, right? Which one is your priority? Whichever one you pick, you now in the back end in your ESP can be tagged with that preference. So if we know you prefer hair care, we're going to show you more hair care stuff. Doesn't mean you'll never see skincare stuff, so we still want to try to cross-sell, but our main focus will be on the preference that you provided because you gave that information to us. Again, you volunteered it, so now we can segment and get more personalized. The same thing applies with dynamic modules, showing certain products or things that you viewed based on your behavior, your purchasing behavior, your browsing behavior, whatever it is. So if you can start talking to people about what they need when they need it, that's when you start to really see that 36-to-1 ROI. It's not about just blasting emails out into the ether and seeing what happens. That's not going to get you that 36-to-1. True email marketing strategy, you have to figure out who you're talking to, what they need, and get the messaging right. And so a lot of times I hear from clients, okay, but if I'm only sending to a small portion of my list versus my entire list, aren't I going to see less ROI? And I get where that thought process comes from. And even though it's counterintuitive, it's actually incorrect, right? So think about if I send every email to my entire list, I need to try to make that email either so general that it could apply to everyone, or have a certain topic and it might not apply to a good portion of my list, that now the other portions of my list are going to feel left out, or if it was a general message, not really feel addressed, right? And so if you keep sending these general emails or things that cast a wider net but don't really talk to people one-on-one, eventually you're going to see more unsubscribes. And again, when someone unsubscribes, that means that you lost a lifetime customer. That means that you lost ROI. So you really want to start to send messages, sometimes to your whole list, maybe once or twice a month, you send a newsletter or a product launch to your whole list. But the rest of your emails throughout the month really should be segmented, because if you talk to people about the messaging, the products, the actions that really relate to them, you'll see that higher ROI. So you want to mix within your strategy, but really focus on that segmentation versus just blasting to your entire list. That was a lot of the science piece of it, right? A lot of the strategy that goes into email marketing. Let's pivot our brains a little bit into the art side, the creativity. I want to talk about email copywriting and email design. So when it comes to email copywriting, there are two main frameworks that are typically referenced. The 4 C's, which stand for clear, concise, compelling, and credible, and then PAS, which is problem, agitation, solution. And so the 4 C's talk about the way that your email copy should be created, right? You want to be very clear. You want to keep it short. No one wants to read a block of text in an email. And you want to be credible, right? We're not going for spam or anything like that. And you want to draw people in, make it compelling. The PAS framework, you introduce the problem, right? The problem that someone's having, the issue it's causing them, and then how you can solve it. So those are just some general framework when you're putting your copywriting together. It doesn't have to be so clear in your face of here's your problem, here's your agitation, here's your solution. That's where the art comes into it, of making those elements be there without being so in your face. And so with your email copy, there is your subject line and your pre-header. So that's what you see in your inbox. That's where you even decide if you're going to open the email. So super important, that's your first impression. Then there's your actual body of your email, the copy within it, and your call to actions, your CTAs. So your subject line, your pre-header, like I mentioned, that's your first impression. Super important to get it right. You only have about 5 to 7 words to do that. So you want to make sure to use action verbs, right? Something that's going to inspire someone to want to open your email, and be very truthful about the attention grabbers you use. Don't say, hey, 50% off, and then people click in your email and it's not actually 50% off. Again, that's a violation of my trust. I trusted you to come into my inbox and you lied about what was in your email. So you want to use attention grabbers. So your first email in your welcome series, if you're giving 20% off, put that in your subject line, like, hey, here's your 20% off. Fantastic. You don't want to have subject line pre-headers with attention grabbers that aren't truthful to what's actually in the email. You also can personalize your subject line and your pre-header for your segments. Let's say I am a real estate company and I know a segment of my list is renters and a segment of my list is buyers, right? I can nuance the language in my subject line and my pre-header to better apply to the renter market or the buyer market. Super easy to do, and again, allows you to have that personalization that people are more likely to click into your email, actually engage with it, and hopefully take the action that you want them to. When it comes to the body of your email, the best advice I can give is ask, what would you want, right? So if you're receiving an email from a company, do you want walls of text or do you want bullet points and super scannable? Probably bullet points and super scannable, right? And a lot of issues that I run into with our clients is we'll start to write an email, and emails should be very, very short. And they're like, oh, but we have all these unique selling propositions that are all equally important. They all should be in this email. And we kind of have to pull them back and say, yes, you have 5 unique selling points that are super important. Let's make those 5 separate emails. They don't all need to be in one. Because if you think about the user, if they get an email that's super long, so it's going over your 5 USPs, they're probably not going to read the email at all. You didn't even get one of them across, let alone all 5. So think about what the reader wants, right? Focus on one topic, narrow it in, save those other topics and great ideas for other emails, because you can email out more emails throughout the month. It's going to be fine. Think about what you would want as the user looking at that email on your phone or on your laptop, desktop, whatever. Like we mentioned, keep it scannable and use direct personal language. Talk to people as a you're, right? You're in their inbox. It's that intimate relationship. Lean into that. Your call to action, those are your buttons, right? Where you're really trying to get people to click and take an action to go back to your site. These call to actions should directly relate to your original goals. Like we talked about earlier, is your goal to get people to come to the site and check out, right? Buy a product? Is it to come to the site and request a quote? Your call to action should align with that. And you should have a unique call to action, not just a click here or read more or learn more, but start your 20% off today, or get in contact with one of our sales specialists, right? Have it be more unique versus just those standard learn more, click more, read here, whatever it is, but still have it aligned to your goal, because your call to action is literally that. You're calling people in to do the action that you want them to do. So email copywriting, it's a very nuanced process, right? It's putting a lot of meaning and messaging into a few number of words. And then what you have to do is take those words and put it into a well-designed email. And so I put an example here of an email I got in my inbox just a few weeks ago. This is from Uncommon Goods. And in August, I tend to shop from them a lot. I just happen to have a lot of friends and families with birthdays in August, and I tend to shop there a lot. Whether or not they knew that when they sent me this email, I can't know, because I'm on the user side, right? I'm not on the sending side. But they sent me an email about, who did you say needs a gift? Is that because they typically see my spending behavior goes up in August? Not sure. Either way. And so you can see with this email, it's a nice colored header. They use a lot of white space. I know that it's a static image, but this here is a GIF, and so it's more interactive, and I can see what the item is. It's broken down by category. It's very cleanly laid out and easy for my eye to follow. It's not blocks of text. And this is a really good example of how you bring the copy and the design together. There's an attention-grabbing header. There is a GIF. We have the CTA above the fold. You always want your call to action right above the fold. So before someone even has to scroll, they should be able to find that call to action. Odds are, if they have to scroll to find it, you're going to see a lower click rate. Minimal text, and you stay consistent to your brand. The cool thing about using an email service provider is it has design functionalities directly in it. So you can create these design emails in your Omnisend, Klaviyo, HubSpot, whatever it is. These dynamic modules that you can drag and drop, fill in your text, alter the colors, alter the design. You can do all this directly within your ESP. You don't need to worry about being a professional designer or knowing how to code HTML. So that's just a little bit of a tip of how you bring copy and design together to help build out your email strategy. So now you do all this work, right? You set up the foundation, you build the strategy, you do your creative pieces of it. How do you know what you're doing is actually working? And so now we look at the data side of it. What's really important is remembering all sides of the story. Your email service provider should be your source of truth. Your ESP, like we talked about way back at the beginning of this session, allows you to directly track those conversions, right? So as soon as an email goes out, you can see what happens with it. So use your ESP as a source of truth. The metrics that you look at within your ESP, those will vary depending on what your goals are and what your KPIs are and how you want to determine what success looks like for you. So for example, again, if you're a B2C company and your main goal is getting people to purchase, likely the KPI you're going to look at in your ESP is direct revenue per email. I want to know, how much money did I make on this email? How much did I invest to create that email? How much money did I make back? Boom, there's my ROI. Versus your B2B, let's say your goal is to get people to request a quote, right? Now, the KPI I might care about is how many people did I get to click request a quote and go to my request a quote form from this email. That is more of a sign of success, right? So there's different metrics that you'll look at, and it just has to align to your original goal. You can also leverage things like UTM parameters to help better track people. But again, your ESP is really going to be your main source of truth. People often talk about open rate and click rate, and those are very important metrics, but to a degree, especially with open rate, this has become more inflated over recent years. There's things like Apple privacy, where Apple devices basically automatically mark emails as open to protect the user's privacy. Or there's things like spam bot checks, where every once in a while, when you send an email, spam bots will go in and open your email and click all the links to make sure it's safe. These can mess with your open rate and your click rate. So what I always suggest is, rather than living or dying by these different rates and be like, oh no, this email was a failure because of open rate or whatever, instead look at these as optimization opportunities. If your open rate is lower, okay, what leads to open rate? Your subject line and your pre-header. Did you have a good subject line and pre-header, right? Was it eye-catching? Did you use the correct action verbs, things like that? If your click rate was lower, right? Was your email well designed? Was your CTA above the fold? Are there different things you can try within your copy? So use those types of metrics more so for optimization opportunities versus using them as the end all be all. And so those are more of your positive KPIs, right? Your open rate, your click rate, your revenue. You also want to keep an eye on what we call your negative KPIs. So things like your unsubscribe and your bounce rates. You really want to keep those metrics under 0.1%, especially earlier in the year. Gmail and Yahoo released their new metrics of really cracking down on spam and making sure it doesn't get to the inbox. So if you start to see your unsubscribe rate, creeping up, again, what does that mean? Are you emailing people who didn't opt in? And so now not only are you out of compliance, but you're losing people from your list. Or are you sending information that isn't relevant to them? So they're unsubscribing because they're just getting these general email blasts every month. Start to think about what those metrics tell you. Same thing with bounce rate. If you're getting a lot of bounces, do you need to clean your list? Is it time to maybe scrub it and take out some people who are old or outdated? So when it comes to the analysis of your email story, there's no definitive right or wrong way. It's really looking at all sides of it, understanding what your goals are, and backing into the metrics from there in order to understand the full data narrative and take what you learn from that data narrative and keep iterating. So to kind of sum that all up, right? The cool thing and the thing I really find struggling about digital marketing is it's never done, right? You put all this work into every single email you send, every paid media ad you put out, every blog that you write, and no matter what, you're gonna have to come back and do it again. So my key takeaway for you is to keep iterating with everything that we talked about today. So a couple key points for you to take away. Look at your email and see, how does it complement your omni-channel approach, right? Do you have traffic coming to your site? Do you have SEO and paid going? Where does email fit in within that? Do you then have the foundations that you need? Do you have the necessary platforms set up and integrated? We talk about your ESP, your e-com platform, your CMS, your CRM. Start to look into all of those pieces. Are you sending to opted-in contacts and using compliant practices? I wish I could bold and highlight that one. That's probably the most important one on here to make sure you're protecting yourself. Then take a look at your customer journey. Where are there gaps that you can fill with email, right? Where are you seeing people melt or churn or just fall off the journey? How can maybe a triggered welcome email or a workflow or whatever help to keep people going? Do you have an email sending plan? Do you have an email calendar that goes through your different send dates, your segments, the goals of those emails? That way you really have a sound strategy. Can you improve your copy and design based off any of the elements we talked about today? And then last, but again, possibly most important, are you looking at your results and using the results in your ESP to help build, pivot, and iterate on your email strategy? Because again, this isn't a one and done. You take all these things we talked about, you start to apply them, you start to A/B test and resend and try different segments and learn what works specifically for you and your business with having this solid foundation. That way you can play around and get a little bit more into the creative science piece of email marketing. So I hope that was helpful. There's a lot that goes into digital marketing and especially email marketing, but if you take all of these tips, you should be golden from there. Start to achieve that 36-to-1 ROI once you have the foundation, build the strategy, all these different pieces we talked about today. That's going to open up your opportunities for that ROI that we all want you to see. So thank you so much for attending, and I hope that this was helpful.
Are you loving the advice and insights you're getting? Well, the first 2 days of our summit are only the tip of the iceberg. This year, we decided to offer a third day of actionable tips and strategies with sessions on SEO, email marketing, paid media, international growth, data privacy, and much more. You can get access to all this great content when you upgrade your ticket now to a lifetime pass. This means you're not only going to be joining us on day 3 of the summit, you'll also unlock more than 150 hours worth of content in our members area. And this access never expires, so you can watch every session from this year's summit and our previous summits as often as you want. One innovative idea can transform your business, so you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to soak up as much knowledge as possible. Our members area also includes slide decks, templates, checklists, cheat sheets, and other exclusive content that you can use to guide your own marketing efforts. While our summit this year is all about AI and the future of marketing, our past summits provide a deep dive into SEO and content marketing, give you growth and traffic hacks, and explore marketing and sales strategies specifically for small businesses. And if that's not enough for you, there's even more marketing wisdom in the more than 50 bonus sessions we've added just for our lifetime member community. The internet is flooded with information, but how much of it comes from credible sources? How many times have you been led astray by unknown, unverified advice? No matter where you are in your growth journey, you're going to find valuable information to move your business forward among the more than 150 sessions in our exclusive members area, a place where information is not just abundant, but also trustworthy. If you want to future-proof your business, this is the place to start. Upgrade your Summit Pass now before the price increases soon. We're totally confident you're going to love the Summit Members platform and all the valuable content inside. But if for any reason at all you don't, we'll refund you in full. No hassle, no questions asked, no stress. We'll take care of you. Act now, benefit forever. It's like having a personal library of expert knowledge at your disposal. So, get your lifetime access now, and we'll see you on day 3 and inside the members area.
Hello, and welcome to a comprehensive session on how to do SEO for generative AI. We're going to talk a lot about how to do SEO for generative AI, but we're also going to go into what it is, how it might be impacting you, how to check if it's impacting you, and what might be coming in the future as well. So let's get into it. The things we're going to talk about specifically today is I'm going to give you a brief recap on the recent rise of generative AI. Things have gotten very different in the last couple of years here, starting with ChatGPT. I want to make sure that we have an understanding of the current impacts on organic traffic as these technologies advance. As the VP of SEO, I'm very sensitive to how it might be impacting organic channels. We're going to talk about how to optimize for generative AI, how to make sure you can put your best foot forward and make sure that you have a chance to get cited in generative AI tools. And then we're going to talk about if you should optimize for generative AI. Do you want to play in that space, or do you think it might do more harm than good? And if you think it might do more harm than good, I'll show you how to block some of those AI bots from crawling your site and using your content. Then we're going to talk about how to utilize AI for efficiencies in organic strategies. So there is a silver lining to all the disruption around generative AI in SEO is that we do get to use this as a tool to help make our lives easier as well. And I'll give you some tips and tricks on how to do that. And then we'll talk about kind of the future of where things are going. So SearchGPT has been announced. Is that going to be a big disruptor? We'll talk about that as well. So my name's William Kammer. I'm the Vice President of Search Engine Optimization here at NP Digital. I'm the VP of SEO over the small to medium business division called NP Excel. I've been in SEO for a couple of decades now, and I've done agency, I've done in-house, I've done small mom and pop, and I've done very large, multinational enterprise as well. So I have a good, robust amount of experience in the space. And currently in my role, I manage our SEO team's content outreach, link building, and development. So first, let's talk about how we got here. So for when we talk about generative AI, like I said, in the last couple of years, it's really gotten pretty crazy. And so how did that happen? Well, it all kind of happened with ChatGPT, right? We got this new tool, and because of some of the ways that it allows us to input and receive information, it got very mainstream very quickly. And so, this conversational piece of AI is really what broke everything into the mainstream and allowed it to be much more accessible to people who didn't really know how to utilize the technology before that. Once ChatGPT came out, the parent company of ChatGPT, OpenAI, kind of forced competitors to pivot and reinvest and start to compete in very different ways, very rapidly and aggressively. And we'll talk about that a little bit later, including how much they're spending, who's spending it, and where we think things might be going from here. And that might not be as rapid as it was a couple years ago. So the investments, if they're not giving the returns, companies might, kind of back up and take a deep breath, and we'll see if that's happening as well. So the first thing we're going to talk about is what is modern AI? Really, modern AI is machine learning, natural language processing, and large language models. This isn't sci-fi AI. This isn't sentient. This isn't your movie artificial intelligence that can think for itself or is going to take over the world or something like that, right? It's really just a buzzword for current technologies that are definitely more advanced than they used to be and allow us to do things more efficiently than we used to. But it's not even necessarily a groundbreaking new technology. It's just now more accessibility to existing technologies. With machine learning, natural language processing, and large language models, it's still a matter of crawling documents, processing those documents, and regurgitating the data in those documents in specific ways that users want. Usually what people are talking about when they talk about AI nowadays are those large language models, those LLMs, because those are what is collecting massive amounts of documents, like OpenAI, who's crawling the internet, or Google, and then processing that in advanced ways and allowing for a very accessible input and output model with the conversational AI piece. And that's kind of where we're at right now and what we're actually talking about here. When we talk about, the investment and the advancements and the competition that's happening right now, we are talking about billions and billions of dollars being spent. And this is just a small sample. These are the companies, I care about as, an organic channel manager. Meta's spending about 10 billion this year. Google's spending about 12 billion a quarter. Microsoft dropped 14 billion in Q2 of this year. And it's not a small chunk of change, and that's not even all of it, right? There are hundreds of evolving niche AI companies. Everyone's trying to figure out how to create the newest SaaS tool utilizing this conversational AI. And so these are just some of the biggest investments, but there's a ton of little ones as well that are happening. But that investment might be slowing down now. So when we take a look at those billions and billions of dollars that have been invested this year and last year, are those companies actually getting a return on that investment? Are those tools that are being developed actually performing in the ways that those companies want them to? And the answer, it might be not so much. So what happens when you invest billions of dollars in something and you don't get a payoff? You might cut funding. You might not be as aggressive with trying to advance things as quickly. If you remember some of the controversy when Google's AI overviews came out with all of the inaccurate answers that were popping up, that's what happens when things try to go very hard and very fast and then don't quite work and you have to pare back. And so what this is usually called is an AI winter. It's kind of, it's no longer a simple summer child. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty of like, okay, it was bright and shiny and new. Now we have to be real about it and what it can actually do and what it can't actually do. And now we can take a breath because Google doesn't necessarily have to panic like they had to a while ago when Microsoft invested heavily into ChatGPT and Google felt behind the ball and had to invest in developing Gemini much more quickly, getting AI overviews out much more quickly. Everyone kind of might have been putting the cart before the horse a bit, and that might calm down moving forward. So that's basically where we're at about, how we got here, where the rise of AI came from, and where we're at. We might actually see a bit of a slowdown, and but we'll see. It's everything happens so quickly in this industry that it's you never know. We can only guess. But what we can make sure that is what we do have really tangible results for is actual impacts. We might not know exactly where things are going, but we know where things have been and how they might have affected websites. And so now what I'm going to discuss is how AI and conversational AI might be impacting your SEO traffic right now, how to check for that, and what industries might be affected in different ways. So current impacts on SEO traffic, when it comes to opportunities, there isn't a lot of opportunity here yet because there isn't a big disruption in the search market yet. So ChatGPT, it's not like ChatGPT has a huge market share that it's sucked away from Google or something like that. So when we're talking about the opportunities and how to get incremental increases to your organic traffic through generative AI, we're not seeing a big impact yet, but that doesn't mean we won't in the future, and that doesn't mean that you can't optimize for it now without it being detrimental to current efforts. And we'll go into that a little bit deeper later as well. So, and while the opportunities might not be abundant right now, that doesn't mean that AI might not be impacting your traffic. It just might be impacting it in a negative way. So when we talk about if AI is stealing your traffic, there's a huge variance here depending on industry and the size of the site. By the way, if you're enjoying my stock photography, these are all images I generated with Gemini. And if it's an image, you'll see a little prompt of what I searched for in order to generate that image. And so with this one, I told Gemini to show me an AI troll stealing SEO traffic, and this is what it came up with. Sometimes those the images they generate are accurate. Sometimes they're fun. Sometimes they're very bad. So bear with me as you start seeing these through the presentation. Anyway, so when we're talking about how AI might negatively impact your traffic, I have definitely seen cases where a significant portion of a website's traffic or revenue has been impacted by conversational AI. This happens more commonly with informational sites. Sites that publish a lot of articles, have a lot of quick answers, also potentially news sites or essay-style sites. And when I say essay-style sites, I mean those kinds of sites that have like long-form, in-depth articles. Sometimes that's assistance with college papers in industries like that, where they don't need to necessarily sign up for your service to get through a paywall to find the information they need. Now they can just ask a generative AI to get their answers, and it's basically phasing out some of the product offerings that some businesses might have had on their websites. And so also, if you've seen a drop in your blog content traffic, it's potentially because of generative AI as well. If you have blogs discussing something that generative AI can spit out in a quick answer, then they no longer need to click on your website in Google. They can just read the AI overview. It becomes a 0-click search result, and you just miss out. And there's not an easy way to recover that traffic right now. You can try to make sure that you're getting cited, but that's not really that significant of an increase. You can block the crawlers so they can't use your content, but that just means they're going to use someone else's content. So unless you have very, very unique content or you're a very significant brand, it's probably going to do more harm than good to block that. And when we take a look at the actual impact, so this is an actual website where I dug into GA4 and found how much impact ChatGPT had. So for this time frame, to give you an example, there are about 12,000 sessions in this time frame for this website. 6 out of 12,000 sessions were from ChatGPT, for example. Actually, Proximity AI had a little bit more than ChatGPT, and then there wasn't really any others that were referring any sort of traffic. If you want to see how much traffic you're getting from these generative AI tools, what you'll do is you'll go into GA4, Google Analytics 4, and take a look at your referrals, and then look for the specific referrals for each of those chatbots. So you can see I have ChatGPT selected here, but if you look at your referrals, you might see other tools, like I said, Proximity AI, or other ones that Claude sometimes pops up. And these are when you're being cited and then linked to from these AI tools. But it's such a minimal impact, it's almost not worth worrying about right now until more market share is taken up with these tools. And so when we're talking about the impact of to your traffic, basically it's a lot of bad and not a lot of good right now, to be honest. AI is crawling all the documents on the web and regurgitating them. And so what do users need you for? And so then the question is, okay, how can we strategically pivot to make sure that we can, one, mitigate the potential damage done to a website that is being negatively affected by AI? And how can we set ourselves up foundationally for when and if these tools become more prevalent and used more, to where there is actually a significant amount of traffic coming in to these to your website or to other websites from these tools. One big caveat here is that we can't reliably track Google's AI overviews, and so Google's AI overviews are likely the biggest referrer as far as generative AI goes to a website. Google's AI overviews are in that same position as like old school featured snippets, kind of position 0. We did see incremental increases when we were able to obtain those featured snippets, and so if you're the one being cited in Google's AI overviews, you'll likely see an incremental increase in traffic as well. Unfortunately, we don't have a reliable way to track that yet. So moving on, when we do want to set ourselves up foundationally to make sure that we can be cited into AI, there are definitely a few considerations to go through here. The first is to make sure to cut through the noise. So what I mean by that is consider your sources and understand when you're getting speculation and not real data in to inform your strategy. So with a technology like generative AI that is so new, everyone is scrambling. Some people are jumping the gun. Some people are going to put out information before it's verified. One of those people, for example, is Gemini. I asked Gemini to show me a chart of the best ways to optimize my content for AI, and it gave me this weird chart of, I should use AI powered tools. My content strategy is going to be the best way for me to optimize my content. It's like there are whispers of information here, but it's not something you can really rely on. So there is still a place for real research that isn't out in the market yet. And so we've done, like, for example, we've done a study and we've found certain factors are more informative and more of a factor, at least based on this study, than other factors. Brand mentions are extremely important. The relevancy is going to be extremely important. Authority, age, not so much. Reviews, this is when you take a look at these two charts, you can see why might still be benefit to generate things strategically and methodically with humans and not just rely on AI for everything moving forward. AI still has a long way to go. And the trouble is AI will give you answers very confidently. AI doesn't say, hey, I'm only about 40% confident in this answer. I'm going to give it to you, but take it with a grain of salt. That's not really how it works. And so you have to kind of, do your own due diligence and not necessarily rely on every source for everything that you find on the internet. And that includes AI, which people kind of forget about. So when you're optimizing for generative AI, it's very important to not ignore the traditional concepts of SEO. So there are some things that always hold true in SEO since the beginning, no matter what disruptive factor has occurred, whether it's a massive algorithm change, a new search engine, social media. If you have comprehensive, extremely valuable and helpful content and authority signals to your content, that has always held true to perform very well. Now, what those authority signals are, like we saw on the last slide, maybe it isn't links and anchor text like has been true historically in SEO. It might be more brand mentions and authority and reputation. And so those are things that we'll talk about a little bit later, but you also need to do the basics of SEO. And that means making sure that you're targeting the right things in your content through keyword research. You got to make sure that that content's still helpful to users, and it's addressing the intent of the user's query. And you need to make sure that your website's crawlable, right? Technical SEO is still going to be very important, because if these AI bots can't crawl your content and understand your content, then it's not going to use your content to cite, in AI overviews or wherever else you might want to be cited in these generative AI tools. So, you're still going to need to worry about technical SEO for crawlability, on-page SEO for targeting and quality content, and authority signals offsite. It's still the same game, right? As far as these traditional concepts in SEO. Now that doesn't mean that there might not be pivots to your strategy, but in general, a lot of it is staying the same. But also, don't ignore the non-traditional concepts. So make sure that brand mentions and reputation are very good on your brand and on your website. These might be larger authority signals than traditional SEO, because these large language models can understand the sentiment of reputation and brand mentions more efficiently, potentially, than Google can with links, direct links, and even what Google is doing right now with brand mentions and reputation. There might be a better contextual understanding through the large language models of generative AI that allow these to be larger authority signals. Also, keep in mind that AI, remember, is conversational. It's not just prompt output. It's prompt output, iterate the prompt, new output, iterate the prompt, new output. So because of that, if you have in-depth content, that doesn't mean long form. That just means comprehensive content in some way on your website. Then when a user is asking an AI bot something and gets an output and doesn't like it and iterates on that output, hey, can you tell me where to buy shoes? Sure, buy shoes here. Well, I don't want those kinds of shoes. I want these kinds of shoes. Okay, well then go here. Yeah, but they don't have my size. Whatever. As the user is having a conversation with the AI, if you have that in-depth content, you're going to be more likely to be cited more often during that conversation. Also, I wouldn't forget what Google mentioned a few years ago about hidden gems, which means information that can't be easily found elsewhere. It's going to be very hard for you to be cited for very easy, very well-known, quick questions and answers, because there are going to be massive authorities out there that are probably going to get those citations. At least for those like big halo kind of trophy terms and queries. But if you have information that is unique, then when people are searching out those unique problems or issues, you are more likely to be cited for that. And that's one of the reasons why user-generated content can play a large part in this. So, when you talk about forums or Quora or Reddit, these are conversations people are having with each other about issues that they're having, right? Or problems or questions. So, and these might be very specific, granular questions with very specific, granular answers. And so AI really loves this user-generated content, and so does Google nowadays. If you've noticed the way more Reddit and Quora being, in Google results, it's if you can weed through all of the noise of user-generated content, there are a lot of good hidden gems in that user-generated content. And so try to think about how you can implement this UGC into your website. It might not be a forum, it might not be a Reddit platform, but really good UGC might be making sure that your reviews are prominent and displayed on your website. So when somebody's asking if one of your products does X or Y, you have a review that someone else has, given that is addressing that specific question or query from a user. So user-generated content probably isn't going to go away anytime soon in this way. But also, unfortunately, in the last couple of weeks, there is a clear single largest ranking factor to get cited in Google's AI overviews. And that is making sure you already rank in the top 10. It didn't used to be like that, but this is part of, when I was talking about the AI winter, Google went very hard and very fast with trying to get Google AI overviews out, and it didn't work out very well, right? There's a lot of hilarious bad answers that became memes on the internet. So in order to mitigate that bad information, in my opinion, that's why Google kind of rolled AI overviews back and said, hey, you know what? We already have a killer algorithm that ranks the best results in the top 10. Let's just try to pull from those most of the time for our AI overviews in our, those generative AI answers. And so if you want to be cited, be in the top 10. If you're not in the top 10, rely on those traditional SEO tactics and make sure that you're an authoritative source in Google's main algorithm, and then Google will be much more likely to consider you for their generative AI answers. All right, moving on. So you don't want to play in generative AI. You don't want to be cited. Your content is way too important. You want to make sure that you get all the clicks. There is nowhere else on the internet that this generative AI can find the answers that are on your website. So you want to block AI from your site. It's killing your revenue because generative AI is just stealing all of your stuff. You can do that. I don't recommend it for most people. It's a very specific kind of industry and level of authority and brand recognition that might benefit from this. And, it's not that nobody's doing it. There are definitely people doing it. 14 of the top 1,000 websites are blocking generative AI right now, so people are playing with it. It might be testing and iterating on what bots to block and what bots not to, what's going to benefit us and what won't. And that's probably going to change moving forward, right? Maybe it doesn't make sense to block it right now. Maybe it will later, or vice versa. Maybe you're blocking it right now. You realize that down the road, now there's some good positive opportunities in generative AI and you want to remove it. So there's going to be, just because this might be the answer for you now doesn't mean it might not change down the road. If you do want to block AI bots, you need to know the user agents of the different AI bots that are crawling your content. Here are some of them. And then you block them through your robots.txt file. So if you're not familiar, the vast majority of websites out there, if you just go to the main domain and say /robots.txt, you're going to get all of the directives for the bots that crawl the website. And so you can see here with Google Extended or GPT bot, what this is saying in the robots.txt file is to disavow the entire website from those AI bots crawling that content. If they can't crawl it, they can't process it with their large language model, and they can't regurgitate it. And so this is going to be your best line of defense right now to block those AI bots from utilizing your content. Just make sure that you're identifying the user agents of these different AIs that you want to block to make sure that you're blocking the right things. So, what is good about generative AI in the SEO field? If they're going to disrupt our traffic, if they're going to make us pivot strategy, where's the silver lining? What can we do to help kind of mitigate some of this, even if it's not on the bottom line or the performance of the website? Maybe I can act faster, work better and more efficiently, get more stuff out there, pivot, help, maybe lean on AI a bit to assist in, me needing to compete now in this new way. And so now we're going to talk about some ways that you can utilize generative AI in your workflow when it comes to SEO and other channels to make sure that, you get some benefit out of this new technology as an SEO. So first of all, make sure that you understand that it's a tool. It's not an employee. It's not going to do work for you. It's going to help you do your work. When the hammer was invented, they didn't fire all the carpenters, right? You just need to learn how to use the tool in the right ways so you can be better at your job. It's not going to replace SEOs. You're still going to need a human layer. And when you're talking about how to use it as a tool, there are a few different ways that you can utilize it in very efficient manners. So ideation is going to be a good one. Market research and analysis. These are ways that we've definitely implemented AI to help us get better at the agency, and you can use these tactics as well. So when we're talking about ideation, this is a really big time saver for a lot of people. A lot of SEOs. Ideation is extremely difficult, especially as you get deeper and deeper into a campaign with a client or on your website. So, okay, I need to blog, I need to stay relevant, I need to have comprehensive content, I need to make sure that I'm leading edge and I'm talking about everything that needs to be talked about in my industry. What is that? How does that look? So, a simple prompt like, hey, give me 12 blog topics for a Rolex sales website. Now it starts listing all of this stuff. Did I think about that before? Maybe. Some of them I might not have. And now I want to consider pulling those or iterating on those topics and getting deeper into them and asking more questions about them inside of the generative AI and having that conversation to make sure that I can refine these, these topics that I might want to write about. You can, make sure that you find those common questions and why somebody might want to engage with that content. What is the intent of those demographics that might want to engage with that content? Keep in mind that ideation is not creation, and that's where people get in trouble. They think, hey, cool, you gave me 12 blog topics, now write me 12 blogs and I'm going to post all those right now. That is very, very often low quality content that is not helpful, that Google might negatively impact your website for. A lot of people have got in trouble recently with this, where they said, hey, I got this tool that can generate all my content for me. They started posting thousands of articles, and it worked for a little while, and now their site's completely tanked. That is not too uncommon. If you remember the March algorithm update, a lot of websites kind of got purged from the index. Big websites that that weren't really playing within guidelines or didn't really have high quality content. And a lot of the reason why that might have been is because they were relying too heavily on AI generating that content for them. When we talk about market research, you can take a look here where it's like, hey, what are some of the biggest concerns for someone buying their first Rolex? So you can start digging into the concerns, the needs, the intents of your demographics of, hey, I have this product or service. Who are the kind of people that search for this? Why do they search for that? What might be some hangups that they might have, or rebuttals I might need to prepare for? What if I'm creating comprehensive content? What are all the different things I need to hit to make sure that someone's confident that I know what I'm talking about when they engage with my website and might engage with my products or services? So, and it's not just about what you write about, but why, and you can ask that. So if authenticity is important, for example, to somebody buying their first Rolex, why is that? I mean, it's kind of obvious here, but you can start asking those questions as well. As like, okay, if I'm going to write on this, why? And then you can start being more empathetic to your user base. You might know the answers. They might not. And so if you're going to speak to that on your website, you're going to instill a lot of confidence in your user base. And, that's going to pan out on your bottom line in revenue. When it comes to analysis, AI is really cool here and can do a lot of fun stuff. So I just said, hey, make me a chart with this data. And it said, okay. And it did. And I can say, hey, reorganize this from most to least, or, make it a line graph, or, just you can do a lot of visualization manipulation with data sets. And also, you don't need to only utilize the data within the generative AI or the LLM. You can give it data and then say, now that you have this data, do this with it. So you can actually say, hey, generative AI, I don't want you to output anything. Just read this data set and acknowledge that you've read it. And then AI will say, okay. And then you can say, okay, now build this kind of chart in this way with these data points. Make this the x-axis, this the y-axis, or whatever you want to do there. But this can be a very efficient way to make visualizations with data and potentially gain insights much, much faster than you were before. Some other tips are, make sure that you're having that conversation back and forth. The prompt and output, a lot of people get stuck in that, but you can really refine and get granular and really honed in to exactly what you're looking for. So don't sell yourself short by just accepting the first answer the generative AI gives you if it's not exactly what you want. Make sure, and like I said, make sure that you can teach AI and say, hey, I want you to give me that content calendar, but consider that the demographic for this content calendar are the people between this age and this age that are interested in these things and have these problems. And then, or, you know, make sure that you understand that my brand and my company focuses on certain things. So it's you can train it and kind of customize that AI into exactly what you want it to be, and you can usually save that and go back to it. So, you know, you don't have to rely on out of the box AI. You can customize it, make it your brand or your company's AI bot, and then utilize that moving forward. And then, you know, like I said, don't get yourself in trouble. You know, you're not going to be able to ask for opinions. You're not going to be able to pull in real-time data. A lot of the time, Search GPT might be changing that, and we'll get into that. But make sure to vet everything through an experienced human, especially with generated content. If you're going to go that route, don't think that you can just scale out 10,000 location pages on your website now and have AI write content for each of them, and now you're going to rank in every city in the country for your e-com product. Somebody's already thought about that. Google's already shut it down. Don't waste your time. Now let's talk about future state. So, Search GPT, should you be afraid? Is it going to destroy Google? Let's think the sky is falling again, just like we did 2 years ago when ChatGPT came out and we thought it was going to change everything. And it changed some stuff, but not everything. The key features of Search GPT. So, according to Search GPT, here are some of the cool features it is going to have, or has. It's in beta. I also thought this image was funny. I asked Gemini what it thinks of Search GPT, and it's like, I'm not going to do that. But so, for example, let's take a look at these features that Search GPT has. Real-time information retrieval. Google does that. Inline source attribution. Google does that. Multimedia integration. Google does that, but Search GPT is probably going to be better at it. Publisher controls and content management. Google does that. And I'm talking about traditional Google algorithm. And so personalized search experience. Yep, Google does that. Enhanced scope and depth, that might be something that's differentiating. Real-time feedback mechanism, that might be something that's differentiating. My point is that a lot of what Search GPT is going to do to disrupt the market, Google already does, and already does better than Search GPT. If you're looking for the most recent news article or the most recent video that's come out, Google's already really good at giving you the most recent, most relevant thing possible. So what is Search GPT going to do that's different, that makes people get away from Google, where that's an environment that they're already extremely comfortable with? It's going to be very hard to pull them away, and in order to do it, there needs to be something very impressive going on. On the other side of that, is the market really primed for some competition and for something like Search GPT to disrupt the market? So, you know, Google has a good chunk of market share according to this graph, right? But Google also, a judge just ruled that Google is engaged in, you know, some anti-competitive practices. It might be a bit of a monopoly. And what does that mean for people trying to break into the search market? And what if you also have a little bit of buzz behind you, and you might have some new technology, and you have the government on your side because they don't like how much market share Google has? It might be some really convenient timing when it comes to that. So, you know, don't underestimate the last mover advantage. Search GPT is really ready to go as far as being agile and entering the market in a way to address needs that Google might not. It's got killer timing. You know, there's maybe some good refined user experience. We'll see how quote AI advances, and if it can get to a point that trumps Google's basic algorithm right now. And, we'll see how things go. But until then, that's it from me. I hope you gained some value from this. My name is William Kammer, and if you want to hire my teams, selfless plug, go to npxl.com, and we'll have a chat. All right. Thank you.
When you use OmniSend, promoting your online store is that easy. So here you are, minutes away from adventure with a to-do list longer than your pretzel recipe. No worries though, OmniSend's got your back. Building emails? Fast and easy. Texting customers? Quick and smooth. Push notifications? 1, 2, send. And done. Sign up with OmniSend today and get 30% off for the first 3 months.
Are you feeling energized by all the tips and strategies you're getting from our summit? Do you want to dive right into your business and start implementing all the things you've learned so far? That's great. With so much value shared by our speakers, it's hard not to get inspired. There's just one little problem. Actually, it's a big problem. And it's a problem that will affect about 90% of the people who attended our summit. A problem that will keep your business from moving forward. See, everyone attends these kinds of conferences with the best intentions. Learn as much as possible, then implement all those learnings in your own business. That's the goal, right? But be honest, how many conferences have you left with the same intentions only to get caught up in your normal routine the moment you go back to your office? And all those plans you had for shaking things up, I bet you only remember them when you can't hit your goals, and that's too late. Don't worry, we're here to help you. The marketing specialists at MP Digital have worked with companies just like yours and dozens of other large and small brands around the globe. Our team members are trained by Neil Patel himself. So when you partner with us, it's like having Neil guide your business to success. In fact, you've already met many of our top experts at this conference. We love to share our knowledge to help others make it big. And when you work with us, you get to benefit from our thought leadership and digital marketing experience to drive change for your business. We work hand in hand with our clients to form a partnership where we listen to your needs and concerns and then do our part to deliver solutions that address them. Organic and technical SEO, content and social media marketing, search and display ads, conversion rate optimization, email campaigns, dashboard development. You've heard our experts speak about these topics at this very summit. Now you can hire them to help you implement their success strategies to grow your own brand. We've gathered dozens of awards over the years because our strategies work. Here's just one of the many success stories. When Waterdrop wanted to generate more traffic and sales on their website, they came to us for help. At the time, they were only ranking for branded keywords, and most of their sales came from Amazon rather than their own online store. Our team optimized their content and improved the user experience on their website. We also helped them build backlinks to give them more authority. After a year of working with us, Waterdrop's web traffic was up more than 2,000%, and their organic impressions went up by nearly 5,000%. With our new content marketing strategies in place, they saw huge gains in competitive keyword rankings and were able to attract more of the right customer base. Of course, we don't just work with small and medium-sized businesses. Our clients include international enterprise companies like Adobe and CNN. Through a mix of technical and on-page SEO strategies, content updates, and in-house workshops, we help CNN Brazil rise to the top 10 search positions in their home market and increase their organic page views by 91%. This translated into more than 1 billion page views in 2022. Results like this are possible for anyone, but that doesn't mean anyone can make them happen. If there's one thing you've learned at this summit, it's that the digital marketing landscape is constantly evolving. Search is evolving. Strategies that once worked quickly become outdated. Keeping up with all the changes is basically a full-time job. Google literally makes thousands of updates to its search algorithm every year. And when a major update rolls out, we often need to quickly pivot our approach. Now, you may think you can just hire a freelancer to help you out. But do you really think a freelancer who's running a one-person business has the time and resources to stay up to date with all of these new developments? And don't forget that SEO is only a small part of your digital marketing strategy. If you want to future-proof your business, you need an omni-channel strategy with SEO, paid media, email, etc., all working together and supporting each other. How many freelancers do you know who are experts in all these areas? And if you hired several different freelancers, there's no way you'd be getting a cohesive, integrated marketing approach. So, why don't you save yourself the headache and trouble and stop wasting money by trying to do things on the cheap? When you've got a business to run or deadlines to meet, it's hard to find the time and resources to explore new ways, not to mention the uncertainty of doing things on your own. Change is difficult in any organization. How are you going to explain to your boss when your current strategies aren't getting you the results that you expected? Sometimes it's just easier and safer to let someone else get their hands dirty. Someone who knows exactly what they're doing, while you focus on your core business and watch the profits stack up. So listen, when you're pumped about moving your business forward after this summit, do it right this time. You're obviously committed to growing your business, or you wouldn't have signed up for this conference. So rather than putting things off or giving it a cursory DIY attempt, save yourself the time and trouble and call in the experts. Now, you may be wondering, what's the cost of working with our professional team? I'll tell you one thing. It's a fraction of the ROI you can actually achieve. The reality is that sometimes you have to spend money to make money. It's better to do that when you know the strategies have been proven to work. We have been nominated and won over 50 industry awards because of that. That said, we only take on select clients who are ready to rise to the top. And I'll be perfectly honest, our capacity to take on new clients right now is a little limited. But here's the good news. Because you're part of this summit, you've already demonstrated the commitment to growing your business that we're looking for. That's why we're giving you an exclusive invite to connect with our team and see if your business qualifies to work with us. All you need to do is fill out the form on this page. We'll review your application and reach out to you with next steps. So be sure to check your email and answer your phone. When you're working with us, you'll receive a customized 6 to 12 month growth plan that's tailored specifically around your marketing needs. You get to decide how involved you want to be in your growth journey. Stay completely hands off or follow our lead as we guide you towards success. It's whatever works for you. We know how to make growth happen because we went through it ourselves. NP Digital started in 2017 as a boutique agency, and now we're located in 20 countries and counting. No matter where you are in the world, you can get firsthand access to our proven strategies. Germany, Italy, Australia, India, Brazil, England, Canada, Japan. We are where you are, and we have in-country experts who speak your language and know your local market. So, what's it going to be for you after this summit? Are you going to take the familiar path, hoping you'll find the time to implement everything you've learned on your own? Or are you ready to join the big leagues? This is your opportunity to work with the best. But hurry, spots are limited, so make sure you snag one of them. Simply fill out our short questionnaire, and we'll take it from there. Let's grow.
Suggest tips that you did not know were actually possible. I'm your host, Vignesh Kumar, and today we're going to be covering this session in our virtual summit. So this is me. I'm the marketing manager for Uber Suggest and Answer the Public. I've been doing marketing for over 15 years now. I've driven over $45 million in client revenue across multiple campaigns over my tenure at NP Digital. I drive all the course builds for NP Digital. I worked literally at NP Digital since 2015, and I consider my highest honor and privilege to be here with you today. You guys are all awesome. Let's get into it. So I'm going to start my session with a quote from Steve Jobs, and the quote goes something like this. This was his quote from 1995. So he said, billions and billions, up to tens of billions of dollars worth of goods and services are going to be sold on the web, right? A way to think about it, it is the ultimate direct-to-consumer distribution channel, right? That's how he phrased it. Now, Steve Jobs being Steve Jobs, he was a visionary and he was right, but also he was wrong in certain places. So year by year, global commerce revenue sales worldwide have essentially reached $6.3 trillion in 2024. Essentially, that's what it's projected to be this year. E-commerce revenues are projected to grow to about $8.303 trillion by 2027, right? Most e-commerce sites primarily focus on SEO and organic traffic. So that's another important distinction that I would like to make here. We know that the SEO market in 2024 is worth about $90.5 billion worldwide. That's how much products, services, and marketplace revenue is generated worldwide for SEO specifically. This does not include Google AdWords. This does not include pay-per-click. This is just SEO revenue spread across all businesses that serve SEO in the world. Now, NP Digital is also a vendor, essentially, that works in the SEO industry, of which you can see Ubersuggest is one of the subsidiary companies. And then we also have Answer the Public as a subsidiary company for NP Digital Technology. We essentially have more than 4.2 million users, everything from small businesses to enterprise businesses, mid-market, etc. Clients include Amazon, Netflix, Google, Microsoft, Nike, Tesla, Pfizer, you name it, right? Essentially, that's because the suite of tools that we have created in our platform is truly valuable and it actually works. Now, let's dig a little bit deeper into the data, right? So with Answer the Public and Ubersuggest, our goal is to optimize marketing, get the most out of your marketing with the least amount of spend, for your business. It uses the power of data and combine it with creativity to essentially drive strong performance for your brand. Now, there's the public version of Ubersuggest. There's also the private version of Ubersuggest, which usually is revealed to our enterprise clients. So if you are like an enterprise customer, if you want to know more, you can contact us and we can tell you more about this. But essentially, our enterprise customers have access to a lot more data. And that's essentially what's happening here that you can see in the private version. Now, on the back end, we essentially have access to or have indexed about 30 billion keywords, over 249 countries with 185 geolocations and demographical locations, 900 million domain profiles on our database, essentially 50 trillion rows of backlink data that's indexed on the back end of Ubersuggest. We also have 800 million mobile SERPs that we've indexed internally, and then 500 terabytes of raw data that we have on the back end of our platform. Now let's talk about what are we really doing with Ubersuggest. So I think it's best explained with this quote from Sundar Pichai. He is the Chief Executive Officer for Alphabet, which is the parent company for Google, right? So he says, anytime you type in a keyword as Google, we've gone and stored copies of billions of pages in our index. We take the keyword, match it against these pages, and rank them based on 200 plus signals. Things like relevance, popularity, how others are using that specific page, the number of backlinks, etc. Again, this is not conjecture, it is specifically from the Chief Executive Officer of Google, essentially. And this is how they do it. And what Ubersuggest allows you to do is to find the most valuable keywords that you can essentially align with, so your website can start ranking in a powerful, powerful way. Now, a lot of you may be familiar with Ubersuggest from a conceptual level. You may have tried it out. I'm not going to be covering the basics today. I'm going to be covering the advanced use cases that you may or may not know about with Ubersuggest, and essentially allows you to take your Ubersuggest and your SEO strategy to a whole nother level. So let's jump into competitors and trick number 1. So one of the key features that Ubersuggest has, which is very much underutilized, is identifying competitor strategies. you can essentially see an example of which on the right side, where you can see Forbes.com compared to a lot of other websites, including neilpatel.com. And if you were to scroll all the way down, you can actually see in that same competitor analysis report and competitor tracking report that you're not only able to essentially see the common keywords when you're competing against a competitor, but Ubersuggest also gives you the ability to look at keywords that you do not rank for, and that is what you're looking at when you click on keyword gap, right? Essentially, it gives you the ability to look at URLs, keywords, estimated visits, cost per click, paid difficulty, and a lot more detail about what keywords you can go after next that your competitor is already ranking for. Next, let's talk about understanding opportunities, and that is essentially trick number 2. SEO opportunities is one of the most valuable reports that we have at Ubersuggest. The reason for this is it breaks down the opportunities that you have as an SEO, as a content marketing person, and the way it does that is it breaks it down into 3 parts. So 1, you have the opportunity to optimize existing content. So optimize is you taking a look at existing opportunities and essentially going after them for the benefit of either yourself or the client or whoever you're working for, essentially. Now, the next type of opportunity is the SEO issues. And what the SEO issues is it gives you ongoing SEO changes, issues that you need to be sorting from everything from your metadata to broken links to a lot of other changes that you could be making to the website based off of SEO issues. Now, one of the key things to understand is most SEO campaigns fail because the SEO who's working on the project for the website runs out of SEO optimizations and SEO opportunities to go after on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis. Now, with the SEO opportunities tab and that feature, you essentially are not going to be running out of a lot of this for a really long time, right? And you will get new opportunities on a day-to-day basis, which is invaluable. Lastly, you also have new content opportunities. So Ubersuggest gives you ideas for what are all the different types of content that you could be creating for the website that you're working on. And it gives it to you on a day-to-day, ongoing basis. So that's what makes this feature so valuable, because it keeps strategy at the forefront of what you're doing. Next, we have trick number 3. It's all about understanding data. Now, if you have not gone through Ubersuggest and set up your project and then set up competitor tracking, I highly recommend that you do that, because when you do that, you're able to track progress on a month-to-month basis, trajectory-wise, against your competitor. Now, the great thing about competitor tracking is not only are you tracking from a local standpoint, meaning the United States, Canada, etc., you can also track organic traffic worldwide if you just use the filters that are available on the competitor tracking report. And if you're presenting to clients and you're working with clients, this is invaluable because essentially you're able to celebrate wins on a month-to-month basis, which is absolutely useful. Now, if you're presenting to clients on a week-to-week basis, then one other thing that you will get in your inbox as soon as you have set up rank tracking and competitor tracking and your dashboard correctly is the reports that you see by email. So every week you will get a report in your inbox delivered that says, hey, here are the keywords that you are going after. Are they going up? Are they going down? Now, if you have a up week where you have keywords that are going up, you don't have to do much. You can essentially take screenshots of that and then present it to the client. Or if it's your own website, you can see where the trajectory of rankings are over time. But if you have keywords that are going down, essentially, you can take a screenshot of that, and start working on the exact keywords that are essentially going down in this situation. So that is how you get the most out of your SEO using Ubersuggest. You set up everything the right way, and then every week you're getting different reports about keywords, about backlinks, about anything from an opportunity standpoint that you should be paying attention to. And as long as you check your email, look at what's happening, and make changes accordingly, you're going to have a much easier time getting your SEO on track versus anything else out there. Okay, once you have competitor tracking set up, here's what you do next. Let's talk about understanding content. Trick number 4. So one of the great features that Ubersuggest has is it allows you to identify successful content in your marketplace. This market data allows you to make strategic decisions that make your SEO results and your overall marketing results a lot better. So let's look at where you can find this. You can find this under traffic estimation, top pages by traffic. Now, the best use case for this feature is you take all of your competitors one by one, and then you put them on this report, and essentially it pulls in the most valuable pages that this website has. And the utility for this is you can essentially look at those pages and see if you can add these pages to your website. And you can not only see the pages, you can also see how they perform under the traffic, essentially. So for example, you can see US English gets about 200 million visits on Forbes.com, essentially. So you can also see the pages, you can see the estimated number of visits that this specific page has. You can also click on the view all button, and you can essentially see all the keywords that are essentially embedded in that specific piece of content, which is invaluable when you're actually creating that specific piece of content on your own website. The next thing is you can actually see the backlinks that this page has. So if you go ahead and create a completely separate page with higher value, better content, more readability, more helpful, better EAT elements, you will essentially be able to not only get more rankings for the same keywords, but also if you can click on the backlinks tab, you can see exactly what pages are ranking for that, what pages are linking to that ranked page, right? Which then allows you to essentially go ahead and contact these specific websites and get those backlinks to you, thus outranking your competitor over time. And that's essentially how you're able to find the content, figure out what's the better way to execute that content, and then get more backlinks in that specific piece of content. Next, what you want to have is you want to essentially have valuable content, and Ubersuggest helps you with the aspects of getting that valuable content that actually moves the needle, right? So what you also want to make sure is you want to make sure that your content has double EAT elements, which is expertise, authoritativeness, trustworthiness, and also experience, if you can fit that in, right? Next, you want to make sure the content has a lot of elements that engage the users. It's readable, it has high dwell time, it also has low bounce rate, essentially, so users are not leaving really quickly. Next thing is you're going to look at structured data within the content. So if you do not know how this works, just Google Neil Patel structured content. We have hundreds of videos on how to actually execute this. There's also courses on neilpatel.com/training that walk you through how to execute markup schema and structured data on your website, essentially. Now, structured data helps Google understand your content and specific elements within the content, leading to much richer search results on Google. Next, you want to make sure that your content is helpful and informative. It does not provide misinformation. It is helpful. It is valuable information that the user likes and has, and it's presented in a concise way, right? Next, you want to make sure the content is original and unique. So it needs to be unique in the way in which it is written. Even if you're basically rewriting content that the competitor has and it's better than what your competitor is offering, you want to make absolutely sure the content has a fresh perspective, new insights, better insights, more recent insights, better backed content, better citations, and that's how you essentially win. You do not want to go ahead and repeat the content that your competitor has. That is a death sentence. You do not want to do that. And that's essentially the best way to go ahead and execute. Landing strategy, trick number 5. How to beat your competitors with Ubersuggest. The key here is to build a keyword list that's highly relevant, and then you want to build a backlink list, and that's going to help you essentially beat your competitors. Let's talk about it in more detail. So what you want to do is you want to uncover your competitors' keywords. And to do this, what you're going to do is you're going to go to your Ubersuggest dashboard. You're going to add in your competitors and start tracking your competitors, right? And when you're tracking your competitors, what you're going to see is that you're going to discover all the keywords your competitors are targeting. Now, we've talked about this previously, which is you have the common keywords that you and your competitors share within your domains. And then there's a tab called keyword gap, right? That is a keyword gap analysis. And by doing that, what you're going to notice is you're able to identify unique opportunities to focus on that are non-overlapping with your current keyword list that you currently rank for. So once you have those untapped areas in your vertical, then what you're going to do is you're essentially going to build topical clusters. Now, if you don't know what topical clusters are, go to neilpatel.com and study this course called Content Marketing Unlocked. We go into great detail on exactly what topical clusters are and essentially how they're built. Now, with that said, what you want to do is you want to strategically build a pillar page that's usually 5,000, 10,000 words, and then you want to build cluster pages around that. An example of this is on neilpatel.com, where we have the What is SEO pillar page, and then we have hundreds of SEO articles that link back and forth to that pillar page, essentially acting as cluster pages, right? And again, if you want to learn more about it, we suggest you go through the Content Marketing Unlocked course. Once you have created your topical cluster, then it's time to get some backlinks. So you're going to look at the backlinks opportunities report, which helps you compile a list of potential backlink opportunities to strengthen your site authority. So that is the next step to essentially start getting higher rankings and starting to beat your competitors with Ubersuggest. Next, once you essentially have the backlinks dialed in, you're able to see exactly what backlinks that your competitors have that you do not have using this backlinks opportunities report. Essentially, then you can go ahead and proactively reach out to these websites, to these news outlets, to essentially these link opportunities, and try to get as many backlinks as you possibly can. The key here is persistence. It pays off over time for SEO success. Let's talk about understanding planning. Trick number 6. Let's jump into it. So SEO usually is about strategic planning. And what we recommend to our clients is anyone who uses Ubersuggest or Answer Public is to plan out their entire year, right? You can see an example of this here on the side where you can see the full year is broken up by quarters. The quarter is now broken up by months. The months are broken up by weeks. Each week you have specific activities that you basically chunk in to get the maximum results for your SEO. Some of the activities that we recommend during these weeks are: 1, you want to regularly audit and optimize your website for indexing to ensure maximum visibility in the search engine results, right? And you do this by running the Ubersuggest site audit feature as many times as you can, once every couple of weeks or once every quarter, right? This way you're on top of all the edits that Google recommends, and it's going to help you tremendously from a ranking standpoint. Now, let's talk about maintaining an efficient robots.txt file to guide your search engine crawlers, right? Now, if you don't have a robots.txt file, you want to definitely implement it as fast as possible. Next, what you want to do is you want to focus on improving page speed to enhance user experience and potential increase in search engine rankings. That's like super, super important. You would use the Ubersuggest site audit tool. If you scroll down at the bottom of the page, you're going to definitely see the site speed that your website has for mobile and desktop. Now, it also gives you a tremendous amount of insight into what you have to change to essentially bring down the load time on your website. Next, you want to utilize product schema markup to make products stand out in the search engines, drive more traffic. Now, if you don't have this in your e-commerce website, you definitely want to implement it as fast as possible. Now, if you're not on Merchant Center as an e-commerce website, you definitely want to go on there as fast as humanly possible as well. Next, you want to continually analyze and align with user search intent to tailor your SEO strategies for both category pages and product specific pages if you're in e-commerce specifically. Now, this also applies if you're in lead generation, if you're in affiliate marketing, if you're in different verticals essentially, but you want to make sure your transactional pages and your navigational pages are as optimized as they possibly can be. Next, let's talk about understanding projects and trick number 7, support multiple client projects with ease. And the way you do this, you essentially go to the dashboard tab on Ubersuggest and click on the projects tab. And essentially, you can see an example on the right side there where you can add a project. You can add the keywords associated with the project. You can essentially add specific competitors to the project and you're done. Voila, you essentially are tracking your competitors, you're tracking your keywords, and essentially you're tracking the project that's built, and all of the optimizations will start flowing in, right? And you can use these strategies to organize and prioritize your SEO tasks across multiple clients. So if you have 5, 6, 10 clients in your agency, or if you offer services for SEO, there's an amazing way to essentially go ahead and track everything, keep everything organized, and go ahead and keep working on the most important tasks for your clients. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, it also gives you clear, insightful reports for client communication. So if you were to take screenshots from Ubersuggest and put it into your client communication, that's going to help you tremendously from a reporting standpoint to show results. Next, you're going to be using Ubersuggest to generate reports and add analytics for client presentations like we talked about. So if you were to take screenshots from the rank tracking, from the competitor tracking, and the keyword tracking, and you add those to your weekly or monthly reports for the clients you're managing, that's going to go a long way in keeping the clients happy and essentially coming back month over month. So thank you for essentially going through this presentation with me. This presentation was made by the Ubersuggest marketing team, and we are so grateful to have you and having spent some time with you today. So I hope you have the most amazing day ever. And thank you for spending time with us today. We will see you. If you need anything whatsoever, just email us at support@ubersuggest.com, and our entire customer success team is essentially there to take care of you and all of your needs. With that said, I'm going to talk to you very soon. You take care. Bye for now.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you all are. Let's get to it. So we are all here because we want to know how to craft creatives that don't just get views, but it will drive meaningful actions, right? And whether you're a business owner, marketer, or creative professional, the ability to design high conversion creatives is truly a game changer. So let's get into it. Before we start, I would like to emphasize or align on the creatives that we're talking about today. The creatives which I am focusing on today is the creatives that, of course, will be used in paid media. And when I mean paid media, as we all know today, the main channels that are being used are, of course, the social media platforms such as Meta, such as TikTok, and that's where we're focusing on today. It's not the creatives that is being displayed on the website. It's not creatives which are used in local store marketing or whatever. All right, let's get to the next part. No matter who we are, like what I mentioned, whether you're a business owner, you are a person who's working for a brand, or you're a student who's learning about marketing, essentially we only have one goal. As marketeers, we are wanting to drive actual business results. It's no longer the days where we pursue vanity metrics like reach, views. I mean, of course, all those are important, but if it doesn't translate to real business results, such as sales and revenue, then there's no point, right? Hence, I just want to align, no matter who we are, we actually only have one goal. And before I go into how we can come up with high conversion creatives, let me share a quick story about how a recent viral social ad that we worked on with Search Guru. Search Guru is actually an agency here in Malaysia, where I'm based at. They were recently acquired by NP Digital, and the recent campaign that we did led to an increase of about 108% in traffic, which led to an increase of about 25% in sales. Yes, that's quite amazing, right? It just came from this ad that we worked together on. As you can see, right, the moment we launched this it can be seen in the graph. So this is an example of how a high converting creative look like. So apart from the improved business outcomes, why else should we focus on the creatives? Here I'm going to share a few areas which I felt is even pushing factors as to why we need to focus on producing high converting creatives. Of course, number one, as we all know, the cost for our ads have been going up, are going up, and will continue going up just because of how the way that the platform works in a bidding and auction manner, where the more advertisers come onto the platforms, the bidding, of course, will result in getting higher and higher because everyone's trying to compete with the same set of eyeballs. And that is why if you only have X number of budget, let's say you have only $100,000 per year, how do you squeeze every dollar out of it? And one of the key areas, of course, is to focus on high converting creatives. As you see from the example earlier, we managed to increase the traffic by 108%, which means for every dollar that you invest in, you get twice the amount of traffic. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the second thing about why should we focus on high conversion creatives currently actually is because of this phenomenon that happened recently in the recent years. Is a term as TikTokification of platforms. So this term was actually introduced by, of course, if you all know Gary Vee. He described this phenomenon as to how ever since TikTok was introduced, of course, before TikTok, it was Musical.ly in the US, the social media landscape were all based on following. Means you put out content, people follow you, and then when you post again in the future, those followers will see the content that you post. But the moment after TikTok or Musical.ly has, taken over the whole landscape of things, like the number of users and the audiences that are there right now have taken over, or, in most countries, probably being number one or number two in terms of social media platforms, what has happened is it has changed from the following, which I mentioned earlier, and now it's an interest-based platform. And algorithms is optimized to show people based on their interests. So what this means is that it's no longer about The moment you follower, this follower is yours for life, because algorithms will optimize content which is relevant to that person. For example, if you manage to attract this person called Eddie, and Eddie followed you in Instagram, he liked you on Facebook. How it was in the past is that if you post something in the page or your profile, there might be a chance that he might see it. But now the chances will be even lower because of how, if you notice, the feed and everything is being optimized to show things which Eddie is interested in and things which is relevant for him at the moment, which is why we need to focus on creatives which are relevant and highly engaging, and that will then reach the eyeballs of the people that we are intending to achieve. Of course, the third factor is that, especially on paid media platforms, in the past we talk about a lot of tactics, a lot of ways to optimize our campaigns on the various ad platforms, like targeting, budgeting, campaign objectives, and all those kind of things. Of course, those things still matter, but what matters most today is the creative, because the paid media platforms itself have matured. You no longer need to have multiple campaigns, multiple ad sets. Of course, there are brands that still do it, but personally, I've experienced major improvements in results. And of course, when we actually hand over the control over to the algorithms of the paid media platforms, the way that they are currently optimizing for conversions is way more powerful, instead of us trying to manually tweak every setting in the thing. And because of that, how the paid media platforms have matured, you just need to really invest on the creative and allow the algorithms of the paid media platforms to work its way to find people who will convert. And then subsequently, of course, the moment it has passed its learning phase, it will continue to find more similar profiles who will be able to convert as well. Hence why, so if you look at all these three factors, it's really, really important for us to focus on high converting creatives. Continuing what I was mentioning earlier about how after TikTok emerged, right now the platforms are all very interest-based. The content that you see, it's all about what's relevant to you at the moment. Hence, it's no longer about looking polished. If you see the Fortune 500s out there, you will notice that a lot of the brands are still using the same method, whereby they spend a huge amount, a few $100,000, to actually invest on one key asset. They hire this celebrity, influencer, whoever, and subsequently they actually take that main asset and they cut down into smaller assets that can be used on social and, of course, paid media. So what this happens is that they're expecting one single piece of content, one type of angle to be relevant to the different types of consumers that they are actually addressing. And when this happens, when you're trying to be something for everyone, you end up being nothing to all of them, because you're expecting everyone to love the vanilla flavor. But talking in terms of an example of ice cream, some people love chocolate, some people love mint, some people love vanilla. And it's really up to us as marketeers to really understand what flavor they like, and subsequently coming up with the content that is relevant to them, what they like. And as you can see, this is an example of an ad that is polished. And subsequently, the other one is an ad which is more social. It's similar to a content that you might see on a social media platform that is not coming from a brand. It's not an advertisement. So that's the key example over here. And, people don't buy with their logical thinking. They don't, a lot of times, especially, even you and I, we buy with our emotions. We make decisions based on impulse, when we stumble upon something, and then especially now when you scroll onto TikTok, not sure about the countries that you're in, but here in Malaysia, there's a lot of content on TikTok where people are selling products. And these products may not be something that I was looking for initially, but because it appeared on my feed and they showed me how the product can benefit their lives and potentially mine. And because of that, I was bought in. And in more than one occasion, I decided to make a purchase there and then. And, it's really about the feeling that was invoked by seeing the content, by seeing the ad that triggered me to make a purchase. And it's not because, I was actively looking for it. So that's how powerful it is when you use a content or, a high converting creative that is able to invoke a particular emotion, whether it's whether you're entertaining them, whether you're making them feel emotional, whether they're making them feel happy or sad or whatever. If you're able to invoke that emotion, you're able to get their attention, and the chances of them to make a purchase or convert is higher, right? As you can see from the example that I gave you above, which is where you should focus the creatives on that will invoke an emotion, not just a plain ad which doesn't tell much. And that is why and that is why you can see that video content actually works better than static, because in a video, you're able to portray a story. You're able to start with a hook, and then you're able to kind of tell them there's a peak. So meaning a storyline can start off with a hook, and then subsequently it can go up, it can go down. And with those storytelling moments, this is where you're able to show your brand, show your product, and they'll be able to engage with it because they're interested with it. And subsequently, hopefully they make a conversion. If not, they will actually have a consideration and they remember your brand and your product better. Okay, so what I mean by this is you have to understand the platforms that you're posting in, the platforms that you're advertising in. What I'm trying to explain over here in this slide is that a creative that you're going to use on Facebook, a creative that you're going to use on Instagram, and a creative that you use on TikTok should not be the same. Majority of the content can be the same, but the way the thumbnail is, the way the caption is, the way the music, the background music that is selected is all different based on the platform, because each of the audience in those platforms, they have a different behavior. Like the term that Gary Vee uses is PAC, platform and culture. We need to understand each of the platform and how the way people behave in those. Just try asking yourself, when you go into Facebook, what are you looking for? When you go into Instagram, when you go into TikTok, what's the thought process that you have? I can give you an example from my point of view. Like when I go into Facebook, it's really about catching up with family and friends, and at times it's reading articles, things which I can learn from, even news as well. But when I go to Instagram, it's all about the visual appeal. It's all about the aesthetics, the polished things that we like to see. And then when we go to TikTok, it's all about being entertained, right? It's all about the short form and the surprise element. When you go into the For You page, you are there to be surprised by a content that you might not know exists, and you'll be surprised by what you'll get from the algorithm. So the behavior that you'll be in different platforms will be different, and hence why when you craft your ad, your creative on these platforms, you should customize it based on the platforms itself. So over here, you can see samples of ads that has worked for me, for my business, and specifically, of course, for my market. For Facebook, this album worked exceptionally well. And then for this Instagram, the polished ads actually kind of gets the attention and conversions. And then, of course, for TikTok, It's the more native looking one, the one which is more, non-polished in a way, non-ads that worked well on TikTok. Of course, there are times where a certain creative can work for all different platforms, which is why it's important for you to test, right? For you to use the same, maybe you can try with this creative and then you put it on all three and see how it works, and then make tweaks along the way and see how it affects the performances. Let's get into the how. Well, to start off, this is going to be focused on you if you are a business owner. Well, if you're a business owner and you have a few options, actually, you have whether you want to go to the route of placing more investments, or you want to go to the route of having maybe you want to invest less. So let's talk about the one which, if you were to have more budget, I would say, to invest, then of course you can do things like working with an agency, like what I did. You can work with KOLs, and the moment you have these agencies or partners with you, you can scale the amount of creatives that you can produce. You can have more, I would say, creativity from those people, from their exposure to other brands, other clients, other industries, and that will shorten your path to getting a winning ad, a winning high converting creative. And then, of course, if you have a small amount of budget, that's where you can try to invest in having an in-house team, hire, I wouldn't say necessarily people who are younger, because even more experienced person, they can be good at social media as well. And subsequently, those will lead to high converting creatives. And if you're working for a brand, like I am, how you should do it, how you should approach it. I think for one, what's important is really to get the buy-in from your management in terms of trying this out. Highly converting creative may not be on brand from their perception. Especially if you work with a management who is very proud of their brand, and I am all in to support their love and support for the brand. It's just that these days, like the example that I gave earlier, the Fortune 500 brands, they are very much focusing on a big creative, spending a few $100,000 to a few $1 million, coming up with one asset, and then they chop it down to use in social and paid media. And by doing that, you are not being relevant to your consumers these days, which is why I'm starting off with you needing to get the buy-in from your management to try this out. Maybe you can set up some approval process whereby there needs to be certain guidelines that you still need to meet in terms of producing all these creatives. But yeah, try allocating a smaller portion of the budget, maybe 5 to 10% at the start on a monthly basis to invest into these creatives, and then put some media budget behind it. If you want to put, the best way is you put those creatives out and then you can try it out to post it on your organic social first. Look at the engagement. If there's an engagement organically, it tends to work if it's on a paid media as well. Now, if you're a student you're a student who's studying about marketing, it's more important than ever for you to understand creatives. It's a main factor. I can't emphasize enough about the importance of creative instead of the tactics, especially if you're a paid media person, paid media specialist. It's more important than ever for you to widen your scope, not just understanding the campaign setup and all those things. Of course, all those things are important in terms of optimizing. But from my experience, I've seen the tweaks that you are able to do on the ad platforms itself wouldn't give the scale of impact that you're able to achieve versus tweaking the creative. It's beyond comparison. So you won't be able to achieve the same level of impact that a creative is able to do from all the tweaks that you're doing on the ad platforms itself. One of the ways that we actually do tests to look for high converting creatives, very simply, it's to look at what other brands are doing. There's so many tools out there. And one of it is, for example, if you go into Facebook, into the other brands page, you're able to see the creatives that they are currently running. One of the indicators that I personally used is to see how long that ad has run. That's one indicator that tells me if an ad works for them, I'm sure they will let it continue running, right? And that's one proxy that I use. Another one is really to understand what's trending right now. So this is more of where I rely on my agencies, where they study brands which are not only just domestically, but they look abroad in terms of what trends that could work as well in the local context. There's a lot of trust involved in this process. So a lot of times when, brands, we work with agencies, whether it's an influencer agency or a creative agency, a lot of times we want to dictate how the creative should be. Of course, there are certain things which we need to dictate in terms of like how the product should be displayed and all those kind of things. But if you want to talk about video content, if you want to talk about the like the samples that I showed you earlier about the ads, those creatives that I'm talking about, you can't dictate how every single creative will be. Number one, of course, you'll be the bottleneck. And number two, you're kind of restricting the creativity of the partners, which is why if you're a business owner or you're working in a brand, I would suggest or I'll recommend for you to have full trust on your partner, right? To have trust in terms of what they're doing. And all you need to do is really to tell them what's your objective. If the objective is aligned, then they will do whatever they can in terms of what they know, their expertise, their creativity, to produce the results that you're looking for. So when I spoke to my agencies and my partners, the objective is simple. I just want high converting creatives. Of course, it's a very broad term, right? And every brand would love to have a creative that's high converting. And it's all about the speed of execution. And with this, obviously, there will be no escape from having failures. So I'm going to show you some failures that we've had. These are the sample of the creatives that we've done with the same agency that managed to produce those high converting creatives. It's not to say that every creative is going to hit a home run, but it's more about the speed that we produce these creatives, the speed that we are testing, the speed that we are failing, so that we'll be able to learn what works and what doesn't work, so that we can continue iterating and move forward with better learnings and better judgment. So yes, please have more trust. Of course, when you work with these partners, the most important part is qualifying them at the first place, qualifying your partners, qualifying the agencies. This is what I've done. The reason why I chose to work with them in the first place was I've already qualified their capabilities, and then subsequently letting them lead the show, letting them take their expertise, their judgment, their experience, and their skills to come up with those output, the creatives that in their mind would achieve the business result that we are looking for. And that has shown to me, in terms of results, to be the most effective way. There's less headache from my end. I don't have to scrutinize. I don't have to read or view every creative that comes up from them. Of course, I'll take a glance. I'll look at the creative after it's been produced. But more often than not, I'll just approve it, because how I feel towards the creative is very subjective towards how the end user might feel. What's important is how the market, how the end user will feel about the creative not what I think. So I'd rather post it, advertise it, and let the data, let the market decide whether this creative is high converting or not. It's not about me, because I may not be the target market. Similar to you as well, if you are a brand owner, remember, you are not the target audience. Well, if you so happen to be one of them, then yes. But I would say most of the marketers I've met, you are likely not the target market that you are actually aiming for. And hence why your opinion should be very much just looking at whether it's infringing your brand tone, your brand voice, or whatever. But in terms of how the angle is, how the creative is, if it doesn't touch on anything which is too sensitive, I believe it's okay for you to go. It's gone the days where you're able to control how your brand is perceived out there, because every single day there are so many consumers out there who are creating content about your product, about your brand. You can't control all of them. So in that way, actually, you can't really control all the creatives which are floating out there, because there's so many people who are generating content out there. And going back to this, is what I'm saying is that have more faith. It's really about, trusting the partners, about doing the best in terms of achieving the business goals, and, be okay to fail. Be okay to fail, because, if you don't fail, it means you're not trying enough. And if you're not trying, you're not innovating, then obviously you as a business will fall behind your competitors. Cool. So now we've spoken about, how you want to manage, how you're able to pull the eyeballs in, you're able to attract those people in to either your stores or even to your website. So what's next? This is an additional bonus that I wanted to give all of you for spending the time to, to listen to my this content today. I want to touch on this because it's a mistake that I see in a lot of brands, whereby they don't really consider what's the experience of an audience like after they've come in. So you manage to pull them in. What's next? So here are a few things which I felt is important, and I've seen that it will actually give us an increase in terms of conversion rate. It's all about the experience when they land. So one of the common mistakes that I see that brands do is that when they run an advertisement, they actually drive people to the homepage of their website. Or some will drive people to the store. But I'm just going to focus on the digital one because it's easier for us to track and measure. If you focus on the experience, right, after a person has clicked through from the ad, from the high converting creatives that they have seen on Meta, Google, or TikTok, and they have reached the website, one of the worst things that a brand can do is to not have a continuation. So what I mean is that if they see a 50% off on the ad, the place where they should land on should say the same thing. Then they know that they have, it has completed its journey. What they were interested in, they are seeing more of it. So when they land on the site, a lot of brands will drive them to the homepage, and the homepage, there's a lot of content most of the time, a lot of things that they can click, a lot of things that they can scroll, which is not emphasizing on the key thing that managed to pull their attention at the start. By having a dedicated landing page for the ads, and speaking about the same campaign that they saw, this will be able to drive up your conversion rates. All right, let's go to the next bonus information or knowledge that I wanted to share today. Being in Domino's, we are a retail, of course, where we have shops and people walk into our outlets as well. A lot of times, brands like mine or brands which are similar to Domino's, management usually will ask about how do we measure the effectiveness or what's the ROI? By us investing in these creatives, how's the ROI like for a business? Very simply, I can give you the most effective method which I've personally seen and experienced is to hold out a control group and a test group. So do an incrementality test. So pick stores. I'm going to give you an example of from my case is where pick stores from a particular area, similar store performance, similar sales and everything. Dedicate an area which will see your ads and the other area which will not see your ads. And then subsequently, after the campaign, after the period of time of the campaign, measure what is the incrementality of the group of stores which saw your ad, then the people who are surrounding those areas. What is the incrementality of sales versus those people who didn't see your ads? And this way, I felt will take away all the biasness that will, when we talk about digital, is GA4 or any other attribution tool that you're using. Those are just numbers which will be able to support your judgment and all those campaigns. But to me, the end business results is what's most important. And what I understand for retail especially, this incrementality test is what I've seen to be most effective and most real, I would say. I think this has helped me to address the question with my management. To wrap up, the high conversion creatives are the key to unlocking the potential of your digital campaigns. We've covered the who, what, why, when, how of high conversion creatives. And now it's time for you to apply these strategies to your own marketing and achieve the next level of growth in your business. Before you go, I would like to say thank you again for giving me the attention, for this 20 more minutes. I wish you all the best. And if you want, you're able to get connected with me on LinkedIn or TikTok, Instagram. You can search for me. Basically, it's Fabian Kaur. My name is FABIANKHAW. You can search for me in any of those platforms. Happy to get connected with you and discuss further about this. Thank you so much for your time.
Are you loving the advice and insights you're getting? Well, the first 2 days of our summit are only the tip of the iceberg. This year, we decided to offer a third day of actionable tips and strategies with sessions on SEO, email marketing, paid media, international growth, data privacy, and much more. You can get access to all this great content when you upgrade your ticket now to a lifetime pass. This means you're not only going to be joining us on day 3 of the summit, you'll also unlock more than 150 hours worth of content in our members area. And this access never expires. So you can watch every session from this year's summit and our previous summits as often as you want. One innovative idea can transform your business, so you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to soak up as much knowledge as possible. Our members area also includes slide decks, templates, checklists, cheat sheets, and other exclusive content that you can use to guide your own marketing efforts. While our summit this year is all about AI and the future of marketing, our past summits provide a deep dive into SEO and content marketing, give you growth and traffic hacks, and explore marketing and sales strategies specifically for small businesses. And if that's not enough for you, there's even more marketing wisdom in the more than 50 bonus sessions we've added just for our lifetime member community. The internet is flooded with information, but how much of it comes from credible sources? How many times have you been led astray by unknown, unverified advice? No matter where you are in your growth journey, you're going to find valuable information to move your business forward among the more than 150 sessions in our exclusive members area, a place where information is not just abundant, but also trustworthy. If you want to future-proof your business, this is the place to start. Upgrade your Summit Pass now before the price increases soon. We're totally confident you're going to love the Summit Members platform and all the valuable content inside. But if for any reason at all you don't, we'll refund you in full. No hassle, no questions asked, no stress. We'll take care of you. Act now, benefit forever. It's like having a personal library of expert knowledge at your disposal. So, get your lifetime access now, and we'll see you on day 3 and inside the members area.
How's it going, guys? My name is Pedro Carvalho, and today I'm gonna prove to you that going viral is simple. It may not always be easy, but it's simple, and I'm gonna show you how to go viral on TikTok and Instagram Reels. Let's get started. Let's take a look at today's agenda. First, why you should go viral on TikTok and Instagram Reels. Second, the TikTokification of social media. Third, how does the algorithm work? Fourth, what makes a TikTok and Instagram Reels go viral? Fifth, practical tips and concepts that you need to know to go viral. And last, TikTok versus Instagram Reels, the similarities and the differences you need to have in mind when you're creating content for both platforms. Let's get started. Before we move forward, let me introduce myself. My name is Pedro Carvalho. I'm a social media expert. I help creators and businesses go viral on TikTok and Instagram to get more sales, more leads organically. I started creating content for TikTok in 2019. When I posted my first video, it was a little clip of a podcast, and it got over 10,000 views in 24 hours, and I got like 100 followers. And I thought to myself, holy cow, this is not normal. This is insane. So for 2 years before I created my personal account, these two accounts, I focused on faceless accounts, niched faceless accounts, reposting YouTube videos, podcasts, interviews, etc., and making money with affiliate links. So in 2021, I started my personal account specifically to share the knowledge I got from growing and monetizing my faceless accounts. And today on this personal accounts, I have 2.5 million followers, over 150 videos with more than 1 million views, and over 750 million views combined. To the left here is my TikTok account at Pedro de Carvalho, and to the right is my Instagram account at PedroGDC. Feel free to message me if you have any questions. Moving on to why you should be going viral on social media, or at least you should be trying to do so. I always tell people, you were pretty much one viral video away to completely change your life and maybe completely change your business. Let's hear what Gary Vaynerchuk has to say about that.
Every bottle of Ocean Spray cranberry juice sold out in America in 48 hours because a man that was not part of Ocean Spray or an agency took a skateboard and was drinking it out of the bottle, playing Fleetwood Mac in the background. Fleetwood Mac song went to #1 on Spotify on an organic TikTok post. Walgreens has a private label named Nice. In that private label, they also made a mango gummy candy. A human made a video about it that went viral on TikTok. Every bag of it in the country sold out within 72 hours. I just gave you 2 examples of an individual organic social media post that sold out every single product in the country. There's not one example of a television commercial in the last 15 years.
Of course, those are extreme examples, but check what happened to this small business in Australia because a guy was going viral making cucumber salads.
Is how a viral TikToker and a cucumber has caused so much stress in my small business over the last week.
This simple salad recipe featuring one key ingredient has racked up 33 million views.
Oh, I almost forgot a bunch of everything bagel seasoning.
And just like that, everyone started recreating it with Aussies jumping on the trend too. And then the DMs started pouring in. People couldn't find out everything bagel seasoning anywhere. We were stumped at first, trying to figure out what was going on. What we did not think about was the fact that Mingle is the only everything bagel seasoning on Aussie supermarket shelves. And with everyone rushing to make Logan's salad, our product flew off the shelves and we have sold 10 weeks worth of stock in 1 week. And because of this, we were at risk of having no stock on shelf for weeks. We called our manufacturers urgently and begged them to do a weekend shift to get us back in stock ASAP. And we managed to make a miracle happen. So a massive thank you to Logan and his cucumbers. You've done wonders for our small business without even realizing it, and we couldn't be more grateful.
So a random guy starts going viral, making cucumber salad, and that has a huge impact on a business in Australia. And it also influences people purchasing behavior. Check.
Y'all want to know the power of TikTok? Look at this. They are selling pre-sliced cucumbers in the containers right next to the whole batch of cucumbers. That is true power. That is influence, my friends. You keep going, cucumber boy.
It's crazy to think about how much of an impact that TikTok and Instagram have in our culture and in our daily lives. We can't forget the impact that TikTok has on entire industries. For example, this case here on the music industry. A dolphin meme trend, viral trend on TikTok, made this song called Symphony by Clean Bandit and Zara Larsson reach instantly top 1 position in the TikTok Billboard Top 50, which is like super competitive. This song Symphony was launched in 2017, and then out of nowhere, this dolphin meme trend started to go mega viral on TikTok, and it instantly puts the song at the #1 position for 2 weeks in a row. It's undeniable that TikTok disrupted completely the music industry. Some people even say that it kind of destroyed the music industry because artists are now creating music to go viral on TikTok specifically, and not for the sake of creating good music. I can really show you an example of the dolphin meme trend, but if you're curious, just go to TikTok and search dolphin meme trend. You'll find hundreds of thousands of videos doing this trend. Moving on to some statistics. TikTok has 170 million monthly active users in the US. And globally, the average time spent on TikTok was 95 minutes per day, which is the highest against all other apps. And Instagram globally has over 2 billion monthly active users, and in the US, it has over 166 million active users. So if you are on the B2B space, you definitely should be on TikTok and Instagram. There's a lot of people there. And if you're on a B2C space, you don't have a choice. You have to be there or you're gonna leave a lot of money on the table. Let's talk about the TikTokification of social media and how the TikTok algorithm completely changed the social media game. There's social media before and after TikTok. Social media before TikTok, you knew that you would post your content and a percentage of your followers or your subscribers would see your content and hopefully engage with it. I put it as an example such as how email marketing is. You have your contact list, you send your emails, and you know that a percentage of the contacts will open your emails and some others won't. And in general, the more subscribers, the more followers you have, the more reach you would have on the social media, right? Another thing, the user was the one who majorly decided what type of content he or she wanted to see. They will need to discover you, follow you, and then they will start to receive your content. The new social media, the TikTok-fied social media, is different. It's based on the interest of the users, and the algorithm is the one who decides what type of content the users are going to see, based on their interests and their past behaviors within the app. Another huge difference is that content creation and organic reach became way more democratic. Before, you pretty much needed to have followers to have reach. Now you don't need to have followers to have reach. All you need is great content. For example, if you have 0 followers, a brand new account, and you post great content, you can reach 1 million people. In the past, that would be pretty much impossible. Here's a phrase that I always tell my clients. Give what the algorithm wants and you will receive views in return. It's that simple. All right, but what is it that the algorithm wants? Let's see here. The algorithm has one job: to keep users on the app for as long as possible. Why? Because the longer a user is using the app, the more ads will be shown to this user and the more money the app, TikTok, and Instagram will make. So as long as your content is helping the algorithm to keep the users for longer in the app, you will keep getting more views. The moment your content stop working, stop helping the algorithm to keep users in the app, it will stop getting views. It's just that simple. Help the algorithm make money to the platform and you get more views. That's it. All right, here's a visual representation of how this TikTok feed algorithm works. The process I'm going to show you is a simplified version and visual version of what's going to happen to every video you post. Imagine you just posted a video. The algorithm will get this video and will test its performance with a small group of people. Let's assume the small group of people is these people sitting on these chairs, about 100 people, just to make it easy to understand. So on this first round of testing, if the algorithm believes your video performed well, it will start to test your video with a larger audience, okay? And the same thing is gonna happen. Your video is gonna get tested, and if it keeps getting good performances, the algorithm believes your video is still performed well with a larger audience, it will increase even more the audience. So let's say the first one was 100 people, the second one was like 500 people, and now it's testing with about 3,000 people. So even with 3,000 people, your video is still performing well. The algorithm will keep repeating the process with larger and larger number of people. And then let's imagine now it's testing with 10,000 people. The algorithm will keep testing your video with larger and larger audiences up to a point that your video will reach a certain type of audience that it's no longer performing well enough. In that case, your video will stop going viral, will stop getting more and more views. That's why a viral video will eventually stop going viral, because eventually it will start getting tested with such broad audiences that it will stop performing as well as it was performing. In that case, it will stop going viral. There's also the case of what we call flopped videos, which are videos that barely pass the first round of testing, or maybe the first and the second, and then they stop getting tested because their performance was not good enough. So the same way a video can go viral, if it keeps performing well test after test, it can also be flopped if it doesn't even perform well enough on the first round of testing. The algorithm wants retention and engagement, primarily retention and watch time, which is more time within the app, but engagement is also really important. But not every engagement is the same. That's why I put here the engagement ranking. So number one, shares. So shareable content will get more views. So if you manage to get more shares on your videos, it will get more views. Number one. Number two, saves. If people are saving your videos, they're saving the audio of your video, they're saving the effect used in your videos, it will also boost your views. Number three, comments. If you get tons of comments, people are commenting on your videos, it's not gonna be super relevant for views, but it's better than nothing. And then number four, it's likes. Likes won't really move the needle, but likes and saves are good metrics for you to notice if people are actually enjoying your content, if they're seeing value in your content. But likes are not really going to move the needle when it comes to the amount of views you're going to get. Let's go over what makes a TikTok or an Instagram Reels actually go viral, right? These numbers are generalizations. Of course, some niches, different types of content will have different percentages here. But in general, the average content will have these percentages. All right, so 10% description and hashtag optimization. They won't really make your video go viral, but they're really important for SEO, as we're going to see later on. 20% editing and the music. 30% the hook of the video, just the first 3 seconds of your video, and it's the most important part of a video. And 40% was the topic and the timing of the video. Just for obvious reasons, if you make a video about a topic that no one cares about, it's going to be really hard to make that video viral, right? And on the other hand, if you make a video about a topic where millions and millions of people are interested in, it's going to be a lot easier for you to reach millions of people. Of course, if you make a video with good retention and good engagement. So let's talk in more details about description, hashtag optimizations, text on screen, and captions. These are really important for SEO, which is search engine optimization. Specifically for TikTok SEO, because search on Instagram is really terrible. Number one, these will not be a deciding factor for you to go viral. But similar to optimizing to SEO, these factors will help the algorithm to categorize your content correctly. And getting your video categorized correctly by the algorithm is really important. If your video is not correctly categorized, you run the risk of getting your video tested with the wrong audience. You know, remember when the algorithm tests your video with a small group of people? If he doesn't categorize your video correctly, he can get your video and test with the wrong type of audience. For example, imagine you make a video about fitness, but somehow the algorithm misinterprets your video and believes your video is about dancing. The algorithm will then get your fitness video and test with an audience that is interested in dancing, and that will drastically reduce the chances of your video to get a good performance. And besides categorization, hashtags, descriptions, text on screen, and video captions are really important for SEO, TikTok SEO specifically. Many people and businesses forget that TikTok is a phenomenal search engine, and not all views from TikTok come from the For You page. Check this out. Here's on the left, you can see the amount of views my personal profile got in the last year, and on the right is the distribution, on the percentage distribution of where these views came from. So it's almost 75% For You page, and then 18.4% from search. So 45.2 million views came from people searching my content on TikTok. So don't sleep on TikTok SEO, especially if you do a lot of how-to tutorials, educational content. People search for that type of content every day on TikTok. And here's how you optimize TikToks and Instagram Reels, but mostly TikTok for search, how you do SEO for TikTok. It's quite simple, but number one, if you're speaking on the video, make sure you speak the target keywords during the video. Number two, use text on screen, okay? Text on screen using the target keyword, some related keywords will be very valuable. Three, just like text on screen, use target keywords, related keywords, and related hashtags on the description of the video. Number four, add captions to your videos. Use the auto caption features, preferably the native feature of the app. For example, on TikTok, they have the TikTok auto caption features. On Instagram, some people do have the auto caption features for Reels. So use the native feature of the app. It works way better for search. So what hashtags should you use in your videos? Okay. So this ORH hashtag method is the translation for my method here in Brazil, but it's really simple and it's really easy to remember. So there are three letters. So ORH. So up to 3 hashtags and only related hashtags. So you know it's an acronym. So up to 3 hashtags, 3 letters, only related hashtags. So it's really easy to understand. And I'm gonna give you an example. Let's assume you're gonna make a video about a leg workout. So I made a video about a leg workout. So 3 good hashtags would be hashtag leg workout, directly correlated, hashtag gym, and hashtag workout. So all 3 hashtags are very related to the main topic of the video. So that hashtag will be positive for SEO, will be positive for categorization of your video, and will most likely help your video get more views, even if it
indirectly. Moving on to editing plus music, which accounts for 20%. And of course, depending on the case, this percentage can be higher or even lower. For example, on the viral trends, the music is super relevant, so definitely this percentage will be higher. On Instagram, usually a more professional looking editing style or editing format will usually perform better than on TikTok. On TikTok, a more amateur approach is usually performs better than on Instagram. And of course, editing and the music you choose can make it or break the chances for your video to go viral. For example, if you make a video that is fast-paced and you put a very slow music on the background, that's incongruent, that will not complement the experience of watching your video. So ideally, you put a music that will complement the pace of your video. It will make your video way more pleasant to watch, and will definitely result in a better retention rate, which means more views. Here's a great example of how good editing can make huge difference on the retention of a video, because it makes the video so much better to watch, which makes the retention higher and makes the video get more views. For example, this video went mega viral, got 14.7 million views on TikTok, 26 million views on YouTube Shorts. Couldn't find it on Instagram, but I'm pretty sure it got a lot of views there too. Disclaimer, the audio is not perfect because I had to remove the background music, and unfortunately won't be able to listen to the music and see how the music has a mysterious vibe and it matches perfectly with the mysterious vibe of the video as well. But you totally understand what I mean in regards to the editing style, so pay attention closely.
Mrs. Puff is such a weird character. She's not even Mrs. Puff. What? You don't know this? No, what do you mean? Mrs. Puff changed her identity. In one episode, for a brief second, they show a newspaper article, and it says that Mrs. Puff was a deranged criminal. Well, she did go to jail at one point. And in the subtitles, it says that she distracts people with her balloon animals. And in a whole nother scene, in another episode, we see Mrs. Puff make a balloon animal.
I hope I still remember how to do this.
Yeah. In another scene, there's a secret file that gets shown for a moment in Mrs. Puff's house that says Mrs. Puff. Why would it say Mrs. Puff when she's Mrs. Puff? It's because she stole somebody's identity to escape her life of being a deranged criminal.
The editing makes the content so much easier to understand and better in general. Like, even if you don't know who this character is, Mrs. Puff, you can still understand what they're talking about because the editing gives all the background information you need to understand what they're talking about. The music is also perfect, but unfortunately we can't listen because of copyright. Imagine this video without editing. It would be terrible because 99% of the people wouldn't be able to keep up with what they're talking about because they don't know the details which are provided by the editing. Now it's time to talk about the hook of the video, which is pretty much the 1 to 3 first seconds of your video, and it accounts for 30% of your video chances to go viral, and it's definitely the most important part of the video. You definitely need to pay attention and put some effort into making the best hook you can make. The hook has one job, is to stop the viewer from scrolling and to convince the viewer to keep watching the rest of your video. That's it. A strong hook will do that. A bad hook is terrible for your retention rate because if your video is not eye-catching, the video doesn't convince the viewer to watch the rest of the video, what do you think the viewer is going to do? The viewer is going to skip your video right at the beginning. And that makes your watch time go all the way down, your retention rate go all the way down, and makes it really hard for you to have a decent retention rate to go viral. A optimized hook will combine eye-catching visual elements, text on screen, and audio. Ideally, these 3 elements of your hook will complement each other so you can transmit the most information in the least amount of time. Moving on, we got the topic and the timing of a video, which accounts for 40% of chance of going viral. If you make a video about a topic with low demand, you will naturally have low views. So if you want your videos to have millions of views, you need to make videos about topics of high demands. The timing of your post is also really important and can make all the difference. For example, breaking news or a seasonal topic. Imagine you make a video about the Super Bowl on the night of Super Bowl, on the day or the day after the Super Bowl. See, that's a really good timing for a seasonal post about the Super Bowl, because the demand for the subject, for the topic Super Bowl is really high at the moment. So you're going to have a better shot of going viral if you do that. Good timing posts are usually the easiest ways to go viral. A great way to find viral video topics and viral video ideas is to research your competitors and viral videos of your niche. Some of the tools I recommend to find viral video topics and subjects are Ubersuggest, Answer the Public, and Creator Search Insights, which you find inside TikTok. You just gotta search for Creator Search Insights and you have the button there. Now let's talk about the content marketing funnel for TikTok and Reels. You know, top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel. Most viral videos will be about top of the funnel subjects and topics. Of course, mid and bottom of funnel content is important for conversions, but when we talk about going viral and maximizing reach, ideally you will focus 80 to 90% of your videos on top of funnel topics and top of funnel content. And of course, to increase conversions of this cold traffic you're gonna get with all this top of funnel content, I recommend you using this 3-pin video strategy that I'm gonna share with you. In case you don't know, on TikTok and Reels, you can pin 3 posts, 3 videos on the top of your profile, and these 3 videos are insanely important for conversions. They're important because most people, once they come to your profile from the For You page or from the Reels tab, they will start watching your content, and they usually start watching from the first video on the top. And I guarantee if you use this 3-pin video formula, you get way more clicks on your link in bio because of it. Pin video number 1, which is this one, needs to be your amazing content video. If your ideal client happen to watch this video, she will at least want to follow your account, because this video needs to be peer value for your ideal clients. Video number 2, which is the one in the middle, will work really well if it's a video showing how your product or your service helped someone with the same problem or problems your buyer persona has. Storytelling works great here. The main focus here with the pin video number 2 is to make the viewer aware that you have a solution, you have a product that can help them with their desires or help them solve their problems. And the third pin video will be a good old short and sweet CTA video telling you a little bit about your product, but not very much, your product or service, but not very much, and inviting the viewer to get to know more information or get to know more details. Go into the link in bio. Now I'm going to share with you some practical tips to increase your chances of going viral and getting the most reach possible out of TikTok and Instagram Reels. First, quantity versus quality. What is the most important? First of all, we need to answer these 2 questions. What is a quality content, and what does quality content mean? Quality content for the algorithm of TikTok and Instagram means retention, content that keeps people in the app and gets people to engage. The major problem here is that a beginner, a person that's not experienced in creating content, or a person that is not experienced in creating content on a different niche that they're used to, they don't know what quality content is. Creating viral videos, it's no different than learning how to ride a bicycle. You need to practice. You only learn if you practice enough. It's the same thing with creating quality content and creating viral content. So in order to achieve quality, in order for you to start to create quality content, you need quantity, you need volume, you need to practice, you need to put in the hours so you can get better and better and start to reach good quality, viral quality. So it's not really one or the other. At the start, you will need to focus more on quantity and, doing the reps. And later on, you can focus more on quality, but you will need both. Quantity, testing new things will lead to getting feedback, and feedback will lead you to create better content, more quality content. And the more you post, the more chances you have to go viral, and the better you'll become at creating viral videos. What is in it for me? So your content needs to be valuable to the viewer. You cannot be selfish with your content. You need to focus on giving value to whoever is watching your content, and you will have a much better shot at going viral. You literally have less than 3 seconds to convince the viewer that your video is worth his time. The viewer will usually see value in your content through 3 major ways: education, inspiration, entertainment, or a combination of the 3. Ideally, the hook of your video will make it very clear for the viewer what's in it for him or for her. So combine the text, visuals, and audio to share as much information as you can in the shortest period of time. We already spoke a bit about this, but surfing trending topics is the easiest way to go viral. A trending topic is like a breaking news. It's a topic that recently got high interest of the public for whatever reason. This strategy requires a lot of timing, so you need to be fast, because in just a few hours, the demand will be met, and it will not be so easy to get views with this strategy. But if you are one of the first ones to create videos about the hot topic, about the trending topic, you have a very good shot at going viral. It's important to state here that for you to get the best results out of this strategy, it's also important for you to relate the trending topic, the hot topic, to your niche, because otherwise you're just gonna be going viral for a random reasons, and that's not very good. So always try to relate the hot topic, the trending topic, to your niche, and then you're probably gonna get the best results doing that. This next strategy, I call it still like an artist. It is the simplest way for you to go viral and grow on TikTok and grow on Instagram as fast as possible. There's a famous quote that says, if you steal from one author, it's plagiarism, but if you steal from many, it's just research. You can expedite the process of going viral and growing on TikTok and Instagram if you start doing what has been proven to go viral. It has been proven to work. And that seems complicated, but it's super simple to do. All you gotta do is find viral videos on your niche, and you can do it in multiple languages too, searching for specific keywords for your niche on TikTok, all right? TikTok is great at search. So you're gonna go on TikTok, you're gonna search for related keywords of your niche, and TikTok will show you the best videos, the videos with the most likes, the videos with the most saves, the videos with the most views. Then you're gonna start to look for patterns in these viral videos of your niche, especially hooks, video topics, and video formats. Notice a pattern of several videos using the same hook or similar hook. Well, you should definitely use that hook on your videos too. Same thing for video topics and for video formats. Now let's wrap it up talking about the specific differences and specific similarities between TikTok and IG Reels that you need to know to maximize your reach in both platforms. Well, let's start talking about some important things for you to know. So your Reels will get views on a regular IG feed. So TikTok doesn't have the IG feed, so you have to take that into consideration. So be careful when you're looking only at the average number of views, because the views for your Reels might be getting views mostly from the IG feed and not from the Reels tab. Another important thing to know is that the performance of your Reels on the regular feed will affect its chances on the Reels tab. So if you have a lot of fake followers, if you bought fake followers, that could be one of the reasons your Reels are not performing well on the Reels tab. Another thing is that your content to go viral needs to make sense for both people who already knows you, and it needs to make sense to people who have never seen you before. If your content is only good for people who already follow you, who already know you, it will never do well on the Reel tab or on TikTok For You page, because in order to go viral, your video needs to make sense to anybody. Okay, so keep that in mind. When it comes to the description of your posts on Instagram and TikTok, is completely different. So it's a part of the culture of Instagram to read the description of the posts. On TikTok is the opposite. People read whatever is written on the screen, and they will rarely read the description. So on Instagram, you should write a description for the reader, for the people. Whoever is going to watch your video, they might read your description. On TikTok, you should write a description for the algorithm focused on SEO. Another thing is you need to be careful with what you write on TikTok, because some things you can say most of the things on the video, but if you write on the description or text on the screen, your video might get flagged. The algorithm does not understand jokes very well, and sarcasm, for example. Since I already talked a lot about hashtags and SEO and categorizations, let's just talk about one important point. Less is more. Try not to put way too many hashtags, because that can actually be negative for your post performance. Okay, so go up to 3 closely related hashtags to the topic of your video, and you'll be golden. When it comes to optimal video length, so yeah, we have a pretty good difference here between TikTok and Instagram. So it's already part of the culture of TikTok to watch longer videos. When I mean longer video, I mean over a minute long. But TikTok's still a short video app, so competition for 20 to 45-second videos is lower than 1 minute long videos, because 1 minute long videos are monetized. So creators focus on creating more of those longer videos. So, the shorter mid-range videos, the competition is pretty low right now. On IG Reels is definitely the shorter videos. Up to 15 seconds are the ones performing and going viral the most. But it's also important to say that you need to test for yourself. Okay, some people do way better with longer videos than with shorter videos, and the opposite is also true. When it comes to posting times, I am very positive. It's pretty similar on Reels and on TikTok. So I recommend you post in 1 to 2 hours prior to the 2 peak hours of the day. For most niches, for most people, will be between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. and between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. local time. Well, if you want, you can go into the analytics of your Instagram and on TikTok to find a specific peak hours for your accounts. And, it's fair to say that the time you post won't be a major deciding factor for you to go viral or not. But on the long run, if you keep posting, if you always post on the best times, you have a higher reach because of that. When it comes to video captions, I do recommend using both Instagram and TikTok. You gotta consider some people use the app with no sound on, specifically more Instagram users. I highly recommend you use TikTok's own auto caption feature, because it works best for SEO, for search. On Instagram, they do have their own auto caption feature, but it's fine if you use a third-party caption app, because the search on Instagram is pretty bad, so it won't make much difference for SEO on Instagram. I also highly recommend using text on screen both for Reels and TikTok. It's an effective weapon to increase retention as a very important factor for a great video hook. It's also important for TikTok SEO. But once again, be careful with what you write. Some things you can even say on TikTok, but if you write on the description or text on screen, your video might get flagged. The algorithm doesn't really understand some jokes and sarcasm, for example. When it comes to content type or type of content, I have a few pointers. So on Instagram, the professional looking videos will tend to do better than on TikTok, and the opposite is also true. On TikTok, the amateur looking videos will tend to perform better than on Instagram. TikTok is much stricter in regards to originality than Instagram, and it's fair to say that people's attention span on Instagram is significantly higher than on TikTok. I swear to God, people's attention span on TikTok is less than a second. It's unbelievable. To conclude and wrap things up, now you know why you must be producing content on TikTok and Instagram Reels. Now you know what is the TikTokification of social media. I hope you know how the algorithm works by now. I hope you understood what are the important factors to take into consideration to have a video go viral. And I'm hopeful you put some of the tips I shared here today into practice to get yourself some viral videos. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, feel free to DM me on my social media.
When you use OmniSend, promoting your online store is that easy. So here you are, minutes away from adventure with a to-do list longer than your pretzel recipe. No worries though, OmniSend's got your back. Building emails? Fast and easy. Texting customers? Quick and smooth. Push notifications? 1, 2, send. And done. Sign up with OmniSend today and get 30% off for the first 3 months.
Are you feeling energized by all the tips and strategies you're getting from our summit? Do you want to dive right into your business and start implementing all the things you've learned so far? That's great. With so much value shared by our speakers, it's hard not to get inspired. There's just one little problem. Actually, it's a big problem. And it's a problem that will affect about 90% of the people who attended our summit. A problem that will keep your business from moving forward. See, everyone attends these kinds of conferences with the best intentions. Learn as much as possible, then implement all those learnings in your own business. That's the goal, right? But be honest, how many conferences have you left with the same intentions only to get caught up in your normal routine the moment you go back to your office? And all those plans you had for shaking things up, I bet you only remember them when you can't hit your goals, and that's too late. Don't worry, we're here to help you. The marketing specialists at MP Digital have worked with companies just like yours and dozens of other large and small brands around the globe. Our team members are trained by Neil Patel himself. So when you partner with us, it's like having Neil guide your business to success. In fact, you've already met many of our top experts at this conference. We love to share our knowledge to help others make it big. And when you work with us, you get to benefit from our thought leadership and digital marketing experience to drive change for your business. We work hand in hand with our clients to form a partnership where we listen to your needs and concerns and then do our part to deliver solutions that address them. Organic and technical SEO, content and social media marketing, search and display ads, conversion rate optimization, email campaigns, dashboard development. You've heard our experts speak about these topics at this very summit. Now you can hire them to help you implement their success strategies to grow your own brand. We've gathered dozens of awards over the years because our strategies work. Here's just one of the many success stories. When Waterdrop wanted to generate more traffic and sales on their website, they came to us for help. At the time, they were only ranking for branded keywords, and most of their sales came from Amazon rather than their own online store. Our team optimized their content and improved the user experience on their website. We also helped them build backlinks to give them more authority. After a year of working with us, Waterdrop's web traffic was up more than 2,000%, and their organic impressions went up by nearly 5,000%. With our new content marketing strategies in place, they saw huge gains in competitive keyword rankings and were able to attract more of the right customer base. Of course, we don't just work with small and medium-sized businesses. Our clients include international enterprise companies like Adobe and CNN. Through a mix of technical and on-page SEO strategies, content updates, and in-house workshops, we help CNN Brazil rise to the top 10 search positions in their home market and increase their organic page views by 91%. This translated into more than 1 billion page views in 2022. Results like this are possible for anyone, but that doesn't mean anyone can make them happen. If there's one thing you've learned at this summit, it's that the digital marketing landscape is constantly evolving. Search is evolving. Strategies that once worked quickly become outdated. Keeping up with all the changes is basically a full-time job. Google literally makes thousands of updates to its search algorithm every year. And when a major update rolls out, we often need to quickly pivot our approach. Now, you may think you can just hire a freelancer to help you out, but Do you really think a freelancer who's running a one-person business has the time and resources to stay up to date with all of these new developments? And don't forget that SEO is only a small part of your digital marketing strategy. If you want to future-proof your business, you need an omni-channel strategy with SEO, paid media, email, etc., all working together and supporting each other. How many freelancers do you know who are experts in all these areas? And if you hired several different freelancers, there's no way you'd be getting a cohesive, integrated marketing approach. So, why don't you save yourself the headache and trouble and stop wasting money by trying to do things on the cheap? When you've got a business to run or deadlines to meet, it's hard to find the time and resources to explore new ways, not to mention the uncertainty of doing things on your own. Change is difficult in any organization. How are you going to explain to your boss when your current strategies aren't getting you the results that you expected? Sometimes it's just easier and safer to let someone else get their hands dirty. Someone who knows exactly what they're doing, while you focus on your core business and watch the profits stack up. So listen, when you're pumped about moving your business forward after this summit, do it right this time. You're obviously committed to growing your business, or you wouldn't have signed up for this conference. So rather than putting things off or giving it a cursory DIY attempt, save yourself the time and trouble and call in the experts. Now, you may be wondering, what's the cost of working with our professional team? I'll tell you one thing. It's a fraction of the ROI you can actually achieve. The reality is that sometimes you have to spend money to make money. It's better to do that when you know the strategies have been proven to work. We have been nominated and won over 50 industry awards because of that. That said, we only take on select clients who are ready to rise to the top. And I'll be perfectly honest, our capacity to take on new clients right now is a little limited. But here's the good news. Because you're part of this summit, you've already demonstrated the commitment to growing your business that we're looking for. That's why we're giving you an exclusive invite to connect with our team and see if your business qualifies to work with us. All you need to do is fill out the form on this page. We'll review your application and reach out to you with next steps. So be sure to check your email and answer your phone. When you're working with us, you'll receive a customized 6 to 12 month growth plan that's tailored specifically around your marketing needs. You get to decide how involved you want to be in your growth journey. Stay completely hands-off or follow our lead as we guide you towards success. It's whatever works for you. We know how to make growth happen because we went through it ourselves. NP Digital started in 2017 as a boutique agency, and now we're located in 20 countries and counting. No matter where you are in the world, you can get first-hand access to our proven strategies. Germany, Italy, Australia, India, Brazil, England, Canada, Japan. We are where you are, and we have in-country experts who speak your language and know your local market. So, what's it going to be for you after this summit? Are you going to take the familiar path, hoping you'll find the time to implement everything you've learned on your own? Or are you ready to join the big leagues? This is your opportunity to work with the best. But hurry, spots are limited, so make sure you snag one of them. Simply fill out our short questionnaire, and we'll take it from there. Let's grow.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Tolch and I'm the founder and managing director of Rebel House by NP Digital.
I'm Brittany Richter, COO and managing director of NPD in the US.
So today we're going to be talking about maximizing every media dollar with creatives that convert, a topic that I'm sure is going to resonate with many of you. As every single day passes, I think we can all agree that our jobs as marketers is getting more and more challenging as the clutter begins to grow in the digital space. So today we're going to leave you with some tips and tricks on how to make sure that every media dollar you spend is maximized with creatives that are thoughtful and smart.
And the reason why we felt this was so important is because we know and we've seen from experience with our clients that when all else is created equal, creative is the most powerful optimization lever. And we've seen that when the creative is data informed, on brand, inspired by creativity, but also tailored for each platform and placement, that's what ensures the maximum impact of every single media dollar. And the way that we do that, our methodology really fuses both art and science together. We are a performance ad agency, an ideas factory. We have data scientists and in-house designers, and that combination is really what has led to success and is shaping our methodology. And our mantra is see, feel, do. It means that we need to captivate with unique creative, trigger memorable connections, and inspire action or conversion. And the way that we do this in a differentiated way, and the way that really allows us to drive that performance at scale, is by obviously being on brand and focus on our specific audience, and creativity is at the center, but that's not enough. The third piece of it is the algorithm and making sure that we are also understanding everything that makes the creative rank or have the highest quality score available. So this combination is what ultimately drives performance.
So we mustn't forget that on the other side of the device or the channel is a human being that has interests, priorities, expectations, and triggers. And it's our job to figure out what makes them act, because if we can do that, everybody wins. The consumer wins and the brand wins. So we can't lose sight over the fact that the people are the main character and your product and or service are merely the supporting role. And so in our world, audience always comes first. And right after comes pillars and platforms. So pillars representing your brand ethos and your brand pillars, and platform representing the distribution and the channels in which the content gets seen on. And this is the approach that keeps our content relevant, it keeps it engaging, and it ensures that we're connecting rather than just shouting out into a void. So if you're not familiar with an exabyte, don't worry, I was not either. An exabyte is a crazy unit. It represents a billion, or in other terms, I think it's a quintillion. It literally sounds like a term my toddler made up, but it is a real thing. And today, there are over 400 exabytes. So 400 billion, or 400 quintillion pieces of data being produced every single day. That is a lot of content, and that is also a lot of clutter. So like I mentioned at the onset of this presentation, our jobs as marketers is getting really challenging. So creating content and creating creative that is designed to connect is more important than ever before, because there's a lot of competition. So before we get into this a little bit deeper, I think it's important to understand that everything that we've presented thus far are kind of like the ground rules of setting yourself up for success. But it's important, and we believe, they don't call us rebels for nothing, that you give yourself permission to break the rules. So once you've adopted everything we just presented, you're ready for the fun stuff. In this moment, I honestly challenge you guys to take a vow. Dedicate 10%, just 10%, of your creative mix to the rule-breaking area, the reactive zone. This is the zone where your brains and your minds and your teams should have virtually no guardrails outside of the obvious ones, like respecting common sense and brand guidelines. But this is the zone where your intentions are to navigate untouched territory. It's the areas where you're creating stuff that's not based on things that have been done before, but you're creating things that are relevant in the moment and that are meant to do things that have never been done before. And while 9 out of the 10 times it may not stick, that one time that it actually does can be absolutely transformative for your brand. So give yourselves and give your teams permission to be reactive. The reality is that planning, of course, is extremely important, but things are moving so fast that the plans that you had yesterday are different today. And so this is the moment that you give your teams and yourself permission to chart new territory. So we're going to get into a couple of best practices. Some of this may be familiar to you and some of it may not, but the goal is that these 5 best practices are kind of like your Bible, and when you think you have a good idea, it's like your checklist of making sure and gut checking that you're following some best practices to get great results. So the first is knowing your audience. The second is telling stories and entertaining. The third is crafting clear call to actions. The fourth is optimizing by platform. And the fifth is test, learn, iterate, and repeat, which is key. So we'll start with knowing your audience. So tailoring your creatives to specific preferences, behaviors, and demographics is extremely important. Every single decision that you make visually and creatively is going to impact the perception of the viewer on the other side. So we put a very simple image here, and I want to just explain certain elements in this image that are going to be how they could possibly be perceived by the person on the receiving end. So in this image, you see a healthy looking woman. She has great hair, a white smile, seemingly loves hot beverages, coffee, tea, seems to enjoy and indulging in a croissant, but doesn't look like she eats it every day. Looks like she's working or hanging out in a sunny environment, daytime for sure. And so all of these factors, even though they're not overt, you're not overtly saying it's daytime and I'm drinking coffee, are things that are going to influence the perception of the person on the other end. So we put this here to just explain the importance of knowing your audience and making decisions creatively that are going to influence or resonate with your audience. So this type of image would resonate with somebody who loves to meet up with friends at a cafe, or who may be starting a coffee business, or maybe somebody who has like an obsession with really white teeth. Like there's a lot of things that this image could say, but just the more you know your audience, the smarter your visual choices will be. So the second pro tip is telling stories and entertain, especially when it comes to social media as a platform. Your job is to create a scroll stopper. And you have to remember that people are not going on social media to be advertised to. They're going there to escape. They're going there to just, most of the time, recklessly scroll and just be entertained. And so the brands that win in social are the brands that entertain and tell story. It's not about selling all the key benefits overtly of your product. While you should be doing that, but like in a cooler, more subtle way. It's really important that you start with story first. So think about your audience, but think about how you're going to entertain that audience. What's going to make them stop their scroll? Is it going to be like a very bright color? Is it going to be somebody talking dynamically to camera? Is it going to be cool integrated graphics? Is it going to be amazing audio if you're on TikTok? Like, you got to think about the things that are going to make your audience tick and get them to stop their scroll and actually spend time in your world. So telling stories and entertaining is the name of the game.
And with that, we're here to talk about creatives that will convert. So we'd be remiss not to talk about calls to action. It's important that we think about making things as easy as possible for the consumer to do what it is you want them to do. If you want them to click through and purchase, if you want them to submit a lead, if you want them to watch something, there's a variety of different calls to actions available. So it's important that you make sure it's really clear what it is you're asking from them. Make it compelling, but also make sure it matches. And by matches, I mean matches the platform. You'll see here that this is a particular ad unit on Facebook. So each placement and each platform offers ad units that have options for calls to action. So if you're also using that call to action in the copy or in the overlay, you have to make sure it matches what's ultimately going to be in the ad unit. So that's one small detail that we often see brands mismatching, and it gets a little confusing and just looks sloppy. So something to consider when you're choosing what that call to action is ultimately going to be. And then speaking of platforms, making sure that when you are either at a photo shoot or recording video content, whatever assets you are creating, you create it in a way that will allow you to adjust it to meet the parameters of wherever it is you're going to serve that creative. So if you don't go with that in mind, then you could limit yourself later as far as how you can edit it and where you can serve it. Obviously, mobile devices and the vertical unit, most common is what's missing from the shot list. So just something to keep in mind before even getting into the production. And then, of course, as Alex mentioned before, test, learn, iterate, and repeat. Embracing that modular mentality is absolutely critical. We might know a ton of information about our target audience. We might know what has worked historically. We might read other case studies to see what have worked for other similar brands, but that doesn't mean that's what's going to work this time. Algorithms are changing, consumers' behaviors and preferences are often changing, and we know that the platforms don't automatically give us a super granular level of creative level performance. So in order to get that insight, we have to be really intentional about putting those tests into market and making sure we know which variables we are testing, so we know what works and what doesn't, so that we can iterate and then repeat. So something to also think about before going into market: which variables are we ultimately testing, and how do we make sure that we set up our campaigns to give us the data that we need to understand those results, so that we can ultimately use them for future creative.
So perfect segue from what Brittany was just talking about. Here's an example that we prepared for you on how we use innovative tech that leverages AI and biometric data to provide deep insights into viewers' attention and emotions. So you can infer based on A/B testing different things, like if all traffic goes to the creatives with blue backgrounds, you can switch all your backgrounds to blue and see if that's the thing that sticks. But there's better technology today that will actually allow you to gather attention grabbing, to pinpoint what the attention grabbing scenes are, the emotional impact, the engagement hotspots, areas where you can improve, top performing elements, competitive performance, and of course, A/B testing results. And all of this data is what allows you to optimize your ad campaigns and improve overall impact on the audience, as well as for future creative optimizations. So in this example, I'll play it again one more time. You can see in this heat mapping and on the chart below, which we'll get into in further detail in the next slide, you can see where the attention and the emotional resonance happens with your audience, scene by scene, moment by moment. So in honor of this talk and in honor of this topic of maximizing every media dollar, every single second matters, because every second is money. So here you're seeing the analysis second by second on an attention level and an emotional level. So moment by moment analysis is done to gather insights on audience responses on both of these regards. It even allows you to do voiceover analysis. So you can really pick apart in scripts what are the things resonating at an emotional level and an attention level, and then make decisions either in pre-production or if it's too late in post-production to iterate and repeat the things that are working better. It obviously also dictates a lot for future creatives. So the smarter you get at analyzing your creatives, the better your creatives are going to get time over time. And then finally, an effective creative mix. So this is not part of like 5 best practices. This is the holy grail of the thing that you have to ingrain in your mind. Tell, sell, and grow. So in our world, there is no one without the other. So tell represents content that drives awareness. This is much more emotional led. This is where you are not selling a product, you are telling a story. It's often emotive and it builds brand equity, trust, and authentic connections. So you're telling a story and your product just so happens to back up what's happening in the event. The second is sell. So this is your time to really sell and spotlight your product or service. Tell the world what your greatest USPs are, what the things you can offer them are. Really get into promos, details, and the idea here is to educate and foster an audience that has a deeper understanding of your business and ultimately click and buy. And then last, you are not building a brand in today's day if you don't have a community to back you up. You could talk about yourself till you're blue in the face, but if you don't have others talking about your story for you as well, then you're missing the mark. So community and growth is extremely important in the effective creative mix. You cannot hand the keys entirely to the house entirely to creators because they are not you and they are not your brand, but it's important to develop authentic, keyword authentic, audience connections with a community of raving fans that can back up your story for you and that can stand behind your cause, your values, and your purpose.
So for key takeaways, it's important to obviously when we're thinking about the creative and we want to make sure that it is converting. Everything that we've talked about today is really about finding balance. We need to make sure that we have the brand guidelines in place, like Alex was talking about. We need to make sure that creativity is powering everything, but we also have to make sure that we are thinking about the algorithms. We are building community to back up everything that you are ultimately putting out, like we were just talking about. So when you are setting out to define what your next set of creative is going to look like, or even if you're doing a brand new brand campaign, make sure to think about the best way to ultimately balance what you are achieving. And then if you follow some of these best practices, then you'll be sure to create creative that converts.
Thank you. We hope you enjoyed.
Hey there, thanks so much for being here. Thanks for having me. My name is Ryan Dice. I've got a lot to cover, so if it's all right with you, I'm just going to dive right in and talk about how to generate buyers from scratch, and specifically 3 things that are working for us right now to get strangers to give us money. And that's kind of where I want to start this whole thing. It's just with an open question. What is the role of marketing, right? As marketers, what is our job? What is it that we are supposed to do? And I submit to you that our job at the end of the day is simple. It is to get strangers to give us money. Yes, we need to generate awareness. Yes, we need to generate traffic. Yes, we need to generate leads, but all of those things are in the service of revenue. So I think it's important, and it's why I like to start off all my talks with just that simple reminder, because we can get into a lot of tactics. And believe me, I'm going to dive into a number of tactics that are working really, really well for us. But if those tactics don't have a clear through line to revenue, then you're likely doing something wrong. So everything I'm going to share with you right here is all about just that. How do we get buyers, and how do we get buyers from scratch? People who have no idea who we are, to like us, to trust us, and ultimately to invest in us and our brands. A little bit about me. I promise to keep this brief because I know you don't care. My name is Ryan Dice. Again, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an investor. I'm an advisor to a number of companies, but at my heart of hearts, I'm a marketer. Marketing is my first love. It still is what I spend the bulk of my time doing today. And so whether we start a company, acquire a company, if I'm running it or advising it, I spend a lot of time thinking and talking about marketing. I've written books on marketing, and I'm very, very big on what does it take to grow and scale businesses quickly in ways that, work and that will likely work in the future. So not just the one and done tricks and hacks kinds of things. And just to frame that, again, the 3 things I'm going to show you are all things that should compound upon one another. They should be in addition to stuff that you're already doing. It's not some trick or hack that's here today, gone tomorrow. As far as my company, Digital Marketer, we train marketers. It's what we do. And we've been privileged to train hundreds of thousands of marketers at this point. It says 126,000. That's an old stat. At companies large and small, we also host the largest digital marketing in-person conference in North America, Traffic and Conversion Summit, where we've been privileged to feature business leaders and marketers such as Richard Branson, Gary Vaynerchuk, Marie Forleo, Tim Ferriss, Damon John, Martha Stewart. And in the upcoming event, we're going to be featuring our very own Neil Patel. So really, really excited about that. Again, I don't say any of this stuff to impress you. I say it just so that you know that I've been doing this for a while, because I want you to hopefully trust what I'm going to share with you, because it does work, but it's only going to work if you actually do the stuff. And to do it, you got to believe that it's going to work. So kind of in that same theme, I'll also let you know that over the last 36 months, my company has invested, and I use that term intentionally, invested $8.23 million in paid traffic. That's not as an agency, other people's money. That is our own cash flow. And we are not outside funded. We are bootstrapped. And so this is our capital, our cash flow being invested at a positive ROI, which is why I say invested, not spent. We generated 1,000 new leads, 71,000 new buyers, and $54 million in revenue from just 3 of our portfolio companies. If we were to zoom out and look at our portfolio as a whole, that did in excess of $200 million just over the last 12 months. Again, I don't tell you this to impress you. I tell you this so that you know the information that I'm sharing is backed by real, in the trenches experience in dozens of different industries. It's not just theory. It's not just the kind of stuff that works in one little niche. This is going to work broadly across the board. In other words, we actually do this stuff and this stuff works. So what I'm going to be getting into is I'm going to break down the 3 elements that are moving the needle for us across what really is our best converting funnel architecture. Now, I don't have time in this presentation to cover every single step and stage of this particular funnel. If I did, I would have to have a double or triple session. So what I did is I recorded a bonus supplement video to this presentation. I'll give you the link to that at the end. So if you want me to go in greater depth in these different steps of this particular funnel, this generating some of the results that I share with you, again, I'll share that link with you at the end. What I want to do now, though, is really highlight the big 3, because within this funnel, there are 3 pieces, 3 things that we've implemented or optimized that have moved the needle more than any of the other things combined. So I'll share with you the rest of it in another video, but what I'm giving you here are the big 3. And really, I believe if you only did one of the 3 things that I'm going to share with you, it would have a huge, huge impact. All right, let's set the stage, set the scene. The problem that I think we're all dealing with is really, really simple. Customer acquisition cost is up while demand is down. Maybe I'm the only one experiencing this, but it seems like every marketer I talk to is saying, gosh, it seems like traffic costs are so much higher than they used to be. And I think the reason it seems like that is because, well, they are. Traffic costs have gone up, and they've gone up whether you're on the buy side, you're buying media, or whether you're trying to generate it organically. The people required to do it are now more expensive. So we've got customer acquisition costs going up at the same time that we're seeing just kind of macroeconomic demand going down. I'm not an economist. I'm not going to make any predictions on, whether we're in a recession or anything like that. But what I know is that when interest rates go up, when inflation goes up, people are less quick to part with their money. And this is in B2B and B2C. It affects the economy as a whole. So the cost to acquire customers is going down. Demand, as well as average client value, is also going down. So what does that mean? What that basically means for a lot of business, it means that flat is the new normal. A lot of the business that we work with, they are flat and they're freaked out about it. Now, if that's where you are, and if you're kind of flat year over year, we're telling a lot of our clients that flat is up. I know a lot of businesses that are down, if not year over year, they're down from where they were a couple of years ago. And look, if that's not you, that's amazing. If you're riding a wave and you're up and to the right, fantastic. I'm just finding that I'm talking to more and more businesses where this is their reality. And just full admission, like full disclosure, this was our reality in one of our portfolio companies in particular in the first quarter of this year. So January, February, and March, a quarter that typically is a big growth quarter for us in this particular business was not. We were flat, and it was taking everything we had, twice the effort just to maintain flat. Now, I don't know about you, but anytime what we're doing isn't working, I look at it as we have 2 options. Okay, there are 2 things that we can do when what we're doing isn't working. Option number 1 is you can try something different. Seems obvious, but it's an option. Option 2 is you can do what you're doing, just more. Like, let's just do more of it. And by and large, I'm a fan of trying more before different. Because if you try different, you kind of give up the ability to try more. So before you try different, let's try more. And that's exactly what we did. We said, okay, everybody's working really, really, really hard. But in the month of April, we choose violence. Okay. In the month of April, we are going to throw everything that we have at this. Now, again, just to kind of give you some context, this particular company, it's a B2B company, and their sales motion is marketing team goes out and generates leads. And then the sales reps are going to do, outbound outreach. We do some inbound as well, but they're going to do a lot of outbound outreach to the leads that marketing generates, to book discovery calls, to ultimately book sales calls, to sell an average ticket item of around $40,000 annual value. Okay, so that's sort of where we are. That's the sales motion, just to set the context. So marketing, hey, let's crank up the lead generation efforts. Let's throw some more budget at it. But more than that, sales, I want you to hammer the phones. I want you to hammer the outreach. I want you to massively increase it. So typically, this particular business would do 10 to 12,000 outbound calls, outbound dials, outbound, whatever in a particular month. For the month of April, we chose violence and we said, let's crank it up to 26,972. In other words, we went from about 12 to 13,000 on a high month to more than double. 27,000 outbound dials. Now, it generated 852 answers, 3.1% answer rate, which was kind of on par. 478 discovery sessions. Those 478, that's that initial sales conversation, that qualifying conversation just to find out if it is a fit. There were 152 sets, so that's sales conversations set to an AE from those outbound efforts, another 28 set through inbound efforts, a total of 180 opportunities generated to close 17 units. Now, 17 isn't good, is it bad? Here's what I can tell you. It was exactly about what we did every month previous to that. Months previous to that, we might do 18, we might do 16, we might do 17. In other words, we more than doubled the output. We more than doubled the effort and got exactly the same results. So when what you're doing isn't working, and then when you double down and it still isn't working, that is the time to try something different. And so that's exactly what we did. We said, this isn't working. Let's spend the month of May trying new things. And we tried 3 new things in particular that I'm going to show you, and the results that we got. Our outbound dials dropped from 27,000 to just over 7,000. Now, that wasn't because we said, hey, let's be lazy. That's because we said, we don't know if the things we're doing are going to work. So let's kind of inch into it. So mega dropped the outbound dials. Now, answer rate went up a little bit. Discovery sessions down, obviously, but the answer discovery rate up a little bit. Outbound sets. This one was down just a bit, but not statistically significant. Look at the inbound sets, though, up pretty significantly over what we were seeing before with much, much, much less effort. Total opportunities, though, down overall at 84, but let's look at the units sold. 22. Okay, 22. We went from a 9.4% opportunity close rate to a 26% opportunity to close rate. Now what we're able to do, and what we have done since then, is go back and maybe not choose violence, but let's go back and increase at the top of the funnel. We basically fixed the bottom of the funnel. We more than doubled our opportunity to close rate. So now we can afford to invest more in what we're doing. So this is the results we got. And what I want to show you right now are the 3 things we implemented to generate these results. Starting with thing number 1, what's working now? Number 1, we call it the mind reader meta ad method. That's a little bit hypey, I know. But this concept of mind reader ads, when you see what we're doing, I think you'll see that it makes at least a little bit of sense. Now, to set this up, there's a really important concept from marketing that I've got to explain. And it's this concept that Eugene Schwartz talked about in his book, Breakthrough Advertising. It's this idea of levels of awareness. And specifically said there are 5 levels of awareness that your prospects, your leads, could have at any given moment. Level 1 is unaware. These are all the people out there who they're not aware of your brand, they're not aware of your products, they're not aware really of your solution category, or they don't care because they're not even aware that they have a problem. Okay? They're totally unaware. No problem, no solution, don't freaking care. Let's compare this now to problem aware. The problem aware group, they're aware that they have a problem, but they're not yet aware, or they're not actively looking for a solution. So this is somebody who's just going, I could really stand to lose a few pounds, right? They're aware of the problem. They're a little bit overweight. They'd like to lose a few pounds. They are problem aware. The next level down, we've got solution aware. Now, solution aware people, they know they've got a problem and they're actively seeking out solutions. So in this case, they might say, I need to lose a little bit of weight, problem aware, and I'm thinking I need to join a gym, solution aware. Now, solution aware is important because within any problem, there's usually multiple ways to solve that problem. So maybe somebody says, I need to join a gym. Maybe another person is thinking about the solution of a diet. Maybe somebody else is thinking about hiring a personal trainer. Maybe somebody else is thinking about weight loss surgery or GLP-1s. There's a lot of different solutions to solve the specific problem. When we come down to product aware, though, they generally set on a solution and now they're aware of the products within that solution category. So I need to lose some weight, problem aware. I should probably join a gym, solution aware. I maybe should look at that Iron Tribe fitness gym because it's down the road from my office. And so I could drop by there either on my way to work or from work. Now we're getting into product aware. And then the last level of awareness, that fifth level, is most aware. These are the folks who they've generally settled on a product or on a brand. They just need a reason to act now. Maybe they need a little bit more information. Maybe they need the pricing details. Maybe they need a better price. They're waiting on for a sale or a discount or some kind of scarcity. That's most aware. Now, the mistake that most marketers make is we target solution aware. We go after the solution aware audience, and we go after the solution aware audience because it's simple. If you're selling a CRM, it's very simple to advertise, on Google or things for people looking for CRM as a keyword. Right? This is kind of what we do. The problem with solution aware, though, is you're marketing into a highly competitive space, into a highly commoditized space. Because again, they're evaluating your brand against other brands for the exact same solution. So we believe, and what we're trying to target top of funnel is not solution aware people. We're largely skipping over that. Product aware, sure. We're going to bid on product specific keywords and things like that. We want to make sure we're doing retargeting, all those things. Solution aware, I see that as largely a trap. Problem aware, I believe, is where the money is right now in marketing. If we can connect with people at the level of problem awareness before they've begun investigating a solution, not only is this audience much, much, much bigger. Trust me, the number of people who realize they have a problem compared to the number of people who realize they have a problem and who have actively begun to investigate solutions, orders of magnitude larger. Okay, so it's a bigger audience, but it's also, conversely, a less competitive audience. Not everybody is going after this audience because they don't know how. It's very simple to advertise around solution categories, to advertise around the most common keywords, to advertise around your competitors. That's simple, and because it's simple and because it's obvious, everyone does it. And because it's simple and because it's obvious and because everyone does it, there's not a lot of margin in it. So where is there margin? There's margin in talking to people who are problem aware. And so I want to show you right now what we're doing specifically to call out to these folks. But there's a greater concept here that I want to share with you, and that is this, and I'd write this down. You're never going to be able to generate buyers from scratch until you can articulate your prospect's problem better than they can. Your job as a marketer is to be able to articulate your prospect's problem better than they can. If you can do this, this is where trust is gained. Okay, this is how trust is built. Think about what a doctor does, right? When you go to a doctor, they're going to ask you some questions, you're going to explain your symptoms, and then they're going to start saying, oh, and does it also hurt when you do this? And you're like, oh my gosh, yes, it does. Okay, that's because you have a insert diagnosis, right? We trust physicians when they can describe our problems better than we can and when they give our problems a name. And so that's what I'm going to encourage you to do in your top of funnel advertising. And the kind of the tactic that we deploy with this is what we call problem statement ads. And this is not a very clever name. We call them problem statement ads because they are ads that are literally a statement of your prospect's problems in their own words. Like, that's all that they are. So let me give you an example. We're all marketers here. I'm going to give you some example problem statements, and you can tell me if these resonate with you as a marketer. I can't get my funnel to scale to cold traffic. Why aren't my Facebook ads working? Paid traffic doesn't work for my business. I can't get my ads to scale profitably. I just need more leads. These are problem statements that would be uttered by either somebody in marketing or a small to medium-sized business owner who's attempting to do their own marketing. Okay? And I'm not wondering if these are problem statements. I know for a fact that these are problem statements. And the reason I know these are problem statements is because we've heard them from our actual customers and clients at Digital Marketer. So if you're wondering, how do I determine the problems that my customers have? Well, the simplest way to do it is just to ask them, to talk to them, to be around them. If you have a customer support or a customer care team, good chance they're hearing these problem statements all day long. So brainstorm with your customer care team. Similarly, if you have a sales function, talk to your salespeople. They're hearing the problems as well in their own words, but there's no substitute for just getting out there and talking to your prospects. Whether you're going to events, networking functions, talk to them. You will hear them say the problems and you will hear them say them in their own words. Now, here's your goal. This is what I want you to do. 30. I want you to brainstorm 30 problem statements. Don't have to do it right now, but as soon as we're done here and we go on break, that's your homework, okay? Brainstorm 30 problem statements, and I would try to come up with at least 10 all on your own. Just sitting there thinking, what have I literally heard them say? Now, if you want a cheat code for this, of course, there is our good friend, Mr. and Mrs. AI and ChatGPT. So I'll give you a couple of prompts that you can use to do some brainstorming, but these prompts should really be in addition to your own thinking. They shouldn't necessarily replace it. So prompt number 1 is telling ChatGPT to act as a market researcher. So you could say, I want you to act as a market researcher. What are 10 examples of problem statements that insert your ideal customer avatar faces when trying to solve the particular problem that you solve in their own words? Each example should be short and concise, starting with the words I need, I wish, or I want. So that's the prompt for a market researcher. That's a really good one. My favorite one, though, is prompt 2, which is the ideal client prompt. And this is where you say, act as whoever, again, your ideal client or avatar is. What are 10 common issues, challenges, and problems you face on a regular basis? Please list these as actual statements in ideal client's own words. So in this case, you are prompting ChatGPT, Claude, whatever AI solution you're using, you are prompting them to take on the form of your ideal client and asking them what their problems are. Now, if you notice, I said, what are 10 in each of these? And I said, what are 10? Because once you get 10, you could say, great, that's amazing. Can you give me 10 more? Can you give me 10 more? And you can just keep asking for 10 more until between this and your own brainstorming, you come up with 30. So if we look at an example, how did we come up with some of ours before? Here it is. Act as a marketer trying to generate leads from paid traffic channels such as Facebook, Instagram, and Google. So that's the problem to be solved. I'm a marketer. I'm trying to generate leads from these channels. What are 10 common issues, challenges, and problems you face regularly? Please list these as actual statements. I asked ChatGPT this, and they, look at this. Ad costs keep rising. Targeting the right audience is tricky. Ad fatigue hits faster than ever. Compliance with privacy laws and regulations. Landing page optimization is a delicate science. Keeping up with fast-pacing digital landscape, creative constraints, and platform limitations. If you look at these, there's a really good chance that you've thought, I've thought some of these things before. Like these are things that I've heard myself say, I've heard people on my team say. And that's because they likely have been said. That's why they were picked up by ChatGPT. Let's look at another one. Act as an entrepreneur, running a bootstrap business doing $4 million per year in revenue. So note the specificity there. What are 10 common issues, challenges, and problems you face regularly? Please list these as actual statements. Managing cash flow is a tightrope walk. I love that. I love the specificity of that. Struggling to find and keep good people without big budgets. There's never enough time in the day. Tech upgrades are a double-edged sword. Customer retention keeps me up at night. Navigating legal and compliance issues is a minefield. And again, if you look at the statements after that, it's really good, solid copy. That, again, giving you these problem statements. Here's another one. Act as a market researcher. What are 10 examples of problem statements that stay-at-home moms of young children face when trying to lose weight in their own words? I need a way to fit exercise into my unpredictable schedule without neglecting my children's needs. Move down a couple. I wish there were more online support groups or forums. I need strategies to manage stress eating. Again, we're just simply gathering problem statements. Here's another one. Act as a stay-at-home mom. I struggle to find the time to exercise because my kids need constant attention and care. If you're a mom, I bet you felt that. I find it hard to cook separate meals, so I end up eating kid-friendly foods that aren't the best for weight loss. This is what we're looking for. Okay, this is the gold. Now, I'm showing you how to do this inside of ChatGPT. That's great. That's helpful. It's even more powerful when it's the actual words from your actual customers. Now, once you have these, and again, you have 30, what I want you to do is I want you to set up 30 different ads in an impression-based campaign. So we just want to run some impressions, and we're usually going to run this for 48 to 72 hours. And we just want to see if we run some impressions, and we're usually going to give this a, $100, $200, $300 budget. Okay, not a big budget, but we're literally going to put the actual problem statement in the ad, and that's it. So we're color blocking to try to stop their attention. Learn this from our good friends at Mint CRO, that color blocking strategy. We're trying to stop the scroll. We're not trying to generate a ton of conversions. So if they click on this, where they go, it kind of doesn't matter. You can send them to your homepage, a landing page. It really doesn't matter. We're not trying to get conversions. We're simply trying to gather data. And what we're looking for is if we run 30 of these ads, impression based, which are the ones that get the most clicks and get the highest engagement. That's it. And in our experience, if you run 30, you're going to find 2, 3, or 4 that are substantially better from a click-through rate and an engagement rate than all of the other ones. Those 2, 3, or 4 are the problem statements that now you really want to double down on. And so you could double down them in a couple of ways. The first thing you can do is once you have these problem statements, you can get a little fancy with your ads. So you can take these kind of admittedly ugly, simple color block ads and turn them into prettier ads. So here's an example, problem statement. I wish there was a healthy, affordable lunch that was real food, not just a shake. Pretty cool problem statement if you're an on-the-go person looking for a healthy meal option. Well, Huel says, on the hunt for a quick, affordable lunch, hot and ready to eat in 5 minutes, Huel makes it easy to get the nutrients you need in an affordable, convenient meal. And look, it's not a shake, right? So we got the visual there. I can't make influencer marketing work for my business. It just doesn't ROI. Need to track that elusive influencer ROI? Time for the secret sauce. So note that in this case, the problem statement is assumed. They're just kind of flipping it and speaking to the problem. So if you're walking around or scrolling around on, Meta platforms, and then ultimately you can test this on Google as well, thinking, just so frustrating. We can't make influencer marketing work. It's not ROIing. I don't know how to track it. And then you see this ad, need to track that elusive influencer ROI? Well, as a matter of fact, I do. It's almost like, wait for it, you read my mind. That's what we call them, mind reader ads. I wish you could find comfortable, seamless workout clothes that actually look good on me. Because staple, seamless, sweat-wicking gym gear is vital. Am I right? I hate waxing and plucking. I wish I never had to do that again. Forget waxing and plucking. Again, we're using the problem statement to inform the ads. Now, I'll tell you, these are prettier, these are more clever, but don't overthink it. Oftentimes, once we have a problem statement ad that works, we'll just let it run. We might change up the color blocking just a little bit so it's not quite so ugly, but very often we will just run ads with the problem statement on them, and we will send them to a landing page where the landing page copy absolutely mirrors that ad. And I'll tell you, very often, as was the case here, we're shocked. I never would have thought that I need insights into optimizing our operations for profitability. I never would have thought that that would have been one of the ones that won. But the only marketing genius is the customer. So there you have it. They win. I'll give you another way to plus this in your ads. If you can combine that problem statement with an audience call out, this is another way to get a little bit more juice out of the squeeze. So what do I mean by an audience call out? Simply just starting your ad, either in the copy or if it's a video ad, spoken. Hey, ideal client, are you experiencing this problem? Then you need this solution. I realize that this is incredibly simple, but this ad copy template outperforms most of the other ones we do 9 times out of 10. And it outperforms it because it's so dead on. It's a call out to the client. So they're scrolling, they go, hey, that's me. Hey, I've got that problem. I'm interested in this solution. So business owners, missing the data you need to make strong business decisions? You need a CEO dashboard. That was based on problem statements that we had tested, including we don't have any dashboards or metrics and no one in the company knows the metrics that matter. So if you're floating around, walking around, scrolling around with that problem circulating in your brain, and now you see an ad from this company called The Scalable Company, which is one of our portfolio companies. Use company a lot there. Business owners, hey, that's me. Missing the data you need to make strong business decisions? Well, yes, I am, as a matter of fact, because no one in the company knows the metrics that matter, and we don't have dashboards and metrics. Well, you need a CEO dashboard. Ooh, I bet you're right. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Also, we found, from a targeting perspective, if we will call out to the exact ideal client that we want, we don't have to get fancy with our targeting in meta platforms. We can actually go quite broad. If we literally tell them in the ad copy and in the spoken word who it is that we're targeting, what do you know? They know everything. They have a way of finding the people we want. And we don't have to try to be ultra specific and pay extra for the tighter targeting. All right, so that is the first thing that is working now, those problem statement, mind reader ads. Let's get into what's working now, number 2. And this is the idea of big idea pillar content, okay? Big idea pillar content. So not just content marketing, let's throw a bunch of stuff out there, but one truly big idea, formulated, structured, packaged up in pillar content. Now, why does this matter? I believe this matters because if I was going to describe your prospect in one word and in one picture, it would be this: meh. At the end of the day, much like this cat, they're just fresh out of you-know-whats. They just don't freaking care. And I think it's important to remember this and to remember at all times that your number one competitor is not the business or brand down the street. It's not that company that you're duking it out for the top spot in Google. It's not that company who you're always trying to outbid each other in the ad platforms. It's not that company who's got the bigger booth down the row from you at the trade show. Yeah, they're competitors, but they're not your number one competitor. Your number one competitor is apathy. And I think that this is especially true today, as the markets are becoming a little bit more closed and sheltered and closed-minded. People need something big to rock their world. And this is not a new idea. David Ogilvy wrote that it takes a big idea to attract the attention of consumers and get them to buy your product. Unless your advertising contains a big idea, it will pass like a ship in the night. I doubt if more than 1 in 100 campaigns actually has a big idea. Now, the way that David Ogilvy would have defined a big idea might have been, a hook in a singular ad. What we have found is that today, consumers need more. They just need a little bit more if they're going to be ready to take that interest, if they're going to be ready to consider your brand. It's not enough just to make them laugh, to just make them chuckle, right? Like we used to have before. We really do need to capture and hold their attention. And so the way that we do this is by combining that big idea with pillar content. So to kind of get this ball rolling, get out of the kind of broad 30,000 foot and get down to the tactics, I want to ask you this question. What is one piece of content you wish all your prospects saw before you asked them to buy something? This is the big idea pillar content question. What is one piece of content? And it could be a blog post. Okay. It could be an article. It could be a YouTube video. It could be an appearance that you had. Maybe you're on Oprah at some point and you think to yourself, oh my gosh, if our prospects saw that appearance that we had on Oprah or on Dr. Phil or on The Viewer, you just name your TV show of choice. If they saw that we were on that and they knew that we were there, sold. Everybody who saw this, everybody who saw me deliver this keynote presentation, everybody who listened to this podcast episode, everybody who attended this webinar, insert whatever it is, everybody who saw this and went all the way through it, they were ready to buy. In my experience, virtually every business has this. Virtually every business has this. The problem is it's trapped, it's locked, it's hidden. So we're going to get into that. Let's look at some examples though of pillar content that has built some brands that you may or may not be familiar with. The first one is Bulletproof Coffee. Now, if you're not familiar with Bulletproof Coffee, it was founded by this guy, Dave Asprey, and Bulletproof Coffee is a large, very successful e-commerce and consulting brand today. That was really built on the back of this one piece of pillar content, this video, where Dave essentially explained to us how if we put butter in our coffee, we're going to lose weight. Okay. This idea of butter coffee didn't really exist from a mainstream perspective until Dave put this idea out there. He put it out there in the form of a YouTube video, in the form of other, articles and blog posts, but he was the one to really push this out over 10 years ago today. He said, look, if you will skip breakfast and put butter in your coffee, you're going to eat your macros right. You're not going to be hungry. You're going to be able to skip a meal and you're going to wind up losing weight. It'll be awesome. And oh yeah, coffee actually tastes better with butter in it. I've never been a butter coffee guy myself, so I can't validate that. What I can tell you is this was 5-6 minute video that built a brand. Let me show you another example. My buddy Sam Parr started this email newsletter business called The Hustle, sold a few years ago to HubSpot for tens of millions of dollars. And this was the pillar content, the blog post, the article that built The Hustle. Watch our startup recklessly blow through $500,000. They basically had raised $500,000 to launch this media company. And they're essentially saying, we don't know if this is going to work. It could crash and burn, but it should be fun to watch. Tapping into kind of that voyeuristic tendency. But the people who read this, they didn't just subscribe to the newsletter, but they read it and they became disciples of it. And they became ambassadors of it. And it turned this little blog and this little newsletter, into a large 8-figure enterprise that had significant exit value. Let's look at an example from consumer e-commerce, Rothy's. My wife loves this company and loves these shoes. And it was a lot of it was this article and this concept of sustainable fashion that really drew her in. She's basically like, hey, I don't know if you knew this, but water bottles can't be recycled and turned into more water bottles. They have to be turned into something else. And so this company is taking water bottles and they're turning them into shoes. So if you like these kinds of shoes, if you think that they're cool and they're fashionable and you also like the idea of helping the environment a little bit, then you're going to like this. Again, this was the piece of pillar content that grabbed her attention and is the reason that we probably get a box of Rothy's delivered to our house, every month or so. Another example, kind of a classic one, Domino's Pizza. For decades, Domino's Pizza was known for getting you hot pizza quickly. They were not known for getting you good pizza. But that's what they wanted to be known as. They wanted to say, hey, we went back to the drawing board and we made it to where, guess what? Our pizza doesn't suck. It actually tastes pretty good now. So we, produced this little docuseries called Pizza Turnaround. So that's exactly what they did. They created the Pizza Turnaround documentary video they posted on the site. And this piece of pillar content was the reason that millions of consumers went back and gave Domino's another try. And it was the reason for significant growth over this time period. This was the pillar content that made it happen. The Pizza Turnaround documentary. We did this by accident at Digital Marketer. At Digital Marketer, rewind 10 plus years ago, everybody in marketing was talking about conversion rate optimization, CRO. Well, we kind of planted a flag in the ground and said, no, it's not about CRO. It's not about conversion rate optimization. It's about customer value optimization. If you can have customers that are worth more than everyone else, you can afford to invest more to get them and to serve them, and your business is going to win. So invest more in optimizing customer value, not customer conversion rate. Simple enough concept, but a big idea that was able to have us break through. And so we put out this article, this blog post, Customer Value Optimization, How to Build an Unstoppable Business. And we put out these flowcharts and other tools around it. And this was the post that really built Digital Marketer in its first few years. Fast forward a couple of years later, Digital Marketer pivots into certification. And now we took a little bit of a cue from the Neil Patel playbook and said, let's put out an ultimate guide. So we put out the ultimate guide to digital marketing. And the goal of this, the big idea, was that it's not enough today to just be a specialist or a generalist. You need to be a full stack T-shaped marketer. There are 8 critical elements of digital marketing that you need to know. And spoiler alert, we just happen to have a certification that aligned with all 8 of those areas. So another example of pillar content. So to pause, what's yours? What is yours? Now, the examples that I showed you here, the ones at Digital Marketer, we did this. We put this content out. But if you were to fast forward a couple of years, like basically over the last, I'd say 5 to 7 years, we stopped doing this. We stopped posting our pillar content on ungated platforms for the world to see. In other words, our best content was hidden. So if I was to think in most of our brands, and the specific example I'll give you is Digital Marketer's sister brand, The Scalable Company. At The Scalable Company, we didn't have any blog posts like that. We didn't have any YouTube videos like that. All of our best content was hidden. It was hidden behind a keynote talk that I gave at an event, a podcast episode that somebody had to have subscribed to and actually listened to, a webinar that you had to register for, a training that you had to buy. Our best idea, our big idea pillar content was essentially hidden. It was a light, and we just threw a big old thick blanket over it. When we realized this, we said, well, that was kind of dumb. What would happen if we said, hey world, here's our best stuff? And so that's exactly what I did. I essentially took a 90-minute webinar, trimmed it down a bit, and I turned it into a YouTube video and a Google Doc report. So now anybody could get access to this YouTube video. And so we sent it out to the list, said, hey, I just published a YouTube video. And something amazing happened. People who had not engaged with our brand, had not opted into things for years, all of a sudden now were booking sales calls with our sales team. They were going, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Oh my gosh, I've never seen this before. It was literally the exact same content that I've been sharing for the last 2 years. It was not new at all. It was just new to them because we stopped gating it. So you want big idea pillar content, and you want at least some aspect of it to be ungated. In other words, just there for people to watch or to read. Whether it's a YouTube video, a blog post, video posted somewhere, I don't care. But we want to remove and eliminate the friction. We want to make it easy for them to consume. Now, if you also want to have a gated version of it, you can do that. So we've got the video, and then we've got a download report that they need to opt in for. So once you have ungated pillar content, have a gated version as well. Seeing how well this worked, and seeing that all of a sudden, these people who previous to to us doing any of this thing, weren't really all that engaged and weren't really all that interested. They're now like, this is amazing. Where have you been all my life? We said, okay, we now need to incorporate this into all of our funnels. We need to make sure that all roads lead to this pillar content. So now, anytime somebody opts into our list, if they're a brand new lead, the first thing we're going to say is, go watch this video. If they opt in for a random lead magnet, a report, a tool, we're going to say, here's the reporter tool, but by the way, go watch this video. Our salespeople, if somebody books a meeting, the first question they ask is, did you watch that video? All roads, once you've settled on your pillar content and once you validated that it does in fact drive increased conversion rates, have all roads lead to that pillar content. So I'll ask again, what is one piece of content you wish all your prospects saw before you ask them to buy? Answer this question, create the pillar content, make it ungated, and then integrate it. Your follow-up series, your retargeting, everything. Get it integrated, drive all roads to that. So we got 2 of the 3 down. This last one is probably one of the biggest breakthroughs that we've had, but it's pretty quick and it's pretty simple and it builds upon the pillar content that I just showed you. So I said that all roads should lead to this pillar content. And I also mentioned that we posted our pillar content to YouTube. If you want to check it out, you can go to Ryan Dice Official. That's my YouTube channel. You can kind of see what I'm showing you here. What we said is we need to create a YouTube bench factory. Like I'm going to post some YouTube videos, but I'm not an influencer. I'm not a creator. Okay. I'm running a business. So I'll post videos when I can, but I want people to binge. So the strategy that we executed, here are the results we got. We're generating about 8,000 leads a month at about a $5 cost per lead and 886% return on ad spend. And one of my favorite things, we turned my dead YouTube channel into a growing YouTube channel that now is sitting there. It has well over 20,000 subscribers and growing. Now that's no Mr. Beast. I get it. But all this happened in under 90 days. And again, it's growing very, very, very quickly. And it's growing profitably because it's generating leads. So this is my channel if you want to go and check out and see what we're doing. But I'll tell you, the secret that made all this work was first and foremost having that pillar content. Okay, having that pillar content. But the big thing that made it work once we had the pillar content was YouTube discovery in-feed ads. Okay, YouTube discovery in-feed ads. In my experience, this is kind of one of those ad models that a lot of people are ignoring because what you're doing with a discovery in-feed ad is it's not the pre-roll ad that people would see and then click off. This is where your video is essentially getting recommended in the search results, on the what's next video in the watch page in the sidebar, or on the home feed. So the in-stream ads are those pre-roll ads that you can skip. The discovery ads are the ones that are just appearing there for all to see. They're less intrusive, but because they're less intrusive and because they keep people on the platform, they are super easy to set up and they are cheap, about 80% cheaper per view because again, people are staying on the platform. So what you want to do is you want to start with videos that are already getting some good solid organic performance. So if you're not doing anything on YouTube yet, you need to start, get some videos up there and just look for the ones that perform well. We're typically looking for a watch rate at the 30-second mark over 50%. Okay, so at 30 seconds, 31 seconds, half the people are still watching it. Okay, so you got a decent hook, you're pulling them in, it's interesting, and then an average percentage view of 15%. That's what we're looking for. That is a general idea that, okay, this is a video that is worthy of amplification. And that's important. You only want to amplify videos that are worthy of it. And you'll see why in just a second when we get into cost per earned views. In terms of your campaign settings, pretty simple. Video type is going to be video. We're going to budget initially $5 to $50 a day. You want to turn off partners in the Google Display Network. You want to turn off getting more views from multi-format. We don't want to appear on TV screens and things like that. And frequency cap, we're usually 1 per week in terms of the ad group, in market. So people are interested and actively looking to buy. And then custom intent. So all the same keywords that you would normally advertise for, your kind of most obvious keywords, category keywords, URLs, influencers, competitors, all those things. Again, turn off TV screens. We want to suppress the TV screens because we want them to take the action by clicking on links in the description. And specifically, we want them to, once they've watched one video, to go over and watch your playlist. And this playlist should start with that pillar content video. So you can see here, If you look down in the description, so how to build a business that runs itself, that one at this time it had 31,000 views. And then you could see there, free course, everything I've learned from scaling 0 to 200 million. That free course there is just a playlist where the first video that they're going to watch is that pillar content video I shared with you before. Now, in addition to that, you can also link over to relevant lead magnets. That's kind of the secondary call to action. But this is how we're getting people to binge our main content. And it's also how we're getting leads. So what we're targeting is a cost per view of less than 30 cents and a cost per earned view of less than $1. So a cost per view, that's what you pay when somebody actually clicks on your discovery ad. When somebody clicks to watch your video, you pay YouTube. But if they then click to watch another video, you don't pay for that. So that's an earned view. So if you got a cost per view of 30 cents, cost per earned view of $1, that means that 30% of the people are going and watching another video. So that's kind of what you might want to target. So basically what we want to do again is create a bench factory. We've got that main video, that main featured video on our channel. And then we want to create a bunch of sub videos that we're going to amplify through YouTube discovery ads that all point back to the main video in the description. Currently, last month, spend is still fairly low, just under $10,000, but over 140,000 views at a 7% cost per view. Remember, we said we wanted to target 30 cents. We're getting a 7% cost per view. Our current earned views is a little bit lower than we would like. Frankly, that's just because some of the videos that we started with, they were good, but not great. As we're beginning to add new videos and see which ones are really getting traction organically, we're turning off the